Chapter 3706. The surrounding followers of the Rain clan also had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they had really failed. Yu Qianye had really been eliminated. Damn it, they had hugged onto a huge thigh. How was this a golden thigh? This was a rotten thigh without any hope. In an instant, these people retreated one after another. There were even some who wanted to take back the treasures they had given away. This scene provoked the elders of the Rain clan even more. Yu Qianye stood in the crowd, trembling slightly. Although she was wearing a veil, her expression was extremely ugly. Her younger brother had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by Lin Wudi. This was truly an enormous irony. Before this, Lin Wudi had already been the benefactor of their Rain clan. However, not a single one of them had thought highly of him. They had even ridiculed him, thinking that he was an ant from the first astral realm. However, now reality had ruthlessly slapped them in the face. It was precisely this ant that had defeated their genius young master. Furthermore, he had even become the head disciple of the holy city. What sort of glory was this? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City continued. Originally, Di Ling, Yu Qianye and the others had already lost the qualifications to participate in the third stage. However, these people had joined hands to create trouble. Our Peerless City had given them an additional opportunity to participate in the second stage. If they could successfully pass the second stage, they would be able to participate in the third stage. However, if they failed, they would be disqualified from being a nominal disciple. They would be completely eliminated. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Qianye had both participated in the second stage. Ghostly had chosen not to participate. Thus, he was still a nominal disciple. In the third stage, Di Ling and Yu Qianye had both failed. Thus, the two of them were directly eliminated. This was already extremely clear. Now, everyone knew what was going on. So this was the case. No wonder Ghostly was a nominal disciple. Di Ling and Yu Qianye were directly eliminated. However, where was our young master Yu Qianye? The people of the Rain clan asked again. Because Ghostly was a nominal disciple, he did not come. However, Yu Qianye was the same as Di Ling. Why did he not come out? In the sky, the elder of Peerless City said. Yu Qianye had failed in the third stage. After that, we sent people to search for him, but they could not find him. We guessed that he might have fallen in the Eastern Spirit World. Yu Qianye was dead. Everyone was stunned. If Yu Qianye's elimination was like an earthquake, then Yu Qianye's death was like a storm. In fact, it wasn't just Yu Qianye who had lost their lives inside. When they heard that there were more than 100 people, many families collapsed. Not only were their geniuses eliminated, but they had also died inside. The others were also silent. They mourned for these people. However, everyone knew that this was very normal. Since there was a battle, there would definitely be casualties. Especially in a training ground like the East Spirit World. It was just that they didn't expect a genius like Yu Qianye to fall inside. I don't believe it. The people from the Rain clan also collapsed. Their genius, the hope of their Rain clan, actually died inside. This was simply falling from the clouds onto the ground. Instead, he fell directly from the clouds to the 18th level of hell. Yu Qianye's body swayed and she almost fell. She spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched her chest in shock. Was his brother dead? How could this be? Who killed my brother? The other elders also roared. Who was the murderer? We must tear him to shreds. There were countless experts in the East Spirit World, many disciples of the Holy City, and countless beast saints. Anyone could be the murderer. The people from the Rain clan were stunned. They didn't know who the murderer was. The others were also in an uproar. It might be a powerful beast. Yes, the beasts there were arrogant and probably didn't put the human race in their eyes. Discussions sounded one after another. The people from the Rain clan found it hard to accept. Their young master had died, and there wasn't even a murderer. Damn it, it was that brat. It might be that Lin Wudi. A voice sounded, and then countless eyes turned to look at the figure above them. Lin Wudi, could it be him? The others were also shocked. Tell me, did you kill our young master? The elders of the Rain clan roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He looked down with a cold smile. He didn't answer. The people from Peerless City beside him covered their mouths and stood out, shouting coldly. What kind of attitude is this? This is the head disciple of our third generation, representing our Peerless City. You dare to berate our head disciple? Do you want to become enemies with our Peerless City? His voice was cold and emotionless. When the others heard it, their scalps went numb. The people from the Rain Clan were also stunned. Even the followers of the Rain Clan opened up a path and distanced themselves from the Rain Clan. What a joke! No matter how powerful the Rain Clan was, they were only a family. However, Peerless City was the holy city. With a saint king overseeing the city, it was like the difference between a giant dragon and an ant. If Peerless City wanted to exterminate the Rain Clan, it would be very easy. At this time, whoever helped the Rain Clan would be going against Peerless City. No one would be so stupid. The people from the Rain Clan also came to their senses. They were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Damn it, they hated it so much. Lin Wudi was no longer an ant in their eyes. He was the head disciple of Peerless City. His identity was so noble that even their patriarch had to avoid him. After all, they had to be polite. Come back. The patriarch of the Rain Clan said coldly. They didn't dare to fall out with Peerless City. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. The people from the Rain Clan retreated unwillingly. However, no one dared to shout again. However, they swore in their hearts that they would definitely take revenge. At this time, Lin Xian, who was in the sky, spoke. To be honest, I'm also heartbroken that Qinya fell in the Eastern Spirit World. After all, he was also a heaven's pride, someone who could have become my fellow disciple. However, it's a pity that his luck wasn't good. As for why you didn't suspect me, I can understand. That's because there is hatred between us. I once helped your Rain Clan. You repaid my kindness with enmity. However, I won't pursue this matter. However, I'm not only representing myself, but also Peerless City. Therefore, I hope that you and the Rain Clan can correct your attitude. It doesn't matter if you insult me, but if you dare to insult Peerless City, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Pooh. The people from the Rain Clan below were so angry that they vomited blood. Many elders fainted from anger. The people in the surroundings also had different expressions. It seemed that this Lin Wudi was not only powerful, but also very smart. With a few simple words, he directly pointed out the Rain Clan's despicable and shameless behavior. As for him, he displayed magnanimity. Following that, he pointed out Qinya's identity and swore to protect the honor of Peerless City. In an instant, he changed from a suspect to an outstanding genius with a boundless future. Moreover, he was the head disciple of Peerless City. As for the Rain Clan, if they dared to play any tricks, Peerless City would definitely take action. Chapter 3707. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Rain Clan? He didn't care about them anymore. If these people dared to touch him, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Someone else would take care of them. The people of Peerless City were also satisfied. Lin Xian had said that Yu Qinya's death was an accident and he had defended Peerless City. They were naturally satisfied. The people of the Rain Clan were disheartened. The people of Spirit Sealing Star were indignant. This was supposed to be their glory, but it had been given to someone else. Di Ling was trembling with anger. However, he was no longer a match for Lin Xian. He wanted to break through. He wanted to become stronger. He believed that he would be able to trample Lin Xian under his feet again. The eyes of the people from the Fiend Planet flickered. This was really unexpected. They didn't expect a dark horse to appear. It seemed like they had to warn Ghostly to be careful. Lin Wudi was too terrifying. The other clans and sects were also warning their juniors not to go against Lin Wudi. The people of Spirit Tribe were also silent. They had been disdainful of Lin Wudi before. However, he was too dazzling now. The old ancestor of Spirit Tribe snorted. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you good at arguing before? You're too young. You can't judge people accurately. From now on, you're not allowed to go against Lin Wudi. If I find out, I'll expel him from Spirit Tribe. The others were scared stiff. Yes, old ancestor. We'll definitely do that. Even without the old ancestor's warning, they knew that they couldn't provoke this person. The old ancestor was still worried. As for Chiu-er and the young people, let them make their own decisions. Understood? Understood. We understand. The elders nodded their heads quickly. Ling Huanhua's face was pale with fright. Ling Huanhua's father lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Next, it was the grand entrance ceremony. The holy city's recruitment of disciples was an extremely important matter. Therefore, the ceremony had to be announced to the world so that countless clans and sects would worship it. This way, it could strengthen the holy city's reputation and strengthen their power. Sure enough, at this moment, countless people presented treasures one after another, congratulating him. Among them, the most dazzling one was Lin Xian. As the head disciple, he was the center of attention. From today onwards, the name Lin Wudi would resound throughout the second astral realm. Over at the Rain Clan's side, the people who had presented the gifts earlier all gathered around. Well, hurry up and return the treasure I gave you. Fellow Taoist, I'm too poor right now. I don't have anything to give to Peerless City. Therefore, I think it's better if you return the godly medal that I gave you. Granddaughter, come back quickly. It's best if you become Lin Wudi's concubine. Voices sounded one after another. The elders of the Rain Clan fainted from anger once again. It was a grand entrance ceremony. Countless people prostrated themselves in worship. In the sky, 498 people stood there. Behind them were the official disciples, and further ahead were the 49 core disciples. Standing at the very front was Lin Xian. The whole ceremony not only conferred status, but also conferred rewards. Lin Xian took first place in all 3 tests and obtained 3 Dao comprehending tea leaves. This made countless people jealous. Even the eyes of those small saints turned red. This was truly a rare treasure. Its effect on comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was too obvious. They couldn't wait to snatch it. Of course, they didn't dare to do so. Apart from that, there were also a lot of rewards, such as divine abilities, cultivation methods, martial arts, armors, and weapons. There were all kinds of cultivation pills and resources. At this moment, they were arranged in a row. Apart from that, Lin Xian also had an extra unparalleled sword. This was a sacred weapon, a treasured sword. It was forged based on the real Saint King's weapon, the unparalleled sword. There were a total of 3 swords. The chief disciple had 1 each. In other words, Ling Huchueshue, Fu Hongye, and Lin Xian each had 1. This was not only a sacred weapon, but also a symbol of status. After Lin Xian respectfully received it, he hung it on his waist. He raised his head and let the countless rays of light shine on his body. From now on, he was a member of Peerless City. With his status, even the patriarch of a clan like the Rain Clan had to be respectful to him, let alone those elders. His opponents in the future would be the geniuses of other saint cities. Apart from the normal rewards, the treasures of the surrounding clans, sects, and experts were also piled up like a mountain. After a few days, Peerless City would distribute these things to Lin Xian and the others as rewards. It had to be said that becoming a disciple of the saint cities was really great. Just these resources were enough to make countless saints jealous. With Lin Xian's status, the resources he would receive in the future would probably be more than the entire Rain Clan combined. This was the strength of the saint cities. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. They thought that in the future, this matter would definitely spread throughout the entire second star realm, because it was too legendary and too shocking. However, they didn't expect that at the last moment of the disciple acceptance ceremony, there would be an unforeseen event. In the distance, there was a crack in space. A formation flickered in the sky. Someone was about to be teleported over. And from the looks of it, it wasn't a single-person teleportation, but a group teleportation. Who would be so generous to set up such a terrifying spatial teleportation formation? The people of Peerless City also stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look in front. The elders of Peerless City frowned. Looking at the formation, it wasn't weak at all. They wondered which saint cities it was from. However, the other party came at this time. Wasn't it too arrogant? Were they trying to go against Peerless City? The faces of the others also changed. Who was it that was so arrogant? Finally, they saw countless people descending. Accompanying them were extremely terrifying thunder and laws. They covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone's bodies instantly tensed up. What a terrifying aura of thunder. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but countless people. Were these people from the Thunder God City? Many people screamed because they guessed that the ones who dared to do this should be the saint cities. And the only ones who had such a violent aura of the Thunder God City could only be the Thunder God City. However, why did the other party come at this time? They didn't know. However, the faces of the people of Peerless City changed. Even Shen Jingqiu and Lin Xian frowned. Others didn't know, but they knew. In the Eastern Spirit World, their Peerless City and Thunder God City had a huge battle. In that battle, they had obtained a complete victory. Many people from the Thunder God City had died, and countless saints had been injured. They knew that Thunder God City wouldn't let this matter rest. However, they didn't expect the other party to come at this time. Be careful, the other party didn't come with good intentions. At the same time, send a message to the saint cities to get some elders and experts to come over. The elders of Peerless City hurriedly gave the order. The martial artists of Peerless City started to move quickly. Soon, the teleportation formation of Peerless City flickered and people were teleported over. Chapter 3708. Many elders walked out, each with a strong aura. Moreover, Fu Hongye was here too. Not only him, but he also brought a group of second-generation disciples. Heavens, something big is going to happen. The surrounding worshippers were dumbfounded. Could it be that the 2 saint cities were going to fight? If that was the case, it would be more shocking than the death of Yuchinya. Their hearts were beating wildly. If something went wrong, they would run away immediately. After the people of Thunder God City were teleported out, the few elders who were leading them laughed out loud. They brought their people and flew quickly in the air, heading over here. On the side of Peerless City, a few elders gathered together and asked in a loud voice, "Friends of Thunder God City, what are you here for?" "Of course, we're here to congratulate." The people of Thunder God City laughed. "Today is the day of Peerless City's disciple recruitment. We're here on the orders of Thunder Sage King to congratulate Peerless City for accepting a genius disciple. Come bring the gifts." The few elders waved their hands, and the disciples of Thunder God City behind them took out their gifts. Treasures were piled up like mountains. The others were stunned. Here to congratulate? Was it really that simple? Even the people of Peerless City frowned. The other party was only here to congratulate? What a joke! If others believed it, then so be it. If they believed it, then they were fools. Previously in the East Spirit World, the battle was so fierce. Now that the other party was smiling, there must be something wrong. The others did not know and thought that the 2 great sage cities had a good relationship. However, at this moment, the elders of Thunder God City said that other than congratulating, they also brought some of the young fellows of Thunder God City. When these young fellows heard that Peerless City had a lot of geniuses this time, they were very excited and wanted to spar with each other. They wondered if the friends of Peerless City would give them face. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. They wanted to spar? Many people's eyes lit up, and some of them even frowned. Indeed, things were not that simple. To spar during such a grand entrance ceremony, this was not a simple competition. They were here to cause trouble. Because once the new disciples of Peerless City were defeated, it would be a slap to the face. The whole Second Star Realm would know about it soon. As a holy city, face was very important. If they were slapped in the face at this time, the reputation of the holy city would be severely damaged. When the people from Peerless City heard this, they frowned. Sparring? As expected, these people were up to no good. An elder from Wushuang City stood out. They could exchange pointers, but not now. Now is the most crucial moment of our Wushuang City's entrance ceremony. If everyone wants to exchange pointers, we will arrange a competition in the future. In the future? But these little fellows can't wait any longer. Moreover, we came from far away. I heard that there are quite a few geniuses from Wushuang City this time. If he entered the holy city and went into seclusion for 8 to 10 years and did not come out, then it would really be a pity. That's right. Senior, we're really just sparring. We won't go all out. Senior, don't worry. In front of everyone in the world, I, Thunder Saint City, will still give you face. At this time, a few disciples from the opposite side walked out. Although their expressions were respectful, their tone was not very polite. I heard that there's a person called Lin Wudi in this exam. He's very powerful and I want to experience it for myself. Another person walked out. When this person appeared, many people cried out in surprise. A level 5 sage. This person's strength was even stronger than Di Ling. He actually wanted to challenge Lin Wudi? Could it be that there was some hatred between the two? After all, it was normal for there to be competition between the holy cities. However, to challenge someone by name was not normal. There must be some conflict between the two sides. As soon as this was said, countless people started discussing. Many people looked towards Wushuang City. Would the people from Wushuang City agree? Many people shook their heads. Not necessarily. If they agreed at this time, it would be fine if they won. However, if they lost, it would be very embarrassing. Not necessarily. They were already being shouted at to this extent. If they still did not make a move, then they would be ridiculed even more. That's right. Also, look at how aggressive Lei Shenxing was this time. He definitely had a way to make Wushuang City make a move. The battle between the two holy cities would definitely be exciting. It would definitely be more exciting than the previous exams. That was for sure. These people were all excited. In the previous 3 rounds, they had only seen the first round. It was not fun at all. Now, if they could see the genius disciples of the holy cities fight, then they would not have come in vain. Of course, there were also some big families that were very worried, because their genius disciples had just entered the holy cities and were about to be challenged. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. There were also some people who were very excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. For example, the Rain Clan. Originally, they looked as if they were struck by lightning. However, at this moment, they revealed a sinister expression. Challenging Lin Wudi? That's great. I'll let the geniuses of Thunder God City kill Lin Wudi. I want to see this brat's body being torn into pieces with my own eyes. They wish they could kneel down right now and beg the people of Thunder God City to make a move. On the other side, the people of Fiend Star and Spirit Sealing Star were also gloomy. After all, Lin Wudi had also defeated their genius in the second round. If someone could teach him a lesson at this time, then it would be for the best. This brat was definitely going to die. Di Ling snorted. A level 5 sage was extremely powerful. He could not even contend against him without the ancient bronze corpse. How could the other party contend against him? Moreover, this was not an ordinary level 5 sage. This was a heaven's pride of Thunder God City. A heaven's pride that could fight across realms. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. Lei Chong. They did not expect that the one who stood out to challenge was Lei Chong. This was not a new disciple. The other party was a veteran genius of Thunder God City. He was very famous. Many of them knew him. For such a person to challenge a new disciple, this was not deliberately looking for trouble. It was a provocation. Therefore, they wanted to refuse. However, they knew that Lei Shenxing would not let this matter go. After all, the conflict between the two parties was very intense. Perhaps the other party still had some tricks up his sleeve waiting for them. Moreover, they were from the holy cities. Did they need Thunder God City to give them face? So it was Lei Chong. Mr. Lei, if you want to spar, you can. Why are you looking for our new junior brother? How about this, I'll spar with you. A person walked out. This was a second-generation disciple. His body was emitting a terrifying light of laws. That's right. A veteran disciple wanting to challenge a new disciple who had just entered the holy cities. This was somewhat inappropriate. When did Lei Shenxing become so cowardly? The second-generation disciples of Wushuang City also spoke coldly. When the others heard this, they went into an uproar. What? This Lei Chong was actually a veteran genius? Some people exclaimed. I've heard of him. He is very powerful. Why is he fighting against Lin Wudi? Chapter 3709. Lei Chong said coldly. I'm not interested in challenging you second-generation disciples. I only want to challenge Lin Wudi. Although he's a newcomer, his strength is very powerful. I've already seen it in Dongling World. However, because of some unexpected things, I didn't have the chance to personally experience his skills. Now, I want to have a real contest with him. Lin Wudi, do you dare? Lei Chang's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was indeed here to provoke. He was here to ruthlessly slap his face. Previously, at Dongling Stairs, he had already fought with Lin Xian. Lin Xian had killed his younger brother, and he would definitely avenge this grudge. That day, he had brought over a dozen cultivators with him, wanting to torture Lin Xian to death. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian had a kind of poison in his hands. Not only did they not kill him, but they were also instantly defeated by him. This was simply a great humiliation. Therefore, at this moment, he must properly torture his opponent to death in front of the whole world. You want to challenge me? Sure, but I'm the chief disciple. Not just any random cat or dog can challenge me. Let your chief disciple come. The people of Thunder God City were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, were they actually looked down on? The corners of the surrounding people's mouths twitched. Cat or dog? Lei Chong was a top genius, a fifth heaven saint. If this was a cat or dog, then what were they? Lei Chong was also furious. Damn brat, you're courting death. He roared, and the 9 heavenly thunder descended. Hey, why are you angry? Didn't you come to congratulate me? It's very impolite to be angry in our territory. Lin Xian said again. I'm not talking about you guys. It's just a metaphor. Don't take it personally. Pooh. The people of Thunder God City were once again injured. They were about to bleed. Damn, why does this guy look like he's asking for a beating? Especially Lei Chong. He was so annoyed that he couldn't wait to go up and slap him to death. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was unperturbed. He didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. The elders of the Thunder God City also gave Lei Tsong a look, telling him not to be impulsive and to let the new disciples go first. Soon, a few new disciples from Thunder God City walked out. They had just joined Thunder God City not long ago. Us new disciples can challenge the geniuses of Peerless City, right? A man walked out with lightning circling around his body. As he jumped, he brought with him a violent and destructive power. I'll do it. The genius disciples of Wushuang City could not take it anymore. They were arrogant and unruly to begin with. Now that they were able to join the holy city, they were even more proud and arrogant. Now that someone had provoked them in public and more than once, how could they tolerate it? Thus, very soon someone stood out. However, he still asked the elder of Peerless City. The elder of Peerless City glanced at him and nodded slightly, expressing his approval. The person who came out was one of the core disciples, and his strength could be considered formidable. Furthermore, they also wanted to see how strong the newcomers from Thunder God City were this time, since they dared to behave atrociously in their Wushuang City. Was the battle about to begin? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't think that the two great sage cities would really compete with each other. This was truly an exciting piece of news. For a moment, countless people were incomparably excited. 2 genius disciples of Holy City walked out. Without any nonsense, they directly started fighting. On the opposite side, the genius disciple from Thunder God City was very powerful. He was an early-stage 4th heaven person. The lightning on his body was very terrifying. It made many experts of the older generation cry out in surprise. Was this the strength of a disciple from Holy City? They were really too strong. However, the genius from Wushuang City was also very impressive. He was also an early-stage 4th heaven person. He held a long saber in his hand and swept it in all directions. Every time he swept it, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The battle between the two was very exciting, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. It seemed that they were unable to determine the winner and loser. Why don't they have a match with me? At this time, a person from Thunder God City walked out. This person was tall and had a pair of thunder wings on his back. He was from the 10,000 ancient races. Obviously, the other party was not human. He was from the Thunderbat race. This kind of Thunderbat race was originally a thunder race. Now that they had joined Thunder God City, they were even more powerful. The moment he appeared, a vast power swept out in all directions. Many people's faces changed. Even the people from Peerless City had serious expressions on their faces. Too powerful. However, there was still someone who walked out. I'll do it. The person who walked out was shining brightly like a sun. He was Yang Hao, one of the 8 Great Heavens Prides. Now, he was ranked 7th among the core disciples. Because the person who walked out was very strong, he had no choice but to take action. The people from Wushuang City breathed a sigh of relief. With Yang Hao's strength, he should be able to resist. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Heavens, is Yang Hao going to take action? Isn't it too early? Don't underestimate the other party. Thunder God City's inheritance was very long, more than 10,000 years. Its foundation was above Wushuang City. And this genius from the Thunderbat race was a mid-stage 4th heaven person. He definitely had something to rely on. Yang Hao's strength was definitely comparable. Boom. The expert from the bat race sneered and took action. Yang Hao also roared in anger. His palm formed a seal, turning into a huge sun that descended from the sky. Boom boom boom. The two of them fought fiercely. All kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. Fortunately, this was the outer region of the starry sky, which was wide enough. Otherwise, the world below would have been destroyed. The crowd watched the battle nervously. The battle between the two sides was very intense. Not long after, the outcome was decided. The first battle was between 2 early-stage 4th heaven people. The genius from Wushuang City was injured. On the other side, the people from Thunder God City didn't have it easy either. Both sides were injured. It seemed like they were evenly matched. How about a draw? The elder from Wushuang City asked. The people from Thunder God City snorted and didn't say anything. However, it seemed like it would be hard to tell who would win if the battle continued. The first round was a draw. Too exciting. Too exciting. The surrounding people couldn't help but scream. It was rare for them to see such a battle. After all, the divine abilities of these geniuses were terrifying. Moreover, their battle experience was unparalleled. Some people who were unconvinced thought that their geniuses could also enter Wushuang City. Why were they eliminated? However, after watching the battle, they knew that the gap was too big. Those who could enter Holy City, even if they were ranked at the bottom, were the top geniuses. They were far from what they imagined. The second battle was also decided. Yang Hao was injured. Many parts of his body were charred black. He was struck by thunder. However, he didn't care. Instead, he raised a smile. That was because the opponent's Thunderbat was more seriously injured. Its body exploded once. Chapter 37:10. Come back, you've lost this round. The elder of the Thunder God City looked at the Thunderbat and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Laybat would lose. Laybat said, Old Zhang, I haven't lost yet, I can still fight. However, the elder was not willing. Those who fought were all geniuses. If they were careless and died, or if their foundation was damaged, the loss would outweigh the gain. Left with no choice, Laybat could only clench his teeth and walk back. On the other hand, the people from Peerless City cried out in shock. They finally won a round. Let's see if the people from Thunder God City still dare to be arrogant. Sure enough, the people from Wushuang City were more powerful. Many people exclaimed and were incomparably excited. However, there were also some experts who shook their heads. They could not come to a conclusion so early. There were many people from Thunder God City. They were afraid that the competition would not end so easily. Sure enough, 3 people from Thunder God City walked out and 3 people from Wushuang City accepted the challenge. The result was shocking. Wushuang City only won 1 round and lost the other 2. This caused Wushuang City's morale to suffer a blow. Countless people exclaimed. On Thunder God City's side, a smile appeared on their lips. Competing with them? They were still far from it. This time, they were here to teach Wushuang City a lesson and let them know what a veteran sacred city is. Old Zhang, what should we do? Are they still clamoring for us to fight? The people from Wushuang City asked. Those elders also frowned. These people from Thunder God City were too arrogant. That's right. Their disciples had already joined Sacred City for a period of time. On our side, we haven't even entered the sect yet. We'll be at a disadvantage if we fight. That's right. Those people from Thunder God City could not be called as new disciples because they had already cultivated for a long time. On their side, they had not even entered the sect yet. If they continued to fight, it would probably involve the top few core disciples. These were all important targets to nurture. If they were to lose at this time, it would be a huge blow to their confidence. Elder, it's fine. Let us do it. Shibufan said in a deep voice. Xin Jingqiu, Zhishui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others also said, we can also fight. We're not afraid of losing. It's not that I don't trust you, but the risk is too great. The people on their side have all cultivated the sacred city's secret technique. Moreover, this time, they didn't send their core disciples to the front. If you go into the water, the gains won't make up for the losses. Indeed, if the other party was also one of the top few, this battle was not impossible. After all, if he won, he would instantly become famous. However, if the other party was just an ordinary disciple who had been in the holy city for a long time and cultivated a secret technique, they could bully the core disciples who had just entered the holy city. If he were to lose, he would become the laughingstock of the world. However, if he didn't fight, he would be ridiculed by others. These elders decided to let the second-generation disciples take action. They would find a way to divert the flames of war to the previous generation disciples. It could preserve these new disciples. Initially, the human roots of the Thunder Divine City did not want to do this. They were here to attack Wushuang. How could they fight with the second-generation disciples? They wanted to trample these disciples who had yet to join the sect under their feet. It would be best if their Tao hearts crumbled. Let me do it. Just as Peerless City was in a difficult position and everyone was shocked, thinking that Peerless City would be suppressed by Thunder God Cheng, Lin Xian spoke up. He wanted to participate. No, you can't participate. The elders of Peerless City immediately shook their heads. What a joke. Even top core disciples like Shui Tianchen and Xin Jingqiu were not willing to participate. How could they let Lin Xian, the top disciple, participate? You can't go. It's too risky. They're trying to provoke you. Yes, you have to cherish your reputation now. If you want to fight, wait until you join the holy city and cultivate our secret technique. Then, you can fight with him in the future. The elders tried to dissuade him. The second-generation disciples also said, yes, junior brother Lin, you can't be impulsive. Lin Xian said, this happened because of me. If I were to back down now, I wouldn't be able to answer to myself. Moreover, I believe in advancing courageously. Since I dared to use the name Invincible Lin, I am ready to fight at any time. Moreover, with the performance of the East Spirit World, don't you guys believe in me? Lin Xian looked around. The people of Peerless City were silent. Yes, this Lin Wudi was special. But they still didn't want to take the risk. Don't worry, Elder. I'll give you my head to guarantee that I won't lose. If I lose, I won't be the top disciple anymore. The people from Peerless City sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shui Tianchen, Shibufan and the others were shocked. They could tell that Thunder God City was aggressive. Even if they were to participate, they wouldn't have the confidence to win. In fact, they didn't even have half the confidence. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wouldn't lose. How confident was that? And if he lost, he wouldn't be the top disciple anymore. Wasn't that a military order? The elders still wanted to say something, but a figure said, let him try. Everyone turned around and realized that the one who spoke was Fu Hongye. They were shocked. Senior brother Fu is here? Seeing Fu Hongye nodding, the elders were silent. Fu Hongye and the others had absolute faith in Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian had said so, it meant that Lin Xian was very confident. All right, then you'll go. But be careful. Be careful of Lei Chong. Don't go against him. Don't worry, Elder. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded. He walked forward with a cold smile. Don't fight with Lei Chong? Although he said that, who knew what would happen if they really fought? It was fine if he didn't provoke Lei Chong. If Lei Chong dared to jump out, he wouldn't mind stepping on this old genius. On the other side, Thunder God City looked determined. They felt that their goal was about to be achieved. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Could it be that Thunder God City was going to slap Peerless City's face today? Just as the crowd was discussing anxiously, a figure walked out from the crowd. Why is it him? Tonya, who is it? Am I seeing things? Many people started screaming because they realized that a figure was walking out. But this figure shouldn't have appeared. Lin Wudi, why is he here? Yeah, he's the chief disciple. His identity isn't ordinary. If he loses, Peerless City's face will be completely lost. Peerless City shouldn't let him participate in the battle. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone knew this simple logic, but why was Peerless City doing this? Even the people from Thunder God City were stunned. Lin Wudi? They rubbed their glasses. Am I seeing things? In the next moment, they were ecstatic. This is great. Is Lin Wudi going to fight? Their hearts were beating wildly. If they could defeat Lin Wudi, it would be comparable to all their previous achievements. This was the most crucial battle. They had to trample this new chief disciple under their feet. 5 chapters. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. Chapter 37:11. I'll go. Lei Chong was too excited. His figure flashed and he was about to rush up, but he was stopped by the elder beside him. Don't be impulsive. You'll scare him away if you go up. Let's find someone to test his skills first. It's best to let him win 1 or 2 rounds and then confuse him. Let him think that he can stand until the end. At that time, you can make a move. Thunder. Lei Chong laughed. Everyone in Thunder God City laughed. The opponent is definitely dead. First, 2 4th Heavenly Layer Sages were sent out. Soon, 4th Heavenly Layer Sages from Thunder God City walked out. Everyone below was discussing. This Lin Wudi, what kind of strength does he have? He's just an early 3rd Heavenly Layer Sage. How can he become the head disciple? Don't worry, we'll be able to see his true strength in a while. Many people were excited. There were also some people, such as the Spirit Clan, who didn't believe it. They even thought that Lin Xian was able to obtain this position because their saintess secretly helped him. The Rain Clan was gnashing their teeth. It would be best if the people from Thunder God City killed him on the spot. The people from the Fiend Star and the Spirit Sealing Star were also gloating. If something happened to Lin Wudi at this time, it would be for the best. Di Ling's expression was cold as he gnashed his teeth. He couldn't wait to go up and kill the opponent himself. Let me see what kind of strength you have as the number 1 person. The people from Thunder God City hooted. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. An early 4th Heavenly Layer. Such a person dared to deal with him? Ignorant of life and death. At the back, the people from Peerless City were also stunned. What's going on? Why would the other party send such a person to fight? They were puzzled. An early 4th Heavenly Layer Sage wasn't weak. In the outside world, he could definitely sweep away everything and make countless people tremble. However, in the Holy City, he wasn't the strongest. He was the middle power. In their opinion, to deal with a head disciple like Lin Xian, the other party would definitely send a late 4th Heavenly Layer or even a 5th Heavenly Layer Sage to kill him in one blow. They were already prepared to deal with all kinds of dangers at any time, but they didn't expect the other party to send such a person. The battle ended quickly. Lin Xian was victorious, and the 4th Heaven Sage was defeated. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Fighting against someone of a higher cultivation level? These people were all crazy. Could it be Lin Wudi? Normally, even if a genius was able to surpass a level, it would only be by a small realm. For example, when an early-stage cultivator fought against a middle-stage cultivator, how could a 3rd Heaven cultivator fight against a 4th Heaven cultivator? This was something that only top geniuses could do. Next, another level 4 expert made his move. In the end, he was still defeated. Even those people from the Thunder God realm clasped their fists and said, "Young Master Lin's strength is something we admire." However, following that, the people from Thunder God City started to attack again. This time, It was a middle stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator who was also defeated. Thunder God Chengdu had lost 3 matches in a row. It could be said that his momentum had been suppressed to the extreme. On the side of Peerless City, although they were excited, the elders were frowning. What was Lei Qing doing? The faces of the people below were filled with shock. Lin Wudi was too strong. However, the elders were also puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. These people were much weaker than Di Ling. Di Ling was a late-stage 4th heavenly layer cultivator with countless divine abilities, but he still couldn't defeat Lin Wudi. How could the people from Thunder God City not understand this point? Not good, I'm afraid it's a trap. Some people were shocked. The elders of Peerless City also thought of this point. They first used 3 victories to confuse Lin Xian, making him lose his mind with victory. Then they would use the real killing move. If it was really like this, then Thunder God City was too despicable and vicious. They wanted to stop it, but at this time, the people from Thunder God City started to move. 3 victories were enough to confuse this kid. Next, he would be miserable. The people from Thunder God City sneered in their hearts. The martial artist who went up was also a middle stage 4th heavenly layer sage, but this was only his cultivation on the surface. His real cultivation was at the late stage 4th heavenly layer, and he had already cultivated Thunder God Cheng's secret technique. His strength was definitely incomparably strong. Moreover, he attacked the opponent unexpectedly, so he definitely wasn't prepared. Young Master Lin, please advise me. The person who walked up had a human face, but his ears were pointed. Clearly, he wasn't from the human race, but one of the 10,000 ancient races. His name was Pan Ma. Pan Ma had a smile on his face at this moment, looking like he was just exchanging pointers. However, he was sneering in his heart. Kid, let me personally trample you under my feet. When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression these people from Peerless City will have. Well said. Lin Xian nodded slightly, as if he wasn't prepared at all. Both sides exchanged blows, and the fight was earth-shattering. However, from the looks of it, Lin Xian still had the upper hand. Pan Ma bitterly persevered, and he could be defeated at any time. Everyone was shocked. This Lin Wudi was very strong. However, those elders from Peerless City felt their hearts beating wildly. On the side of Thunder God City, they revealed a trace of malevolence. It was about time. At the 20th move, it looked like Pan Ma was going to be defeated. However, at this time, his palm suddenly formed a seal. Countless laws condensed in his hand, forming a treasure bottle. That was a purple treasure bottle. It was sparkling and translucent like a precious jade. On top of it, there were flames and lightning revolving around it. Thunder God City was famous for its lightning laws. Those who entered Thunder God City would cultivate this lightning law. Of course, it was impossible for a sage to only have one law. Especially some top geniuses, they would have 2 or 3 laws in their hands. Lightning was just one of them. For example, the treasure bottle in Pan Ma's hand not only had lightning laws, but also fire laws. When this purple treasure bottle appeared, a violent aura filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing many people to tremble. Even those late-stage 4th heavenly layer people's faces changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on? This aura? What's going on with this person? There's a problem. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This was definitely not an ordinary middle-stage 4th heavenly layer. This was a powerful genius, and he had a terrifying divine ability in his hands. It's over. Lin Wudi is going to be in danger. On the side of Peerless City, their faces also changed. Damn it, purple lightning treasure bottle. This was a great divine ability. Lightning and fire intertwined, and the violent power surpassed everything. Thunder God City was too despicable. They were extremely anxious. Lin Xian must not be careless. Shi Bufan and the rest were also extremely nervous. Would Lin Wudi be defeated? If it was a head-on battle, he would definitely not. However, if it was a surprise attack, he would definitely be injured. Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu's heart was extremely nervous. Could go and die. Pan Ma took out the purple lightning treasure bottle and aimed it at Lin Xian. Purple lightning and terrifying flames intertwined, forming a ray of light that rushed forward. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not good. The power was above their imagination. Everyone screamed. Lin Xian's eyes also burst into a cold smile. Was he finally going to make a move? Chapter 37:12. He seemed to be careless, but he had always been careful because he knew that Thunder God City would never let him go. Finally, he felt the danger. This purple lightning Aquarius was indeed very strong. However, it was impossible to injure him. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition was executed. The mysterious power caused this terrifying divine ability to deviate from its direction. It flew to his left. With a swoosh, the meteor shower sank, and countless black holes appeared. This terrifying power shocked everyone. However, everyone's expression was extremely strange. Even the people from Wushuang City were stunned. The people from Thunder God City were also stupefied. What was going on? That place was very far away from Lin Xian. Even if there was an impact, it would only be the aftermath of the energy. It wouldn't be able to injure him. Pan Ma was also stunned. What happened? How could he miss? Lin Xian pretended to be scared. He heaved a sigh of relief. What a terrifying power. I didn't expect you to be a hidden expert. However, your eyesight doesn't seem to be very good. You can actually miss at such a close distance. I have to say, I really admire you. Lin Xian looked worried and scared. Then he looked very impressed. This made Pan Ma so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it! He roared, and the purple lightning Aquarius attacked again. However, these attacks also missed. Lin Xian just stood there and waved his finger. Those light laws left his body as if they were purposely avoiding him. In the starry sky around him, various black holes appeared as if they were going to devour the world. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian smiled. Seems like your eyesight is really bad. Damn it, how is this possible? Pan Ma was also stunned. My eyesight is bad? What kind of joke is this? Even if I'm blind, it's impossible for me to miss just by using my soul. What's going on? The elder from Thunder God City asked. Pan Ma said, I don't know how strange this kid is. I'll try to get closer. He quickly flew forward. The purple fire Aquarius in his hand flickered with terrifying light. Buzz. Lin Xian punched out. The great dragon sword spirit let out a resonant roar as it punched out, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. With a bang, the purple flaming bottle was shattered. Not good. Pan Ma's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but the punch was too sudden. Furthermore, he was closing the distance between him and his opponent. He was completely unprepared. In a hurry, his treasured vase was shattered, and he could only use his hands to block in front of him. The precepts of fire and the precepts of thunder intertwined on his arms like two heavenly shields, trying to block the punch. With a boom, he felt as if a huge mountain had crashed into him. Then, his arm was directly broken and twisted in a strange position. Not only that, but the power wasn't done yet. It rushed directly into his body. His internal organs were all shattered. His body also caved in, and many large cracks appeared. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He stood there, an expanse of primal chaos in front of him. Natural laws pervaded the air, leaving one shaken. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was such a powerful blow. He crippled a hidden expert on the opposite side. Your eyesight is really bad. You don't even know how to dodge such a big fist. Lin Xian said indifferently. What was going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The elders of Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were overthinking. This kid was much smarter than they thought. Did he win? One punch. The people of Wushuang City were shocked. Shi Bufan's hair stood on end. He was also a close combat expert, but that punch just now made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, he wasn't Lin Xian's opponent, but his companion. Big brother Lin Xian is too awesome. Xin Jingqiu cheered. On the opposite side, Pan Ma stood up in the ruins with difficulty. At this moment, there were still large cracks on his body. Although they were healing, it was still a shocking sight. Especially half of his body, which was dyed red with blood. His face was even more ferocious. "Damn kid, you tricked me." He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that the other party had hidden his strength before. When he was careless, the other party launched a surprise attack. As expected, he fell into the trap. Lin Xian laughed. "If you want to play, I'll naturally play with you. However, if you want to say that I'm sinister, it's a bit too much. Didn't you want to use the same method to deal with me? Damn it." Pan Ma's pupils shrank. The faces of the people of Thunder God City instantly darkened. Their plan was completely exposed in front of the other party. Not only that, the other party actually beat them at their own game and seriously injured one of their geniuses. Damn it, this kid is really too despicable. At this moment, the people of Thunder God City felt that they were slapped in the face. "Pan Ma, come back. Since you're already exposed, it's useless to continue fighting." Pan Ma was unwilling. However, when he moved his body, all his internal organs were bleeding from pain. He knew that he was injured and couldn't continue fighting. With a dark face, he returned to the camp. Lin Xian asked indifferently, "Does your Thunder God City still have anyone to teach? If not, then I'll go back. We still have to continue with our initiation ceremony." Lin Xian looked like he was about to leave. No, the people of Thunder God City were anxious. It wasn't easy to get the other party to come out. How could they give up such a rare opportunity? Since the conspiracy didn't work, then let's do it openly. "Elder, let me go." Lei Chong couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't wait for the elder to speak and directly rushed over. The people of Thunder God City wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lei Chong wanted to go himself? Heavens, isn't this too inconceivable? Lin Wudi definitely wouldn't fight. That's for sure. Lei Chong wasn't a newcomer, but a disciple of the previous generation. Moreover, his strength was shocking. A fifth-layer saint, that kid couldn't possibly fight someone 2 levels above him. "Kid, do you dare to fight with me? I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand." Lei Chong descended from the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. "It's you." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "You lost to me and you still have the face to challenge me? Previously in the Eastern Tomb world, I defeated you with 1 move." Lin Xian's voice spread out, causing an uproar. What? Lei Chong was defeated by him. Defeated in 1 move. Impossible, right? Everyone went crazy. Lei Chong was an existence even more terrifying than Di Ling. Moreover, his divine abilities were incomparably terrifying. Those older generation experts weren't his match. However, he was actually defeated by Lin Wudi? This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying, right? Impossible, that Lin Wudi must be bragging. That's right, this was a provocation. He was deliberately provoking the other party. Some people didn't believe it. However, there were also some older generation experts who sucked in a breath of cold air. It was very likely to be true. Did you forget that Lei Chong directly challenged Lin Wudi as soon as he arrived? There was no enmity between the 2 sides. Why would he challenge him? When these words came out, those who didn't believe it felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, this possibility was very big. They really couldn't believe that a 3rd-layer saint could defeat a 5th-layer saint in 1 move. Chapter 37:13. Lei Chong was enraged when he heard that. Lightning surged all over his body. "Kid, you're talking nonsense. I was careless when you used poison." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. Could it be that Lei Chong had really suffered in the hands of Lin Fan? If an expert loses, then so be it. There's no such thing as carelessness. Lin Xian shook his head. "You have a bad mentality. If I defeat you again this time, will you vomit blood in anger? For your safety, you'd better step down." He waved his hand impatiently. Lei Chong was furious. He gritted his teeth and white smoke came out of his nose. "Say that after you defeat me." He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over. So fast. Before the crowd could see clearly, Lei Chong had already arrived beside Lin Xian. Not good. The expressions of the Peerless City elders changed drastically. Lei Chong doesn't know the rules. Some of the 2nd-generation disciples were about to attack, but at that moment, Lin Xian roared. "I'm not afraid of you." His voice shook heaven and earth. The laws of the 5 forms rushed out from his body and collided with the opponent's lightning. A terrifying explosion shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many people were stunned and almost fainted. Some even knelt on the ground in fear. The surrounding spectators retreated crazily. It was not that there had never been a battle between geniuses before, but it was so thrilling. The moment the 2 of them attacked, they could not withstand it. There's no need to attack first. That kid should be able to do it, Fu Hongya said. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were stunned. Can he really withstand it? They did not quite believe it. In front of them, Lei Chong used his ultimate move. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Lightning trembled. The sharp sword in his hands swept in all directions. Lin Xian used his fists and legs. Every kick caused the earth to shatter, and every punch caused heaven and earth to shake. He smashed onto the sword chi, causing the sword chi to be blown away. None of them could get close to his body. The 2 of them were extremely fast. Wherever they passed, the void would constantly crack. None of them were intact. As expected of a 5th heaven sage. He's really too strong. The other geniuses were also shocked. Shi Bufan, Thi, Tianqing, and the rest looked as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt that they had no chance of winning against Lei Chong. Di Ling was also horrified. If he did not send out the ancient corpse, he would not be Lei Chong's opponent. However, what made them even more terrified was that Lin Xian was actually able to contend with someone like Lin Xian. Not falling into a disadvantageous position, it was really too shocking. Was this the strength of the number 1? Was this the battle prowess of the chief disciple? It was really too shocking. At this moment, all the suspicions they had towards Lin Xian had disappeared without a trace. He was like a tyrannosaurus in human form. His opponent was too strong, so strong that even Lei Chong's face was filled with shock. He didn't hold back. With his combat strength, he could contend with a 5th-layer saint in the middle stage. But now, a 3rd-layer saint was actually locked in a battle with him. He felt humiliated. Damn it. Go to hell. Lei Chong roared. His palm was filled with laws, forming a lightning cane. He slammed it down. It enveloped Lin Xian below. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His 9-yang divine body emitted light, and the black Qilin tattoo on his body did not let out any Qilin roar. He used his strong physique to resist the opponent's thunderous palm. No way. Why didn't he dodge? Many people saw this scene and their eyes were wide open. Even the experts of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. In the face of such a shocking attack, they had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. But now Lin Wudi actually faced the attack head-on. Was his physique that strong? Wushuang City's people were worried. The Rain Clan's people were ferocious. This kid is an idiot. Let him die. The Thunder God City's people were also roaring. This kid was too arrogant. In their opinion, the opponent's battle prowess was strong, but his defense could not keep up. This was a 5th-layer saint's attack. If the opponent was hit head-on, he would definitely be torn apart. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking resounded. The thunder palm ruthlessly fell, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Ha! The Rain Clan's people and the Thunder God City's people all let out carefree laughter. Lei Chong also had a sinister expression. Had he finally personally dealt with the opponent? But soon he was stunned. Something was wrong. His thunder palm was torn apart, and a figure rushed out. He broke through. The opponent came out. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Lei Chong was dumbfounded. The Rain Clan's people were ashen. Even the Wushuang City's people were stunned. Previously, they were sweating for Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. Lin Xian's physique was not inferior to a 5th-layer saint. Lin Xian clenched his left hand into a fist. His right hand drew a sword of law and slashed out. Terrifying sword chi weaved between heaven and earth. It made Lei Chong retreat step by step. Lei Chong roared, "Get lost!" He opened his hands. Thunder slowly rolled down, forming a sea of thunder. Lin Xian retreated. His body was trembling, but he was not injured. The strength of his physique was beyond everyone's imagination. Thunder God's finger. Lei Chong launched another attack. He finally displayed the Thunder God's completion, an extremely terrifying divine ability. This was a powerful divine ability, the Thunder God's finger. The law of thunder filled the sky. The void split open, and a finger of thunder with mysterious patterns fell from the sky, pointing at Lin Xian's body. Not good. This is a peerless divine ability. Many people cried out in alarm. The Thunder God City's people clenched their fists. Had he finally displayed his ultimate skill? The Wushuang City's people became nervous again. This kind of ultimate skill was something they had to face with full concentration. Buzz. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Golden light erupted from his eyes, turning into a Qilin shield, blocking in front of him. The Thunder God's finger collided with the black shield, producing a shocking sound. The void shattered, spreading out in all directions. Could it be blocked? Everyone was shocked. In the next moment, they realized that it was blocked. What kind of shield is that? Is it a saint weapon? It doesn't look like it. It's a divine ability. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this divine ability too terrifying? It's an eye technique. Shui Tianchen's pupils shrank. He was too shocked. He was an expert in eye techniques. Naturally, he could feel the aura of the Qilin shield. He also knew how to use an eye technique to defend himself. However, compared to Lin Xian's Qilin shield, it was too weak. Not only was this guy's physique strong, but his soul was also terrifying. Lei Chong was thoroughly enraged. Black wind danced wildly, his eyes were like lightning, and the law of thunder kept surging out from his body. Apart from that, he also displayed the law of wind and the law of gold. The three great laws were displayed together. It was unparalleled. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Lei Chong was too strong. However, after a long battle, Lei Chong kept vomiting blood. One of his arms was even destroyed. Chapter 37:14. Lin Xian was even more powerful. His fighting strength had reached the extreme. The great dragon sword spirit roared, causing Lin Xian's every move to be extremely powerful. Lei Tsong was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. With another long roar, Lin Xian turned into a sword light. He was like a giant dragon, like a Qilin, traversing through the sky. He directly tore Lei Tsong into pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Being injured and being torn apart were two different concepts. Being injured might be a light injury, but having one's body explode was definitely a serious injury. Sure enough, the people from Thunder God City could no longer remain calm. Lin Wudi's strength was out of their expectations. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Lei Chong was completely enraged. He couldn't tolerate being injured by an ant. Thunder and lightning intertwined on his body. He took out a whip that had flames dancing on it that could burn everything. Many people screamed. This weapon was definitely a sacred weapon. Buzz. The sacred weapon, Raging Inferno Divine Whip, lashed out in all directions, shattering the void. Lei Chong's power rose again. Damn it. Despicable, you actually used a sacred weapon. The people from Wushuang City roared crazily. This Lei Chong was a fifth celestial layer. Did he really need to use a sacred weapon to deal with a third celestial layer? He was simply too shameless. The people from Thunder God City also lost face. It was no longer a matter of victory or defeat, but they were thoroughly humiliated. One must know that there was a difference of two realms between the two sides. Logically speaking, they should be able to kill each other in one move. But now, they were actually defeated. Moreover, they were forced to use a sacred weapon. If they still couldn't win, then their face would be completely lost. Elder, don't we need to stop him? The people from Thunder God City asked. They were very worried. Those elders said. No need, Lei Chong was already angry. With his means and the sacred weapon, he could definitely win. That kid shouldn't be able to hold on for long. In their opinion, how could a third celestial layer sage have such strength? He must have taken some kind of pill in advance. Did he use a sacred weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. How could he not have a sacred weapon? He had more than one saint artifact in his hand. However, he did not use any of them. Instead, he drew the unparalleled sword from his waist. This was the saint artifact that he had just obtained. It was also a symbol of his status. I'll use the unparalleled sword to defeat you. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand as sword intent erupted from his body. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, he was truly like a sword god, attacking powerfully. Why do I feel that he has become even stronger than before? Everyone's hearts were pounding as they watched. This kid couldn't be a peerless swordsman, right? Everyone was shocked. Following that, they discovered that as expected, Lin Xian's every strike was extremely powerful. After 5 strikes, the raging inferno divine whip was sent flying. One of Lei Chang's arms was cut off. After another 3 slashes, Lei Chang's head was chopped off. Defeated, Lei Chong was seriously injured by someone again. Everyone was shocked. The ones who had been defeated before weren't that strong. However, after bringing out his sacred artifact, Lei Tsong was defeated even faster. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked. Lei Chang's arm and head flew back and reconnected. His face was extremely dark. His body was fuming with anger. He couldn't do anything to the other party. He roared to the sky, his lungs bursting with anger. At the back, the elders of Thunder God City saw this scene and also said, Lei Chong, come back quickly. They could see that Lei Chong was no match for the other party. Although they didn't know what was going on, they would only be embarrassed if they continued to fight. Lin Xian also waved his hand and said, I've already said that you're no match for me. You couldn't beat me in the East Spirit world. It's funny that you still want to fight. Now you know how powerful I am. I advise you to go back quickly if you don't want to die. Sigh, why is it so difficult to find an opponent? Lin Xian sighed, looking like a lonely expert. This scene made Lei Chong so angry that he was about to collapse. The others also looked strange and wanted to go up and kick him a few times. Let me see how strong you are. On Thunder God City's side, another person walked over. Lin Xian frowned. He could see that this person's strength was about the same as Lei Chong's. When he came, the other party's elders secretly gave him a few things. It should be a sacred tool. Damn it, do these guys really think that I'm easy to bully? They still want to fight with me? His face became gloomy. He was thinking whether he should be more ruthless and kill 1 or 2 of them here to intimidate them. It would also let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be bullied by just anyone. The people of Wushuang City also frowned. They felt that it was not good to continue like this. Perhaps someone had some powerful trump cards. If they hurt Lin Xian, it would be really bad. They decided to make a move. At this time, a stream of light came from afar. At the same time, a cold snort sounded. Thunder God City was really shameless. They challenged again and again. How many sacred tools did they bring this time? The voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was in an uproar. The people of Thunder God City changed their faces. Who dares to slander our Thunder God City? Go to hell! An elder shouted coldly and attacked the stream of light with his palm. However, that light figure dodged and turned into a woman. Thunder God City, you dare to make a move against me? Do you want to die? This voice was incomparably arrogant. It made everyone's scalp numb. There was actually someone who did not put Thunder God City in his eyes. Who was it? Thunder God City was also angry. They were already very sullen today. They were actually beaten up. Now, there was someone who dared to go against them. That elder also stood out. Who is it? Don't know life from death. Get over here. He was incomparably powerful. He wanted to kill this arrogant person with a slap. I'm here for you. Come and try to touch me. The voice rang out again. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a beautiful woman standing there. Her jade face was incomparably cold. Her pair of phoenix eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. That elder laughed sinisterly and was about to make a move. However, he was stunned in the next moment. Because he saw something on that girl's body. It was a jade pendant. At the same time, his scalp numbed. It's you! He was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He quickly cupped his fist. So it's Fairy Li. My mouth is cheap. Slap me. He did not dare to say anything else and directly retreated. The others were even more stunned. Who is this girl? She could actually make an elder of Thunder God City so afraid. Some disciples of Thunder God City were unconvinced and wanted to go up. They felt that the girl was very young. She was only in her 20s. What qualifications did she have to be arrogant? However, the elder of Thunder God City was so angry that he vomited blood. Shut up. Get over here. Do you want to die? The elder of Thunder God City secretly transmitted his voice. He was the little princess of Divine Silkworm Ridge. Her father was a sage king. What? Everyone's scalp went numb. Someone from Divine Silkworm Ridge. Moreover, her father was a sage king. Her identity was so big that it was frightening. It was no wonder that the other party did not place their Thunder God City in their eyes at all. In fact, even their elders had to be respectful toward them. These martial artists of Thunder God City did not dare to be presumptuous anymore and retreated one by one. This scene caused the others to be even more shocked. They were all curious. Who is this young girl? Chapter 37:15. When Di Ling saw this woman, his body also trembled. Fear appeared in his eyes. Damn it, it's her. He subconsciously took a few steps back. The elders of the spirit sealing star beside him asked, "What's going on? Do you know her?" Di Ling gritted his teeth. His face was cold, but he didn't say anything. He remembered the terrifying experience. In the 1 month in the East Spirit world, he was chased by this woman. She was too strong. He was chased all over the world. If he didn't have the ancient bronze corpse, he would have died in there. But even so, his ancient bronze corpse was still smashed into pieces. It's you. Lin Xian was stunned. Wasn't this Li Hongxiu? He had met her in the East Spirit world before. They were plotted against, and then she went to kill Di Ling. He didn't expect her to appear here again. Moreover, he felt that this woman wasn't simple. She didn't put Thunder God City in her eyes. Her identity was frightening. You're not bad, kid. You're actually the eldest disciple. Li Hongxiu looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian was surprised. Why you here? Li Hongxiu said, I heard that Wushuang City had an entrance ceremony. I thought it was fun, so I came to take a look. In the distance, the elders of Wushuang City quickly came over and cupped their hands. Greetings, little Princess Divine Silkworm. Alright, no need for so many rules. Li Hongxiu cupped her hands. She didn't seem to like this title. Lin Xian was surprised. Heavens, did the elders of Wushuang City have to bow? What was the origin of this woman? In the distance, Shui Tianchen, Shi Bufan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a terrifying person. Xin Jingqiu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. In the surroundings, the experts of the other families were even more horrified. The two elders of the great sage city treated her with respect. This was enough to explain the problem. Especially the Rain clan, who was crazy. They were trembling in fear. Damn it, why? Why did that kid have such a terrifying person beside him? They were about to go crazy. Why did the ant that they looked down on exceed their imagination time and time again? Yu Shiqia's face was also full of despair. To be honest, she was about to collapse. Previously, although Lin Xian had saved her, she did not take it to heart because she felt that her future husband would definitely be favored by the heavens. At least, the imperial mausoleum was like this. Therefore, even if the family really wanted to do something back then, she wouldn't have taken a fancy to Lin Xian. But now, she wanted nothing more than to slap herself. The spirit of the mausoleum was very strong. In the end, he was still eliminated. And the man that she had looked down on was now incomparably dazzling. Even Xin Jingqiu, who used to be as famous as her, was now far ahead of her. Now, there was a peerless beauty that even frightened the elders of the holy city. Furthermore, this beauty had a mysterious relationship with Lin Xian. How could she not be shocked? Lin Xian, come back. Let's finish the entrance ceremony first, then I'll lead you back to Peerless City. The elder of Wushuang City said. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Li Hongxiu. I still have business to attend to. I won't accompany you for now. He followed the elder and stood back. The entrance ceremony continued. Li Hongxiu walked over and watched from the side. She originally thought that it would be fun, but now it seemed that it was just some red tape and not much fun. The second-generation disciples of Peerless City were also shocked. They were all guessing who this person was. Wasn't he too bold? Some people were even unconvinced. At this moment, Fu Hongye walked over. You're really a troublesome little ancestor. I'll recommend you 2 fun worlds. Why don't you go and explore them? Li Hongxiu glanced at Fu Hongye. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She shook her head. Forget it, you lunatic. The places you go are all places with fierce battles. I'm not going. Moreover, I recently found a very interesting person. I think he can stir up the second astral realm. She looked at Lin Xian with a strange light in her eyes. Fu Hongye also nodded and said, You're right. I have the same idea too. Junior brother Lin might really be able to stir up a storm. It's time to change some things. But do you want to be on the list? Actually, I also want to be on the list. However, I'm still a little short. I need some opportunities. That place will soon be open. When I go to that place, I'll make a breakthrough. Li Hongxiu said. Fu Hongye said, I've already been to the place you're talking about. I don't plan to be on the list you're talking about. That's no longer meaningful to me. As for the higher ranking list, it's just a ranking. The most important thing is one's personal strength. I can still laugh at the world without being on the list. Oh, you people from Peerless City are really? Li Hongxiu didn't know what to say. Fu Hongye said, Why don't you just say it? How should I put it? As for your 2 eldest disciples, that Linghu Chueshue is a sword maniac. You're also a cultivation maniac. You only want to improve your personal strength. You don't even fight for the important lists. Peerless City's reputation isn't very high outside. This has a lot to do with you. You're right about this. Fu Hongye didn't want to refute. They were all focused on Dao. They didn't really want to fight for the opportunity to show their faces on some of the important rankings, so he said, Isn't junior brother Lin coming? He'll fight for the things that we don't fight for. Is that so? You're quite good at reading people. There's nothing wrong with that. Once the title of Lin Wudi is released, those people will come personally even if he doesn't want to fight for it. Lin Wudi is indeed an arrogant name. I wanted to beat him up the first time I heard it. The disciples of Peerless City were shocked as they watched the 2 of them chat. She was definitely a terrifying woman to be able to chat with their second-generation disciple for so long. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others completed the complicated entrance ceremony. They were officially the 3rd-generation disciples of Peerless City. Next, the elders of Peerless City gave them about an hour to gather with their families. Because some of them might have entered the sacred city and would be in seclusion for a long time. They all returned to their families and began the hour of gathering. On Lin Xian's side, there were no clans or clans. However, there were countless experts and clans flocking over. I have a treasure here for young Master Lin. I hope you won't treat me as an outsider. Young Master Lin, this is my granddaughter. She's a very good maid. You can take her with you and use her as a maid. Young Master Lin, this is a divine sword for you. These people were all here to give him a treasure, but to be exact, they were here to hug Lin Xian's leg. Chapter 37:16. These people were more than the total number of people who went to the Rain Clan, Spirit Sealing Star, and Fiend Star. It couldn't be helped. The current Lin Xian was like the sun in the sky, extremely dazzling. There were even some minor saints who came, shocking everyone. Such existences had very high statuses. Could it be that they also wanted to rope in Lin Xian? Sure enough, these minor saints also extended some olive branches, wanting to build a good relationship with Lin Xian. There were even some who wanted to make friends with the mysterious girl Li Hongxiu through Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian's limelight overshadowed everything. Lin Xian accepted all the treasures given to him without hesitation. Everyone knew how to put on a show. Lin Xian chatted very enthusiastically with these people, causing them to be overjoyed. That's great. Next, Lin Xian walked forward again. Everyone followed. Soon, they saw that Lin Xian had arrived in front of the Rain Clan. The people of the Rain Clan were shocked. Although they couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian, they didn't dare to do so. The patriarch of the Rain Clan came personally. "Young Master Lin, what can I do for you?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just came to take a look," Lin Xian said indifferently. He didn't say anything special. On the other hand, the people of the Rain Clan felt even more pressure. The reason for that was because countless gazes were focused on them. The patriarch of the Rain Clan gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, "We also prepared a generous gift to congratulate young Master Lin." He took out a storage ring and handed it over. This thing was originally prepared for Di Ling. In their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the chief disciple. They wanted to build a good relationship between both sides. Now, they didn't expect that this thing would be given to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was their enemy. But they had no choice but to lower their heads. "Art, thank you." Lin Xian accepted it with a smile. Next, he went to the Fiend Star and Wind Spirit Star. The people of these two worlds were also forced to take out some gifts. Lin Xian returned from a rewarding journey. The people of Thunder God City retreated. They left with shock and unwillingness. They knew that today's matter would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. However, they swore that this matter was not over. There would be plenty of time in the future. The blow they received here would definitely be returned in other places. There was also Lin Wudi. They would remember this. They would definitely not let this person grow. On Lin Xian's side, they gathered again and teleported away from the starry sky to Matchless City. After entering Wushuang City, they were welcomed. Soon, someone led them to their respective areas. The hundreds of ordinary disciples had their own areas, while the 49 core disciples had their own areas. The place where Lin Xian lived was very good. Top-grade spirit veins occupied a large area. It was like a small kingdom, and Lin Xian was the king of this hell. He could mobilize anyone in this region and use any resources he wanted. Not only that, because he was the chief disciple, his identity in the entire Matchless City was not ordinary. The resources he could enjoy were really amazing. He could even read some ancient books and secret techniques. Shen Jingqiu's cave residence was next to Lin Xian's. It was also magnificent. After all, she was the second most likely to become the disciple of the Saint King. In addition, there was also Water Sky City, Shibu Fan, Wang Xiaofeng, and others nearby. They could be said to be neighbors. Big Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu flew over as soon as she was done with her business. Because she was afraid that the purple-haired girl would snatch Lin Xian away. When she arrived, she found that there was only Lin Xian in the cave residence. Where was that woman? Shen Jingqiu asked vigilantly. "Oh, you mean Li Hongxiu? She went somewhere else. She probably went to find Fu Hongye. That woman has a great background. I can't go to some forbidden areas, but she can. What is her identity?" Shen Jingqiu was also curious. At this moment, a few figures walked over from afar. It was Shui Chen, Shibu Fan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others. They also came to visit Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian would be their senior brother in the future. They still needed Lin Xian to take care of them. Moreover, they also wanted to befriend him. At this moment, when they heard Shen Jingqiu's question, they were also curious. After meeting their senior brother, they first asked, "Yes, senior brother Lin, what is that woman's identity?" Lin Xian said, "I don't know the details. I only know that our elder calls her the Little Princess Divine Silkworm." Little Princess Divine Silkworm. Could she be from the Divine Silkworm Ridge? Shui Tiancheng exclaimed. Sima Fan was also surprised. Even Shen Jingqiu was shocked. Lin Xian asked, "You know?" They nodded. They knew that Lin Xian came from the first astral realm. He might not be too familiar with some of the top forces and legends of the second astral realm. He said, "If we guessed correctly, the Little Princess Divine Silkworm should be referring to the Divine Silkworm Ridge." The Divine Silkworm Ridge was very terrifying. It was a clan that had produced an ancient emperor. It was on par with the dragons, the Qilin clan, and the Phoenix clan. So powerful? Lin Xian was surprised. A clan that had produced an ancient emperor was an emperor clan. Thinking about it, this should be a bloodline of the emperor clan. However, this was also very shocking. No wonder the elders of the holy city had to be respectful when they saw her. Indeed, her background was terrifying. The few of them chatted. Not long after, a second-generation disciple came over and invited Lin Xian and the others to comprehend Wushuang's secret technique. Lin Xian and the others were extremely excited. They didn't expect to be able to comprehend Wushuang City's secret technique so soon after they arrived. Everyone followed the second-generation disciple and went forward. Wushuang City was very big. After flying for about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. This was a place that had been transformed. The mountains had been flattened, and it was a vast plain. On the plain, there were palaces and pavilions. There weren't many of them, but Lin Xian could see that there was a huge array protecting this place. This should be a place where divine abilities were stored. Lin Xian and the others were led into a hall. There were many ancient books inside that recorded divine abilities. They were very terrifying. There were also some secret techniques that Lin Xian and the others could read here. Of course, the most important thing was the core of Wushuang City, the Wushuang secret technique. This was a secret technique that only Wushuang City had. This was a special technique that could increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. It was an unparalleled attack. Everyone was incomparably surprised, especially Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul specialized in attacking saint techniques. Therefore, although his realm was low, his combat strength was strong. He was even stronger than an ordinary fifth heaven saint. He didn't expect that he would be able to learn Wushuang's secret technique now. However, when he saw Wushuang's secret technique, he realized that there was still a difference between the two. The great dragon sword soul allowed Lin Xian's every move to be far more powerful than those of the same level. It wasn't a problem for him to even fight those of a higher level. And this Wushuang's secret technique was even more magical. It could allow one to instantly erupt several times more strength. Of course, it was only for an instant. Chapter 37:17. However, this was already enough. One had to know that in a battle between experts, what they competed for was half a move. If one could win with another move, then the advantage would be huge. It was even rumored that the unparalleled secret technique could unleash 10 times more combat power than oneself. Of course, the duration was even shorter. It was said that the unparalleled secret technique was incomplete. It was modified by countless saints, but it was already very terrifying. This was the foundation of the holy city. Lin Xian and the others were wild with joy. If they learned this secret technique, then they would definitely have a very powerful trump card. Lin Xian could use it together with the great dragon sword soul. Shen Jingqiu was also happy. She could also use this unparalleled secret technique together with her spirit body. Shui Tiancheng and the others were also very excited. Everyone could not wait to cultivate and comprehend. Just like that, half a year passed. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body was already covered in dust. The moment he opened his eyes, all the dust had disappeared. He stood up with a look of surprise. He had already grasped the initial stage of this unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City were shocked. You really grasped the initial stage? How long has it been? Half a year, and he has already grasped it? One had to know that not to mention half a year, it was already very impressive to grasp it in 8 to 10 years. This was called a secret technique. Was this kid a monster? Or was he bragging? Elder, I really grasped it, and it's only the initial stage. There's no need to be so shocked, right? Lin Xian scratched his head. He had indeed grasped the initial stage because he had the great dragon sword soul. This kind of offensive saint technique could be said to be handy when practicing the unparalleled secret technique. The elders of Peerless City did not believe it and wanted Lin Xian to demonstrate. When Lin Xian activated 5 times his combat power, this elder looked as if he had seen a ghost. Heavens! Did he really grasp it? This movement also woke Shen Jingqiu and the others up. When they learned about it, they were also shocked. To be honest, they had only grasped a little bit of it, but Lin Xian had already grasped the initial stage. The gap was too big. Qiu, You can cultivate here first. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Lin Xin explained. He was indeed preparing to leave. He wanted to go to a place, and that was the Fiend Star. He had not forgotten that the dark red mystical dragon and the North Demon were trapped on the malevolent planet. He was going to save them now. Brother Lin, where are you going? Qiu is going too. Shen Jingqiu was a little reluctant. The place I'm going to is very far away. If you want to cross the fog of death, you should cultivate here first. Don't worry, I'm not in any danger. Shen Jingqiu nodded obediently. Shui Tianqin and the others were shocked. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Was he going back to the first astral boundary? Even the elders from Wushuang City frowned. You've just arrived at Saint City, so you should hurry up and cultivate. After a few years, he would go out again. I can't wait any longer. Elder, I have some friends who are trapped on the Fiend Star. I have to save them. Fiend Star? Elder Wushuang was shocked. That place is too dangerous. No, I have to report it. Wait here. He went to report it. Soon someone came. The person who came was Fu Hongye. Junior brother Lin, you're going to the Fiend Star? Fu Hongye asked. Lin Xian nodded. My friends are there. I have to save them. All right, I won't stop you. Take this. Fu Hongye took out a token. It was a silver token with a fiend's face drawn on it. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked. Fu Hongye said that he had saved someone in the past. Later, that person went to the Fiend Star. He was indebted to me, so he gave me this token. When the time comes, take this token and find someone called Kun. He can help you. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Xian took the silver token and said goodbye to everyone. He left Wushuang City. He boarded the Black Earth and flew at full speed. Lin Xian was a little impatient. He wondered how the dark red divine dragon and northern devil were doing on the Fiend Star. With their talent and strength, they should be able to survive on the Fiend Star. On the other side, the families had returned. The matter of Wushuang City quickly spread throughout the second astral realm. Lin Xian and Lin Wudi's names had spread. Everyone knew that Wushuang City had accepted such a powerful chief disciple. He was only at the third celestial layer, but he had defeated a fifth celestial layer genius. This made countless people exclaim in shock. Lei Shenxing's expression was ugly. They had really lost this time. They had lost face. The Rain clan's faces were ashen. They had provoked such a powerful enemy. Moreover, their young master Qinya had died inside. After returning to the clan, the Rain clan's people gritted their teeth. That damned Lin Wudi. Those elders also said that they suspected that young Master Chinya's death was related to that Lin Wudi. However, what could they do? The other party was now the chief disciple of Wushuang City. They were no match for him. Reporting to the Patriarch, Di Ling and the people of Spirit Sealing Star had arrived. Outside, a disciple reported. As soon as these words came out, the Rain clan was shocked. Where are they? The Rain clan's Patriarch asked quickly. They were outside. The Rain clan's Patriarch exclaimed. Quickly invite them in. Soon, several figures walked in. They were the elders of Spirit Sealing Star. Apart from them, there was also Di Ling. I wonder why you all came here? Please have a seat. The Rain clan's Patriarch said with a smile. The other elders also had respectful looks on their faces. We came here to join hands. I'm going to join hands to kill Lin Wudi. As soon as Di Ling spoke, everyone was shocked. Kill Lin Wudi. Those elders' hearts were beating wildly. There were also some people who were overjoyed. This Lin Wudi was too arrogant. He actually dared to plot against our young master. The elders of Yu Qinya's lineage were all gnashing their teeth. They had lost such a genius. How could they possibly swallow this anger? Di Ling said, I also want to kill him, so I came to join hands with you all. The Rain clan's Patriarch was also shocked. Di Ling was a top genius. Although he didn't join Wushuang City, no one looked down on his strength. It could only be said that his luck was bad. Otherwise, he would definitely be a core disciple. He might even be in existence that could compete for the chief disciple position. It wasn't impossible for such a person to join hands with them. All right, we have to discuss this matter properly. The Rain clan was also prepared to join hands. Both sides began a long discussion. A few days later, the elders of Spirit Sealing Star returned. It seemed that they were preparing for the follow-up. However, Deling didn't leave. He still stayed in the Rain clan. The one who received him was Yushurtia. This was the wish of the elders of both sides. If they could let these two young people walk together, then the two forces could be considered to have completely joined hands. The people of the Rain clan also hoped for this. If Deling and Yushurtia were to marry, they would completely hug the thigh of Spirit Sealing Star. This was the best situation for now. Please recommend monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, rewards. Chapter 37:18. Yushurtia's heart died. In order to avenge her brother, she was prepared to marry Deling. Of course, she had a precondition. Deling had to kill Lin Xian before she could marry him. Before that, she wouldn't let him touch her. Half a month later, news suddenly spread. There were two pieces of news. The first piece of news was that the Fiend Star had dug out something from the void ocean. It was very incredible. Some experts of the family were preparing to go there. The second piece of news was that someone had discovered Lin Xian's traces. That news caused the people from the Rain clan to be incomparably shocked. Especially Deling, whose eyes emitted a biting cold radiance. Was the news true? To be honest, they didn't believe it. How long had it been? He had joined Wushuang City and should be in seclusion to cultivate his lost techniques. How could he appear outside? It should be true because many people had seen his traces. Where was he? Diwen asked. The elders of the Rain clan also had anxious expressions on their faces. The martialist below said respectfully as he knelt on the ground. He had been attacked by sea demons in the void ocean. Many people were affected. Among them was a black spirit boat. Lin Wudi walked out from it. Void ocean? What was he doing in the void ocean? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why he would run out here instead of cultivating in the holy city. Moreover, he was going to the void ocean. At this time, Yushurtia said, "I remember now. When they came from the first star realm, they had several companions with them. But later, when I found him, he was alone. Maybe this time, he went to find his companions." Are you sure? The elders were shocked. They had never heard of this news. Yushurtia nodded. It was absolutely true. He might have gone to the Fiend Star because it was the people from the Fiend Star who had attacked them. This was great. They could finally kill him. Deling revealed a malevolent smile. The Rain clan's elders also smiled maliciously. We originally planned to go to the Fiend Star. Now we can catch him on the way. How about this? Young Master Deling, you and Shurtia go to the Fiend Star first. We'll send people to kill him on the way there. We're closer. A Rain clan's elder's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. Deling thought about it. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. 3 days later, they were ready to depart. Deling went back to prepare. Yushurtia stayed behind. She asked why Deling didn't attack. The elders looked and set up a formation. That brat was only at the 3rd celestial layer, but he was so strong. He must have some secrets on him. We need to capture him alive and get his secrets. The eyes of these elders shone with a cold light. Yushurtia also understood that such a secret was definitely extraordinary. It might even cause a huge commotion. If they wanted to monopolize it, they naturally couldn't let Deling do it. Okay, I got it. I will stay by Deling's side for the next few days. I will not let him do anything. Yushurtia made her decision. Everyone began to move. Lin Xian was also affected. He flew all the way to the Void Sea, but he was attacked a few days after entering the sea. It was a huge shark as big as a mountain. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was stirring up the seawater. One of the fog ships was attacked. Lin Xian happened to pass by and was also affected. He walked out of the black earth. This was also why someone was able to discover his tracks. However, he soon took a detour. He didn't take the fog ship now because his black earth was already a saint artifact. Moreover, he had cultivated Taiji extinction. He didn't fear the fog of the Sea of Death. He could enter alone. Lin Xian cultivated as he flew. At the same time, there were several figures in the depths of the void sea. There were 6 figures in total. They were in a spirit ship, floating there as if waiting for something. Will that brat come? A middle-aged man in the spirit ship asked with a frown. He was a 5th celestial layer saint. Beside him were several others. 3 of them were 5th celestial layer saints, and 2 were minor saints. Such a lineup was extremely powerful. It wouldn't be a problem for them to kill other minor saints. He will definitely come. We have already set up a trail. If he wants to go to the fiend planet, this is the place he must pass. Since he is here, we will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Another old man sneered sinisterly. Don't kill him. We still need the secrets on him. If we can get them, our Rain clan will be able to improve again. Speaking until here, these people laughed. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. With such a large team, no matter how talented the other party was, he would definitely die. These people were from the Rain clan. After they received the news, they quickly rushed over to kill the other party. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was cultivating at the moment with a leaf of Tao comprehending tea in his mouth. There were many divine crystals around him. He was cultivating while comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. The speed of the black earth was very fast. Lin Xian was in a hurry. Therefore, he was like lightning traveling through the sea. It's coming. On this day, these people of the Rain clan stood up one after another. Their eyes were shining with a piercing cold light. They could feel a spirit ship coming over quickly. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. Even the 2 small saints were surprised. Judging from the speed, it should be a saint item. A flying spirit ship was a saint item. It was really rare. This kid's body was full of treasures. Don't worry, these things will be ours soon. Get ready to attack. Activate the formation to trap him. The 2 small saints gave the order. The other 4 5th heavenly layer saints moved quickly. They left the spirit ship and hid in the void ocean. Their palms formed a seal. The formation lit up, forming a seal that sealed the world. Countless chains spread out and wrapped around the black earth. The black earth shook. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He spat out the leaf of Tao comprehending tea and put it away. Then he asked, "What's going on?" He Tu floated over and said, "We're under attack. Someone is attacking us." "Is it a demonic beast?" Taking a detour, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that there were quite a lot of demonic beasts in the void ocean. He Tu said, "It's not a demonic beast. It seems to be sealed by a formation." Formation? Boom! Lin Xian gave the order. The black earth shone brightly. Countless black lights appeared on its body and shattered all the chains on it. Buzz! It turned into a stream of light and crashed into the seal. With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The seal shook and countless cracks appeared. Damn it, it's so strong. The faces of the people of the Rain clan changed. I'm definitely getting this spirit boat. Killing intent burst out from the eyes of a small saint. Chapter 37:19. With a wave of his hand, he launched an earth-shattering attack. A huge palm pressed down on the black earth, holding it down. "Kid, come out and face your death." At the same time, a roar resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Xian frowned. Without waiting for He Tu to say anything, he came out of the black earth and looked forward. There were shadows in front of him. Their auras were monstrous. Obviously, they were experts. What was going on? Someone was attacking him. Who was it? Did they not want to live anymore? One must know. His current identity was not ordinary. But even so, there were still people attacking him. Was it someone from the Thunder God City who made a move? He first thought of Thunder God City. Perhaps only Thunder God Cheng would dare to attack him. After all, he had slapped Thunder God Cheng's face. Thunder God Cheng must be furious. It's really... The shadow opposite him let out a surprised laugh. As he strode forward, the surrounding void and seawater surrounded him, making him look like a god of the sea. There were also people walking out from the other 3 directions, completely surrounding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. "Who are you people?" he discovered that there was no lightning aura on them. Instead, there was a terrifying water energy that could even move the surrounding sea. Are you people from the Rain Clan? He instantly thought of a clan with such power. It was the Rain Clan. However, he did not believe that the Rain Clan would be so daring to provoke him. But soon he was sure that they were from the Rain Clan. A little saint said coldly, "Speak, Brett. How did our young master Chinya die? Were you the one who killed him?" Sure enough, they were from the Rain Clan. Lin Xian's face was cold. You people are really reckless. You dare to provoke me? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? Of course, we don't dare to provoke Wushuang City. But you? If you die here, no one will know. Perhaps others will think that you were killed by a powerful sea demon. Don't worry, we won't kill you immediately. We'll capture you and torture you to death. We'll make you spit out the secrets on your body. A middle-aged man said ferociously. Lin Xian glanced at him with disdain. Brat, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. This time, we have 2 little saints and 4 fifth heavenly layer saints. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. I can only say that you are too idiotic. Even if you had twice as many saints, you still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Lin Xian was not afraid in the battlefield. He glanced around, looking for an opportunity. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Damn it. This Rain Clan is really crazy. They sent 2 minor saints to kill me. He swore that he would definitely exterminate the Rain Clan. He wanted to let these people know the consequences of provoking him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. Golden light blossomed from his body, and a dragon roar sounded. He punched at the middle-aged man from before. The middle-aged man was scared out of his wits. He wanted to retreat, but the fist was too fast. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man in an instant. With a whoosh, the middle-aged man was smashed into pieces. Miserable cries rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Damn it, how dare you! The other sages were thoroughly enraged. They had an absolute advantage now, but the other party still dared to attack, and he even dared to be ruthless. You're courting death. Take him down. Just leave him with one last breath. A minor saint gave the order, and the 3 fifth heavenly layer sages around him quickly attacked. The seawater surged and filled the sky. They took out a decree, wanting to completely seal Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Kuanpeng movement technique, and his speed reached the extreme. He turned into a stream of light and dodged. At the same time, he threw out the Great Destruction Spear, sweeping it in all directions. Useless brat, although you're strong, you're just a 3rd heavenly layer sage. You're no match for us. The 3 fifth heavenly layer sages looked ferocious. No matter how strong the other party was, it was already very impressive that he could defeat a 5th heavenly layer sage. He wanted to fight 3 fifth heavenly layer sages? What a joke, unless the other party was really a young great emperor. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. Blue Sea Tide. He launched a soul attack. The 5th heavenly layer sages quickly retreated and put up a defense. However, their souls were still impacted, and their faces turned pale. Take him down. I want to break every inch of his bones. An old man roared. The 3 of them attacked again. The 2 minor saints stood there with their hands behind their backs, watching coldly. They did not make a move. They did not need to make a move against a 3rd heavenly layer ant. They were only here as a precaution. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the Void Escape and used the Spatial Divine ability. He disappeared in a flash and appeared behind one of the old men. The Great Destruction Spear carried the aura of the Dragon Soul. It pierced through the old man's head. The old man's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. He was kicked away by Lin Xian. Arg! A miserable cry mixed with saint blood dyed the void sea red. The other 2 saw this scene, and their scalps went numb with fear. Soon they shouted angrily. Kill! The 2 of them joined forces. This time, they completely surrounded Lin Xian. They would definitely not give the other party any chance at all. Lin Xian saw this scene, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took a deep breath and activated the unparalleled secret technique. His combat strength increased by 5 times in an instant. With a loud bang, this powerful attack was launched. It was like a black torrent, colliding with the 2 fifth heavenly layer saints. Then, the 2 fifth heavenly layer saints vomited blood and were sent flying. Their attacks were completely shattered. Not only that, there were many large cracks on their bodies. How was this possible? The 2 of them were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why did the opponent's strength suddenly become so strong? Lin Xian was also surprised. This power was really unexpected. It was worthy of being called the unparalleled secret technique. Although it could only be used for a moment, it would not be a problem to kill these 5th heavenly layer saints if it was used well. They quickly healed and even absorbed the power of the surrounding seawater. Be careful. This kid has an eye technique, and the attack power is very strange. Don't fall into his trap. It's nothing. We were just careless. Now that we are in the sea, we have an absolute natural advantage. We can display super strong combat strength. The eyes of these people exploded with a biting cold light. Their Rain clan was born for water. The 4 of them roared and attacked again. Do you think that only you know how to use water? Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was cold. He had the 5 elements law, which naturally included the law of water. With a wave of his arm, the surrounding seawater was all mobilized by him, turning into giant dragons. Not only that, Lin Xian also poured the power of the great dragon sword soul into these water dragons. 300 water dragons spewed out. The entire sea was boiling. The 5th heavenly layer saints were shocked. Their faces were full of fear. Damn it. How was this possible? How could his strength be so strong? They were completely crazy. What kind of person was this? I'm sending it to you, please support me? Chapter 3720. Under the powerful attacks of Lin Xian's various divine abilities, the bodies of the 4 fifth heavenly layer saints were torn apart again. One of them was directly locked by the spring and autumn lock. His soul was shattered by Lin Xian. One of them died. They couldn't believe that the 4 of them couldn't do anything to him even though they joined forces. Then, they were terrified because another one of them was seriously injured and died. The other 2 were also covered with wounds. Their scalps were numb. Supreme Elder, please save us. They cried for help crazily. The 2 minor saints were also angry. How dare you? One of them roared and slapped out his big palm. The power of a minor saint was too terrifying. This palm was even more terrifying than the joint attack of 4 fifth heavenly layer saints. The 6th heavenly layer saint, which was the realm of minor saints, was a watershed. The strength of a minor saint was much stronger than that of a 5th heavenly layer saint. It could be said that it was an insurmountable gap. Therefore, this was also the reason why the 2 minor saints didn't want to make a move earlier. They really didn't think highly of him. But now they were angry. The opponent was so strong that it was beyond their expectations. But that was all. They didn't think that this kid could compete with them. Lin Xian didn't take the attack head-on. He turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated to avoid the attack. He had to admit that a minor saint was very powerful. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. What was he going to do? Kill the opponent? Kid, you can't run away. You're just an ant in front of me. There's no way for you to escape. The minor saint sneered. The opponent could only dodge when he met him. This was the gap between them. But where could the opponent escape to? So today, the opponent would definitely die. He attacked a few more times. Each time, he brought with him a monstrous law, causing Lin Xian to keep dodging. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but the minor saint had already grabbed the black earth with one hand and sealed it. Kid, your saint artifact spirit ship is mine. Not only that, all the things and secrets in your body belong to our Rain clan. The 2 little saints looked up to the sky and laughed. The other 2 Rain clan saints who were still alive also revealed hideous smiles. Great, they were going to torture the other party to death later. Lin Xian backed away again, his face grim. The little saint was still strolling toward him. Although this little saint was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years, he looked like he was in his 30s. He was very handsome and could crush everything with a wave of his hand. He struck out with several laws, forming a cage that completely sealed off Lin Xian's path of retreat. Don't run, the game is over. Now I will make you kneel down obediently. In the distance, the 3 saints of the Rain clan also sneered. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but his heart was filled with killing intent. In fact, the reason he was retreating like this was to lure the enemy in and widen the gap between the 2 little saints. From the looks of it, it was about time. All right, you choose to kneel on your own, or I'll break your legs and pin you to the ground. Think about it carefully, said the young little saint. He looked high and mighty, not putting Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian didn't dare to resist at all because he was a little saint. The opponent probably couldn't even break his defense. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he suddenly attacked. The great dragon sword's soul flew out and turned into a stream of light, flashing in the air. This scene was simply way too powerful. The 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to have lost their luster at this moment. This was a saint's skill, and now that it was being unleashed by Lin Xian with all his might, it was even more berserk than before. He still dared to attack. He really didn't know what death was. The Rain clan's little saint's face sank. His opponent was just an ant. How dare he fight against him? Well, today he would let him know what despair was. He raised his palm again and slammed it forward, intending to shatter the beam of light. However, when the stream of light approached him, his expression changed. What was this? He was too shocked because he found that the chi of the light was incomparable. It seemed to be beyond his imagination. Damn it! The little saint's face was gloomy. He quickly retracted his palm and tried to retreat. However, he found that it was too late. The sword light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and stabbed down fiercely. Get lost! The young little saint roared and struck out with both of his palms, striking out a shocking blow. At the same time, the endless seawater combined with the law of water formed a set of true water armor, covering his body. Not good. That kid seems to have a trump card. The people in the distance also exclaimed. The other little saints snorted. It doesn't matter. So what if he has a trump card? It's just a saint weapon. With our strength, that kid can't fight against us even if he has a saint weapon. His eyes were full of confidence. The 2 fifth heaven saints breathed a sigh of relief. It would be great if that was the case. They were not afraid of anything at all. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. Endless flames soared into the sky, and terrifying sword chi roared. The place was completely submerged. What a violent aura! The 2 fifth heaven saints were shocked. Even the little saint who had spoken earlier had his expression changed. He frowned. Damn it! How could it be so powerful? Although he did not care before, his eyelids were twitching wildly when he sensed the terrifying scene in front of him. His companions should be fine, right? In front of him, a miserable voice came from the chaos, making people's scalps go numb. The little saint of the Rain clan had both of his palms shattered. Not only that, a green dragon sword had pierced through his body. That seemed to be the voice of our supreme elder. The 2 fifth heaven saints felt their scalps go numb. The old little saint's expression also changed drastically. It was impossible. Was his companion injured? In front of them, a gust of wind blew, and the mist was blown away. They saw an incredible scene. One of their supreme elder's palms was shattered, and his body was pierced by sword chi. Saint Snow dyed the sea red. How was this possible? They were stunned. That was a little saint. How could he be injured by a mere 3rd heavenly layer ant? This was too heaven-defying. The young little saint's face was also full of shock. Damn it! I don't believe it. He was really shocked. He had used all his strength just now, and anyone below the little saint realm would be killed. Moreover, he had already displayed the true water battle armor. Even if his opponent had a saint weapon, he could still fight. This was the strength of a little saint. But now, the true water battle armor was penetrated in an instant. his body had also suffered serious injuries. Humph! A little saint is just so. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Xian quickly flew in front of his opponent and grasped the dragon-shaped sword Qi. The sword slashed on his opponent's body, causing the cracks on his body to become bigger. Chapter 37:21. At the same time, he launched a violent punch. Like a meteor, it smashed on his opponent's body, producing an earth-shattering sound. Soon, his arm was numb from the impact. What a strong physique! Although Lin Xian had the divine body and the Qilin tattoo, his physique was only equivalent to a 5th heavenly layer. Facing a 6th heavenly layer minor saint, his arm was numb. It's as hard as a tortoise's shell. Puff the young minor saint was enraged. An ant dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Damn brat, how dare you trick me? He knew that the dragon-shaped sword shadow was too powerful. Without it, his opponent wouldn't be able to break through his defense. So what if I trick you? You're just an old minor saint. Do you think it's reasonable for you to kill me, a 3rd heavenly layer minor saint? Do you think you're very honorable? Today, I'll slap your dog face. Lin Xian kept waving his palm, slapping his opponent's face fiercely. Although it couldn't cause any substantial damage to his opponent, the sound of the slap was earth-shattering. That man's handsome face was incomparably red. That was because he was angered. Lin Xian's arm was numb. Damn, your face is really thick. No wonder you're so shameless. Damn brat, go to hell. The young minor saint roared crazily. He endured the injury and launched a crazy counterattack. Lin Xian was startled. He activated the void escape and teleported to the other side of his opponent, dodging the attack. At the same time, he was enraged. The 9-yang divine body combined with the Qilin tattoo triggered an unparalleled secret technique. This time, he didn't know how many times stronger the unparalleled secret technique was, causing his strength to skyrocket. The slap landed on the other party's face, and actually caused a crack to appear. The young minor saint was stupefied. He was actually injured by a slap from the other party. How was this possible? How could his opponent have such strength without the help of the dragon-shaped sword shadow? The Rain Clan's saints were also stunned. The 2 5th heavenly layer saints opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a stone. The other old man, a little saint, narrowed his eyes. His companion was really injured, and seriously injured at that. Damn brat, how dare you? When he saw Lin Xian slapping the other party, the old man was finally enraged. He turned into a streak of light and rushed over. Actually, everything that had happened before had happened in an instant. Thus, when the old man came back, Lin Xian had already smashed his face. Seeing that another minor saint had arrived, Lin Xian didn't resist. Instead, he rode the great dragon sword soul and retreated quickly. However, at this moment, he chopped off his opponent's hand and snatched the black earth. You want to snatch my saint artifact? Cultivate for another 1,000 years. After tearing open the seal on the black earth, Lin Xian entered the black earth. He quickly steered the spirit ship, turning into a black beam of light that shot into the distance. Damn it, chase after him. I must kill him. I can't let him escape. The 2 little saints roared crazily. This was especially true for the young little saint. He had never been humiliated like this before. He swore to himself that he would tear the other party into pieces. Both of them turned into lightning and flew away quickly. The 2 5th heavenly layer saints also regained their senses. They sucked in a breath of cold air. It was unbelievable that a 3rd heavenly layer ant could do this. They swallowed their saliva and moved quickly to chase after them. Lin Xian steered the black earth, shuttling back and forth in the void ocean. He wanted to kill the 2 minor saints. He planned to use the power of the death mist. This place was very close to the death mist, so Lin Xian flew quickly. The 2 minor saints kept chasing after him. The 2 of them took out 2 saint artifacts. The old man took out a fan. The young little saint took out a flying knife. The 2 saint artifacts glowed brightly. Their speed was also extremely fast. The 3 of them chased after him, one in front and one behind. Finally, Lin Xian slowed down because the death mist was right in front of him. Kid run. Why aren't you running anymore? The two minor saints stopped and grinned viciously. The young little saint's expression was even more ferocious. If you keep running, I'll break every bone in your body. I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece and roast it until it's cooked. This is what you get for messing with me. He was really angry. Fortunately, the death mist was right in front of him. It could be said that the other party had no way out. Then what awaited the other party next was endless torture. Lin Xian sneered. He had no way out? What kind of joke was this? This mist of death posed no threat to him at all. Of course, he couldn't show it now. Otherwise, it would be bad if he scared the two minor saints away. Moreover, the two fifth heavenly layer saints didn't come. This time, he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. The two minor saints didn't plan to attack immediately. He wanted to let them feel the fear of death first. It would be best if they could kneel down and beg for mercy. Just like that, the two fifth heavenly layer saints came while both sides were holding on. When they saw the death mist in front of them and Lin Xian had no way out, they were overjoyed. Great. Let's see how he's going to die this time. Oh, since everyone is here, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's voice was heard. The faces of the four saints of the Rain clan darkened instantly. The scalps of the two fifth heavenly layer saints went numb. The two minor saints were gnashing their teeth in anger. Could it be that the other party thought that they could still survive? That he wanted to kill them? What a joke! I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The young little saint was surrounded by a long blade. It was accompanied by a terrifying law that tore apart heaven and earth. On the other side, the old man was also holding a folding fan, blocking the other way. It could be said that he was trapped. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a sway of his body, he directly entered the death mist. Damn it! Does he want to die? The two fifth heavenly layer saints were so scared that they peed their pants. Even the pupils of the two minor saints shrank. The other party would rather die in the death mist than be caught by them. Damn it! Don't even think about killing yourself. In their opinion, Lin Xian had no way out and was going to commit suicide. The two minor saints attacked fiercely. They kept attacking the death mist crazily, but they could only make the death mist spread out. They couldn't see anyone inside. Damn it! Damn it! This was already the best time to hunt, but the other party would rather die than surrender. How could they be willing to let the treasure in their hands run away? These people's eyes were all red. They did not see that Zhou's fog of death was quietly surrounding them. Even if they noticed it, they didn't care. After all, they were attacking the death mist just now. However, they soon discovered that something was wrong. Why was there more and more death fog coming out? Instead, it had surrounded them. Chapter 37:22. Not good. Don't get shrouded by the mist of death. The two minor saints quickly retreated. The two fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't wait any longer and ran away like crazy. However, it was too late. A sneer came from the darkness. Do you think it's possible to run away now? Then, an overwhelming mist of death gushed out like a demonic cloud, shrouding this part of the world. Damn it! The two fifth heavenly layer saints screamed in fright. As soon as they touched the mist, their bodies caved in and their hair turned white. The two of them roared and activated their saint domains to resist the mist. However, it wasn't just a tiny bit. It was an overwhelming mist of death. The two fifth heavenly layer saints couldn't resist it at all. Their vitality was sucked dry in an instant. The strong saints became withered like dried corpses. In the end, only their bones were left. The two saints of the fifth heaven had fallen. The two minor saints' faces were extremely ugly. Damn it! What's going on? Their luck had already reached such a terrible state. Not only did they fail to get the treasure, but they were also shrouded by the mist of death. Damn it! The two of them were minor saints. They were powerful and had saint weapons. They could hold on for a while. However, they could only hold on for a while. If it was a small amount of the mist of death, they could still resist it. But now, they were in the area of the mist of death. Not to mention them, even if a saint came, he wouldn't be able to resist it. As I said, none of you can escape. At this moment, a voice came. The two minor saints' faces were full of fear. A voice? Whose voice was it? Could it be that there was someone else in the mist of death? The two minor saints were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Suddenly, the young minor saint's face changed. No, the voice belonged to that kid. He had fought with Lin Xian before, so he was familiar with Lin Xian's voice. Naturally, he could recognize it at this moment. That kid's voice sounded. Could it be that he had turned into a vengeful spirit after his death and came to claim their lives? Their hearts turned cold. At this moment, the mist of death formed a big black palm and slapped toward him. With a bang, it slapped on his protective light and shrouded him. No, damn it! The young minor saint screamed in fear. He wanted to break through the death light fog, but more and more death light fog rushed towards him. Get lost. The saint long saber slashed out in all directions. The death mist was cut apart, but it was just mist in the first place, formless and formless. It couldn't be hurt at all, but he was scared out of his wits. The other old man was just as terrified. He raised the fan above his head and unleashed thousands of laws to cover his body. He did not dare to act rashly, even though his companions were now surrounded. The young little saint was furious. He couldn't figure out why the mist would attack him. Suddenly, a green bolt of lightning flashed through the fog, piercing through his defense and tearing his body apart once again. With a roar, he suddenly turned around and saw a green dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it, it's him. Sure enough, he saw a young man walk out from the mist of death. He was unusually handsome and had a mysterious smile on his face. It's you. You're not dead. He was completely dumbfounded. He saw Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was now surrounded by the death mist that formed a battle armor, making him look like a ghost from hell. How could this be? How could someone not be threatened by the death mist? While he was in a daze, the death mist had already drilled into his wounds. His life force was quickly draining away. He screamed crazily, but Lin Xian had already seized the opportunity. More and more death mist shrouded his body. The young minor saint felt his life force was quickly draining away. Gradually, he lost all his strength. What happened? Are you okay? The other old man roared crazily. He only heard his companion's frightened voice. However, he didn't know what had happened. This guy is from the death mist. In the end, the young minor saint gave his last warning. Then, he turned into a skeleton. A dignified minor saint died just like that. It was really hard for ordinary people to believe. Is he from the death mist? Who is he? The white-haired old man was very surprised and sad. He didn't know what the other party meant. However, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He exerted the saint weapon to the extreme. The law of water on his body also burst out with incomparable light. It formed a monstrous wave that swept him away, wanting to leave. However, as soon as he left, he saw a figure waiting for him in front. It's you. He saw Lin Xian as if he had seen a ghost. He also saw Lin Xian floating in the death mist without being affected at all. Now, he finally knew what his companion meant. However, he was too late. No, he had to send a message to the family. This matter must be spread out. The other party is related to the death mist. How could the Rain clan dare to provoke such an existence? His finger touched the formation and he wanted to die, but Lin Xian was faster. The great dragon sword's soul turned into a stream of light and directly cut off the old man's arm. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't have succeeded so easily. But now, the old man was obviously scared out of his wits. Moreover, he had already been affected by the death item, and about 1/3 of his vitality flowed out. He was no longer at his peak, so Lin Xian succeeded with this attack. The sound transmission formation was shattered, and the old man's arm turned into a bloody mist. You still want to send a message? Go to hell obediently. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, and the Tai Chi art in his body circulated. The monstrous death mist enveloped the old man. No, you can't be like this. I admit defeat. I surrender. Please spare my life. A dignified small saint began to beg for mercy, but it was useless. After about half an hour, the mist dispersed, and only a pile of bones appeared. Even the Saint Chi dimmed and lost its luster. What a terrifying death mist. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had the Tai Chi art. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. Pumph. Lin Xian sneered, turned around, and left, continuing to head toward the Fiend Star. On the other side, a few spirit boats streaked across the sky. A few noble people stood in the boats. They were the Rain Clan and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star. Among them, Di Ling and Yusiki were also there. The people of the Rain Clan frowned. It should be about time. Why hasn't there been any news yet? It shouldn't be a problem. We have sent 2 small saints. When the people of the Spirit Sealing Star heard this, they nodded. They shouldn't overestimate that kid. 4 Fifth Heaven Saints were enough to kill him. Not to mention the 2 small saints. There was absolutely no problem. They nodded and didn't think about it anymore. Instead, they discussed the matter of the Fiend Star. They wondered what was in the coffins that the other party brought out this time. Chapter 3723. Di Ling said that according to our intelligence, it's not a coffin, but a stone box. It's very old and comes in different sizes. The big ones look like coffins, which is why the news is wrong. The small ones are only the size of a palm. It's hard to imagine what's sealed inside. But from the looks of it, it's definitely not an ordinary item. It seems that we'll have to pay a huge price this time. The eyes of many elders flickered. The battle for the treasure boxes this time will definitely not be simple. The Fiend Planet. It was a very famous planet in the Void Ocean. Rumor has it that the people in this world are either evil or ruthless. In short, no one is a good person. Those who were able to survive here were all peerless experts, terrifying devil kings. However, at this moment, there are many spirit ships floating around the Fiend Planet. They are densely packed and of different sizes. They are all from the big families and sects of the second planet. They are here to see the treasures dug out of the Void Ocean. When Lin Xian arrived, he exclaimed, "The entire Fiend Planet is filled with a shocking murderous aura. Ordinary people can't withstand it at all. What a strange world. I wonder how Ruffian Dragon and the North Demon are doing." Lin Xian quickly landed. He found that he wasn't the only one. There are many people around him who have different auras from this world. Obviously, they are also people from other families and sections. I wonder what these people are doing on the Fiend Planet. Isn't this place where ordinary people don't come? He doesn't know that there's a sacred assembly on the Fiend Planet. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. He landed, put away the black earth, and looked around. Someone is walking over. "Young master, do you need us to lead the way?" It's a few children. They don't look very old. Their faces are still young, and their clothes are not very good. Obviously, they can't live well in such a situation on the Fiend Planet. It's already very difficult for them to survive. Lin Xian asked, "Lead the way? Lead the way?" One of the children, a purple-haired boy, said, "Young master, are you not here to participate in the Fiend Planet's gathering?" Fiend Planet's gathering? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seems that something is indeed going on. He asked a few simple questions and instantly understood. It turned out that the Fiend Planet had obtained a batch of ancient stone boxes. It was rumored that there might be incredible treasures sealed within them. Therefore, a grand ceremony was held, attracting countless experts. No wonder so many people would come to the infamous Demon Star. Lin Xian understood. He nodded. "Take me to the nearest city first." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The 3 children rode on a demon wolf and led the way. Lin Xian flew behind them. They traveled through the forest for about half a day. However, Lin Xian suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Although it wasn't very loud with his soul, he could still hear it. He frowned. The reason for that was because this sort of sound was not coming from a single location. Instead, it was coming from several different locations. He said, "What's going on? I thought I heard screams." The 3 youths in front stopped and asked, "Really? Perhaps? There are a lot of demonic beasts here. Without us leading the way, I'm afraid they wouldn't have arrived safely. Therefore, young master should follow us closely." With that, They turned around and continued to lead the way. However, the corners of their immature mouths curled up into a strange smile. After walking for another incense stick's worth of time, suddenly, the demon wolf in front accelerated and shook off Lin Xian. The three children also turned around and laughed loudly. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xian frowned. "I'm laughing at you for being too stupid." One of the children sneered. "You outsiders are really pitifully stupid. How dare you come to the fiend planet? You won't even know what's going on." Another purple-haired youth also snorted coldly. "Hurry up and obediently hand over your storage ring, resources, and treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat." "Robbery?" The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. To be honest, this scene was very strange. 3 youths were robbing him? With just the 3 of you? He shook his head in disdain. "Of course it's not the 3 of us. Do you think we don't have backing?" At this point, the 3 children whistled. The surrounding ground trembled, and a few huge creatures walked over. They were very tall, and one could tell at a glance that they were extremely terrifying demon beasts. The one on the left was a black bear. Its body was as big as a mountain, and there was a murderous aura in its eyes. The one on the right was a horse. Its entire body was fiery red, and flames danced on its body. It also had a pair of red wings on its back. The 2 demon beasts were both at the 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, violent demonic aura spread in all directions. "Huh, do you understand now? Hurry up and hand over the things you want." The 3 children had smiles on their faces. The 2 medicinal beasts were even more ferocious. Lin Xian said, "I finally understand what those screams were about." He thought that they should be in the same situation as him. It seemed that he had underestimated the fiend's heart. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived. Moreover, he was ambushed by these little ones. "You've taught me a vivid lesson, so I'll give you a chance to live. Hurry up and leave. I won't kill you." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Uncle, are you retarded? You want to kill us? You're just a saint at the 3rd heaven." One of the children was holding an array in his hand, and there were 3 rays of light on it. Obviously, this was to test one's cultivation. The 3 children sneered disdainfully. The black bear also snorted coldly. "A mere saint at the 3rd heaven dares to be arrogant in front of me? Kneel down." He roared, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Like a huge mountain, he pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine sword that pierced through the void. The terrifying tail tooth of the demon beast instantly disappeared. Not only that, the black bear was pierced by the golden light. Its soul trembled, and it let out a scream. He was furious. "A human ant dares to attack me?" The big paw smashed over. The 3 children's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated. "This human is so reckless. Forget it, let's ignore him and watch the show." In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be tortured to death. But the result was beyond their expectations. The black bear's huge paw was grabbed by Lin Xian. With a light force, the paw was shattered into pieces. Black blood splattered all over the ground. The black bear was in pain and wanted to counterattack. Instead, it was sent flying by Lin Xian's 2 kicks. On the other side, when the flaming Pegasus saw this scene, it opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous sea of fire. Lin Xian bathed in the sea of fire. His expression was very comfortable. This little bit of flame was not enough. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the flames. Then he spat out the 9 suns' divine flame, burning the flaming Pegasus until it screamed miserably. "Hero, I was wrong. Spare me." In the end, the 2 demon beasts were beaten to a miserable state. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. They knew that this was not an ant. This was simply a peerless person. The 3 children were also stunned. Their mouths were wide open, so wide that they could eat a fist. Originally, they were sitting in the distance, eating spirit fruits and watching the show. But at this moment, the 3 of them were trembling. When Lin Xian's gaze landed on them, the 3 children fell to the ground with a thud. "Not good, I kicked an iron plate. The corners of the three youths' mouths twitched, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. Chapter 37:24. I told you, don't rob me, but you didn't listen. Tell me, what do you plan to do now? Lin Xian sat on the black bear's huge head and said indifferently. The black bear was so scared that it trembled and almost fainted. The flaming Pegasus beside it was also so angry that it vomited blood. He glared fiercely at the three youths. To actually lead such a terrifying person to their side, wasn't this just asking them to die? The three youths were the same. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't even speak. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you as long as you can do me a favor. We will definitely do it, the black bear said with a trembling voice. Hope also appeared in the eyes of the flaming Pegasus. The three youths nodded their heads with all their might. Lin Xian took out a silver demon token from his storage ring and said, Do you recognize this thing? Do you know who its owner is? Silver demon token. Why do you have this thing? Seeing this scene, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus almost fainted from fright. They kept kowtowing. Lord, please spare our lives. We really didn't do it on purpose. The three youths were so scared that their faces turned ashen. Lin Xian said, It seems like you know. Tell me, where is the owner of this thing? This is something from the Silver Palace. The flaming Pegasus opposite him knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, Silver Palace? Be more specific. On the demon planet, there were some great powers that were extremely terrifying and belonged to the top forces. The Silver Palace was one of them. It was very powerful. This token was the unique silver demon token of the Silver Palace. It was something that only people above the Hall Master were qualified to possess. Silver Palace? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he asked again. Then do you know that there is a person called a Kun here? A Kun? The three youths were stunned. However, the black bear and the flaming Pegasus trembled even more. If we are not wrong, this should be the name of the White Jade Hall's Hall Master. However, no one has dared to call him that for many years. Since you know, then it's easy. Bring me to him and I'll spare your lives. Lin Xian jumped down from the black bear's head. The two fey beasts revealed expressions that were uglier than crying. Although they were also great fey beasts, compared to the Silver Palace, they were far too inferior. Even when they met Akuan, they would tremble. However, they had no choice. In order to survive, they could only lead the way. Then, the black bear's body shrank and turned into a big man with black skin. He looked very fierce. As for the blazing heavenly horse, it turned into a young man bathed in flames. Lin Xian released the three youths. He didn't make things difficult for them. Lin Xian allowed the two demonic beasts to carry him on their journey. Along the way, the three of them flew at high speed. Lin Xian also understood the situation. It turned out that Akuan's strength had already reached the minor saint realm. Moreover, as he was one of the hall masters of the Silver Palace, his status was extraordinary. It could be said that his authority was monstrous. The flight took about 3 days. They landed in a city. This was White Jade City, the place where White Jade Hall was located. When they arrived at the place where White Jade Hall was located, the two demonic beasts didn't dare to move forward. They said, Young master, it's just ahead, but we don't dare to enter. White Jade Hall's strength is very terrifying. If we dare to barge in, they will kill us. All right, you two can go now. The two of them waved their hands and left quickly as if they had been pardoned. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. This White Jade Hall was simply a city within a city. The gate was huge and majestic, and there were countless martial artists guarding it. These people were all kings. One had to know that kings were super experts in some places, but at this moment, they could only be guards here. One had to admit that White Jade Hall was very imposing. Lin Xian walked forward and was stopped by a few people. Stop right there. Who dares to barge into our White Jade Hall? Their voices were piercingly cold. Many people looked over and exclaimed in surprise. This kid is courting death. That's the place where White Jade Hall is located. He's probably an outsider who doesn't know what's good for him. Some natives of the Fiend planet had sinister expressions. They all had looks of disdain on their faces when they saw the outsiders. However, there were a few people in the crowd who were shocked. They were from the Rain clan. They looked at the back of the figure and were dumbfounded. Isn't that Lin Xian? Damn it, wasn't he killed by their elders? Why is he still here? Not necessarily. Maybe it's just similar. Let's take a look first. Another Rain clan expert gritted his teeth and said. They were really too shocked. They looked carefully in the crowd. Ahead. Lin Xian looked at these guards and didn't say anything. Instead, he took out the fiend token. Those guards originally had cold killing intent in their eyes, but when they saw the fiend token, they were stunned. I want to see your hall master Kuan. Say that we are old friends. Those king-level guards were completely stunned. It was obvious that this young man in front of them had a great background. They hurriedly said, "We have offended young master. Please forgive us. We will report this." "Young master, please." A group of people respectfully invited Lin Xian in. Those people who were watching from afar were stunned. No way, this kid actually went in. Heavens, isn't he an outsider? How could he enter White Jade Hall? The natives of the Fiend planet were all stunned. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Even powerful saints didn't have the qualifications to enter. Therefore, they were very curious. What was the origin of this young man? In the crowd, the expressions of the two Rain clan experts became even uglier. Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly. It's that kid. He didn't die. And he even appeared here. No, I have to go back and report this. Something big has happened. The two of them turned into flowing light and disappeared into the void. Inside White Jade Hall, it was grand and majestic. The halls were scattered all over the place. In the deepest part of the hall, there was a floating hall that shone like a pearl. This was the place where their hall master cultivated. Normally, no one dared to intrude. However, on this day, an old man quickly rushed over. Even when he was far away, he respectfully knelt down on one knee. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waited quietly. After a while, a calm voice came from the white hall in front of him. "What's the matter?" Reporting to the hall master, someone came with a silver fiend token. He said that he is an old friend of the hall master and wants to see him. Got it? Bring him to the main hall. I will go there right away. The voice came out. The old man quickly retreated. In the silver hall, a figure opened his eyes. It was a middle-aged man with a square face. There was a scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to his chin. It was very sinister. This person's aura was very strong. He was a sixth heavenly layer saint, which was a small saint. Silver light flickered in his eyes. Silver fiend token? An old friend? Is it him? Chapter 3725. Lin Xian was invited to the main hall. He drank some spirit tea and waited there. Soon, he saw a figure appear on the throne in front of him. "Greetings, Hall Master." The cultivators in the main hall hurriedly bowed respectfully. The figure on the throne waved his hand, and they all retreated. Soon, only Lin Xian and the person on the throne were left in the main hall. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked forward. At the same time, the person opposite him also came. Lin Xian saw that it was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. The scars on his face were very obvious. This should be Akuan. Akuan also looked over. However, he was stunned. What's going on? This wasn't the person he knew. Why do you have a silver token? He asked coldly. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly became heavy. At this moment, the main hall had become the other party's domain. The other party was the ruler here. With a thought, he could decide the life and death of a person. Lin Xian felt this powerful aura and was shocked. He said, "I'm a disciple of Wushuang City. Fu Hongye is my senior brother. This token was given to me by him." Fu Hongye's junior brother? The pressure in the air disappeared, but the domain still existed. Since he gave you the silver token, it's obvious that your relationship is not ordinary. Speak, why are you looking for me? I'm looking for two people. Lin Xian stated his request. Akuan's eyes flickered. Lin Xian asked, "Can you find them?" Akuan said, I know about the matter you mentioned. It caused a big commotion. However, there are some things you didn't expect. When the fog ship arrived at the Fiend Star, it encountered a storm. Therefore, the people on the ship were separated. Some were still captured and controlled. Some escaped. Therefore, I can't be sure who has the two people you want to find. Lin Xian asked again, who was the person who kidnapped the ship last time? Akuan said, it was the Fiend Palace. Lin Xian was shocked. He had heard He Xiong say that the Fiend Palace was one of the top forces in this world, just like the Silver Palace. At the same time, he knew that the previous hijacking of the fog ship was the Demon Child's idea. It seemed that this Demon Child should be someone from the Demon Palace. The two people I want to find are extraordinary. One is a member of the dragons, and the other has the myriad demon body. The two of them were like bright pearls that could quickly shine no matter where they were. So it should be easy to find, Lin Xian said. Akuan said, don't worry, I'll send someone to look for it. He called his men in and gave them orders. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Silver Palace, there should be a result soon. Akuan stood up and looked at Lin Xian. He wondered what Lin Xian was going to do next. Was he going to stay here? I'll have them arrange it for you. Lin Xian said, there's no need. I heard that there's going to be a banquet on the Fiend Planet. I want to go and take a look. All right, I'll let White Snake accompany you. If there's anything, just tell her. She can help you solve it. Not long after, White Snake arrived. She was a young woman. She was extremely beautiful and wore a white dress. She was lovely and moving. White Snake wasn't a servant, nor was she a maid. She was a proud daughter of the White Jade Hall. Letting her accompany Lin Xian was enough to show how much importance Akuan attached to Lin Xian. Since there was someone helping him inquire about information, Xian prepared to go and take a look at the Fiend Banquet. The two of them left White Feather City. On the other side, the two experts of the Rain Clan had also left long ago. They quickly arrived at another city. This was the place where the people of the Rain Clan and the Spirit Sealing Star were temporarily staying. Elder, it's not good. The two experts of the Rain Clan hurriedly returned in panic. When the Rain Clan's Supreme Elder heard this, he frowned. What was going on? What was there to panic about? That brat appeared. The two of them were speaking incoherently. What? You're saying that Lin Xian appeared? When they heard what had happened, the people of the Rain Clan were stunned. The two Supreme Elders' eyes also emitted a biting cold killing intent. How could it be? We've already sent 2 Supreme Elders and 4 powerful saints to kill him. How could they fail? When Di Ling and the people of the Spirit Sealing Star heard this, they also didn't dare to believe it. Yu Shirchia said, quickly send a message to our Supreme Elders and ask them about the situation. They used a sound transmission formation to try to contact those people, but there was no response. No response. How could it be? Could it be that there was an accident? Impossible. The people of the Rain Clan screamed. Those were 2 minor saints. How could there be an accident? Di Ling and the others also frowned. Indeed, the strength of a minor saint was not something that the other party could contend against. Investigate, they must find out. The Supreme Elders of the Rain Clan clenched their teeth. If the 2 minor saints were injured, it would be a huge blow to them. They used the power of the clan to investigate quickly. Soon the news came back. Someone saw the minor saints of the Rain Clan chasing someone in the void ocean. This was seen by a passerby. It seemed that Lin Xian had indeed encountered their Supreme Elders. But what happened later? Why was he still alive, but there was no news of their Supreme Elders? They used the clan's power to investigate again. Finally, they found a trace of information. It turned out that in the void ocean, there was a fog ship passing by. They saw the fog of death fill the air, enveloping the Rain Clan's saints. What? How could it be like this? Could it be that those people died in the fog of death? After hearing this news, Yu Shirchia and the others turned pale. Di Ling and the others also frowned. How could that kid be alive? Could it be that he was lucky? Damn it, that kid killed 2 of our minor saints and 4 fifth heaven saints. Yu Shirchia and the others' eyes turned red. Kill him. You must kill him. Everyone, please calm down. I know you are in a bad mood, but that kid is a little strange. The supreme elders of the spirit sealing star advised. Deling also said, yes, there are many ways to kill him. Now that he has come to the fiend planet, if he dies here, it has nothing to do with us. What does Deling mean? Yu Shirjie asked. Deling sneered. The fiend banquet this time has attracted many people. I think some people from the holy city will also come. Thunder God's people should be here. Tell them the news. Thunder God Qing also wants to kill that kid now. Let the holy city do it, they have more confidence. Let's do it this way. The Rain Clan's people's eyes lit up. Indeed, other than them, Thunder God City also wanted to kill the other party. After all, back then, Lin Xian had ruthlessly slapped Lei Shengqing's face in front of so many people. Leave this matter to us. Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He would definitely not let the other party go back alive. He would let the other party go to hell. When he thought about how he could not enter the holy city, Ling was furious. Moreover, he had lost to the other party before. This made him even more unbearable. But this time, the other party would definitely die. Chapter 3726. Evil Demon City. This was the location of the Evil Demon Feast. The entire city was huge and it was floating in the sky. It was emitting a dark light. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the place. The atmosphere was magnificent. There were even some mountains, spirit springs, and waterfalls. It was the complete opposite of the terrifying atmosphere. This completely different atmosphere made Evil Demon City very mysterious. At this moment, Evil Demon City was very lively because everyone who wanted to participate in the Evil Demon Feast had come here. Although the Evil Demon Feast had not started yet, the place was already bustling with noise. Lin Xian and White Snake also went in. After entering, Lin Xian exclaimed. There were experts everywhere in the city. Saints could be seen everywhere, and many of them were young. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Of course, there were also many experts of the older generation. As for the stronger ones, like the small saints, they should have also come. However, most of them were hiding, waiting for the Evil Demon Feast. Young Master Lin, there's a small gathering tomorrow. Why don't we go and take a look? White Snake smiled faintly. She was very curious about the person she was going to accompany, because she found that the other party was only at the third heaven, but he was very calm. He was not afraid when facing fourth heaven or fifth heaven saints. This made her very surprised. What was the other party relying on? Was it just because of his special identity? The two of them stayed temporarily and went to participate in the small gathering the next evening. This gathering was organized by some of the top forces. Those who went were all geniuses from big families. They either had talent or status. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter. White Snake got 2 invitations and went in with Lin Xian. This time, it was held in a huge mansion. This mansion was also magnificent and brightly lit. There should be a spirit vein below. The moment they entered, they felt that the spirit chi here was very abundant, making them feel warm. They were the people of Evil Men Valley. After White Snake came in, she started to introduce them to Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and looked over. He realized that there was a group of people there who looked extremely ferocious. They were all dressed in beast skins and had a primitive aura around them. They should be the people of Evil Men Valley. Other than that, many other clans and powers had also sent their representatives. Among them, there were natives of the Fiend Planet, as well as experts from the Outer Realms. Even the people from the Holy City had come. Lin Xian saw the people from the Thunder God City. These people from the Thunder God City had prominent horns on their heads, and their bodies were surrounded by mysterious lightning. He stood there like a god. Many people crowded around him, wanting to curry favor with him. The geniuses of the sacred cities were much stronger than the other geniuses. Aside from the Thunder God, he also saw other sacred cities. He didn't recognize some of them, but he did recognize some of them, such as the Demon City. Although some of the monstrous beasts had taken human form, they still retained their monstrous beast characteristics. For example, its tail, wings, ears, and the like were very eye-catching. There were also quite a few people surrounding these people. Enemies really meet on a narrow path. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He wondered if Lei Chong and the 100-eyed demon saint had come. It would be interesting if they came. Seeing Lin Xian sweeping his gaze over the others so unscrupulously, some of the surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? His gaze was too bold. They looked over and found that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, they knew the woman in white next to Lin Xian. She was White Snake. A series of exclamations sounded. It was White Fairy. She had also come. In an instant, many people looked over here. There were even a few young people with handsome smiles on their faces as they walked over quickly. White Fairy, long time no see. A handsome man in blue armor shakes the spirit wine in his hand and smiles faintly. White Fairy, I was just talking about you. I didn't expect you to come. This way, please. Let's chat for a while. Someone invited her. There were even people who invited White Fairy to dance. Although Lin Xian and White Snake were standing very close to each other, at this moment, they seemed to be ignored by everyone. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at this scene with interest. It seemed that White Snake was very popular. White Snake had seen this kind of scene many times, so she dealt with it calmly. After politely rejecting these people, she looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, let's go over there and sit. As soon as she said this, the crowd was in an uproar. They were all stunned. What was going on? White Snake actually came with someone else. In an instant, countless eyes all looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. Who was this? How could he walk with White Fairy? Damn it, could it be that someone else beat him to it? Some young talents gritted their teeth and looked unfriendly. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits and turned pale when surrounded by so many hostile gazes. However, Lin Xian was calm and didn't seem to be affected at all. Hearing White Snake's words, he nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. As he spoke, he walked side by side with White Snake in a direction in the distance. At this moment, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Oh my God, did you see that? That kid only has a cultivation level of level 3. So weak? What right does he have to walk with White Fairy? If he was a top expert, they would accept it. After all, they were inferior. But now, how could a level 3 sage be qualified to compete with them? Moreover, he was only at the beginning of level 3. What a joke. White Fairy, may I know who this young master is? Someone asked eerily. Yeah, why didn't White Fairy introduce him? Could it be that this is White Fairy's servant? But this servant doesn't seem to know the rules. Some people were sinister, purposely lowering Lin Xian's status. After hearing this, Lin Xian was expressionless. White Snake's face darkened. Everyone, don't be rude. This is young Master Lin, my friend. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? They had never heard of him. Everyone was confused. Indeed, although Lin Wudi's name was well known in the world, not many people had seen his real face. Moreover, there were countless worlds in the second astral realm, and there were countless warriors in each world. So, there were too many people who had never seen Lin Xian before. Of course, if the name Lin Wudi was mentioned, they would definitely nod to show that they had heard of him. Seeing that everyone was disdainful, White Snake said, "This young Master Lin is an important guest of White Jade Hall. Please don't be rude." An important guest of White Jade Hall. Everyone was shocked again. Could it be that this person has a powerful background? However, some people sneered because their strength was not weaker than White Jade Hall. So, they didn't care. Really? When did White Jade Hall fall to this point? How can a level 3 person be an important guest? Yeah, who is this young Master Lin? Could it be that he is Lin Wudi? Ha, everyone laughed in disbelief. Who is Lin Wudi? How can he be so low-key? Chapter 3727. If it's that person, of course we'll admit defeat. But that person should be cultivating in seclusion in the sacred city now. He probably won't come out for more than 10 years. Kid, which family are you from? What right do you have to stand beside White Fairy? A person walked out and questioned coldly. It was a young man in a silver shirt. He looked extraordinary. There were silver flames dancing in his eyes and he had a powerful aura. This person was also from the Silver Palace, but he wasn't from White Jade Hall. He was from White Horse Hall. These were two halls and there was competition between them. This silver-armored young man had been pursuing White Fairy for a long time, so he was naturally unhappy when he saw Lin Xian. And now it seemed that he could use this opportunity to suppress White Jade Hall's arrogance. Xiao West Wind, don't go too far. White Snake shouted coldly. She felt that these people were too much. To be honest, she didn't know Lin Xian's true identity because Hall Master Kuan didn't tell her in detail. He only said that he was an important guest and asked her to treat him well. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "You're right. I'm indeed Lin Wudi." Everyone was stunned, then they burst into laughter with mockery in their eyes. "Kid, who are you trying to fool? You're Lin Wudi? I'm Zhang Wudi. I'm Zhao Wudi. Do you think anyone can call me Zhao Wudi? If you're Lin Wudi, I'll eat this table." White Snake was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to say that. Of course, she didn't believe that the person in front of her was Lin Wudi. She thought that Lin Xian would make up a name to scare him. Xiao Westwind looked at Lin Xian with a smile. "Are you Lin Wudi? Do you dare to spar with me? Don't worry, it's just a spar. I won't take your life." There was jealousy in his eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. Everyone laughed even louder. "You don't dare?" Xiao Westwind snorted. Lin Xian said, "It's not that I don't dare, it's that you don't have the right to fight me." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Not qualified? The person in front of him dared to say that West Wind was not qualified? He really didn't know what death was. This was the cultivation of a middle-stage fourth heavenly layer. His divine abilities were even more powerful. He could even withstand the attacks of a late-stage fourth heavenly layer expert. The other party, an early third heaven, dared to say that West Wind was not qualified to laugh at him? If this wasn't courting death, then what was? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Even White Snake, who was beside him, was stunned. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. Xiao West Wind's expression darkened as well. His eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare this guy look down on him? Is he courting death? In the distance, those people also looked over one after another, moreover asking what happened. Why was it so lively? Someone recklessly provoked West Wind. Who was that person? Was it another genius? What kind of genius was this? He was just an early-stage third heavenly layer cultivator. How reckless! Everyone was surprised. Some quickly spread the news, while others ran over to watch the show. In the depths of the mansion, there were several majestic palaces. They were surrounded by multicolored light, and the great Tao pervaded the air. In one of the palaces, a man wearing a water-blue robe sat. His hair was blue and abnormally soft. His eyes were incomparably bright. Although the aura on his body was not strong, no one dared to underestimate him. There were many people around him. Some of them were ferocious horned demonic beasts, and some were humans. These people were all toasting the man in the aqua-blue robe. What was so lively outside? The water-blue robed man. He took a glance outside. He asked indifferently, "Quickly go and find out." A human man quickly said. Soon, someone outside reported. Reporting to the young master, someone is jealous of White Fairy. Who is White Fairy? The water-blue robed man asked again. The human youth smiled. This White Fairy. She was a genius of the White Jade Hall. She was originally a white-scaled snake. After transforming into a human form, she was incomparably beautiful. She attracted the pursuit of countless geniuses. The one who spoke was a genius of the Fiend Palace called Yu. Oh, the white spirit snake? Those demonic beasts were shocked. The water-blue robed man's eyes also lit up. Was that so? She was actually a heaven and earth variant? It really was unexpected. Hearing this, Yu Yu's eyes also lit up. He said with a smile, "Brother Shueiyue, if you like her, I'll invite her over." As he spoke, he said to his subordinates, "Go and invite White Fairy over." Wait a minute. The water blue robed man raised his hand. "Brother Shueiyue, what other matters do you have?" Yu Yu was shocked, revealing a puzzled expression. "Let me send someone to invite her. Everyone here is a heaven and earth variant beast, and this time I am representing the Fiend Palace. I can't fall behind the etiquette of our Fiend Palace. I didn't think it through." Yu Yu slapped his head and said with a smile, "All right, then I'll accompany you." Although he was a genius of the Fiend Palace, the water blue robed man opposite him was even more extraordinary. The other party was a genius of the Fiend Palace. Even he wanted to make friends with the other party. "Cloud Leopard, you go," Shueiyue said. At his side, a man walked out. This person had short hair, a tall and slender figure. There were some black patterns on his face. Yu Yu also stood up. He said with a smile, "Brother Cloud Leopard, please." The two walked out of the Great Hall, walking towards the front of the underworld. At this moment, in the area ahead, quite a few people surrounded them, whispering to each other. This was that reckless fella? He really didn't know the difference between life and death. That's right, he even dared to impersonate Lin Wudi. He really was tired of living. Xiao Westwind's face was cold. "Brat, do you dare exchange pointers with me?" Right now, he really wanted to make a move, eliminate the other party. Even if he couldn't kill the other party, he still wanted to fiercely trample the other party beneath his feet. No one dared to provoke him. Lin Xian didn't want to fight from start to finish, looking down on him. This made Xiao Westwind so angry he wanted to vomit blood. In the end, Xiao Westwind walked out forcefully. From the looks of it, even if Lin Xian didn't agree, he was still going to forcefully make a move. "Brat, let's go to that place and have a chat." A powerful holy might appeared from his body. Countless laws pervaded the air above, as if he wanted to forcefully bring Lin Xian away. In truth, if this was outside, Xiao Westwind would have already made a move. A third heaven ant was someone he could easily kill. But this time was different. This was a small-scale gathering, organized by the cooperation of various great powers. If he rashly made a move here, it would be not giving face to those great powers. He didn't dare to bear the consequences. But if it was a spar, then it was different. That was why he wanted to spar with the other party. Only, the other party didn't agree. Now, he couldn't bear it anymore. Since he couldn't make a move here, then he would first seal the other party, bring him out, and then make a move. Chapter 3728. It's over, that brat is going to be unlucky. Right, from the looks of it, Xiao Westwind is going to make a move. Serves him right. Who told that brat to be so arrogant? Some people sneered, some worried. White Snake was incomparably worried. That was why she stood in front of Lin Xian, staring at Xiao Westwind. "Don't go too far. White Snake, move aside. No matter what, we are all people from Silver Palace, I don't want to attack you. However, I have to teach this brat a lesson." Xiao Westwind's voice was ice-cold. White Snake was actually standing up for the other party. It really angered him to death. Lin Xian also patted White Snake's shoulder. "White Fairy, there's no need, just move aside. This brat isn't my match at all." When these words were spoken, Xiao Westwind was so angry he vomited blood. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, does this brat have any common sense? Could it be that he really isn't afraid of death? He even dares to provoke us now? Lin Xian sighed. "I'm speaking the truth, why doesn't anyone believe me?" Even White Fairy felt that Lin Xian's words were a bit excessive. She wanted to remind Lin Xian to be more low-profile, because this Xiao Westwind wasn't simple. However, before she spoke, there was a commotion in the distance. The crowd scattered. At the same time, cries of alarm sounded. It seemed like a few more great figures were going to make an appearance. Quite a few people were shocked. At the same time, a voice sounded. "Those in front, get lost, don't make a move." The surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that someone was going to stand up for Lin Xian? Xiao West Wind was furious. Who dares stop him? I want to see who dares stop me. The crowd scattered. Finally, someone walked over. It was a black-clothed male, his face cold. When they saw this person, quite a few people cried out in alarm. Fiend Palace's Yu. Heavens, he actually came. Could it be that this brat also had some relationship with Fiend Palace? Xiao West Wind was also stunned. Yu, are you going to stop me? Even though this Yu was a heavenly talent, he still had confidence in being able to fight. Yu walked over, sneering. Xiao West Wind, it's not that I want to stop you, but that someone wants to see White Fairy. I advise you to hurry and back, don't make a mistake. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao West Wind was also angry. Yu's strength was about the same as his, and their statuses were about the same as well. The other party actually dared to use this type of condescending and threatening attitude? This made him very unhappy. He did not step aside. Instead, he took a step forward and snorted coldly. I want to see who is so arrogant. It's me. Do you have a problem with that? Another voice came from behind. A person walked out. It was a tall and slender man. He had short hair and black spots on his face. As soon as he appeared, he brought with him a powerful aura. Many people narrowed their eyes. People from the demon city. Yu grinned. Do you still dare to stop me now? Xiao Shifeng broke out in a cold sweat. His body was trembling. Damn it, the demon palace's people dared to trick him. He didn't expect that the people behind them were from the myriad demon city. Furthermore, it was a clouded leopard. He also knew this person. He was at the late stage of the fourth celestial layer and was much stronger than him. He was no match for the other party at all. If the two of them were to fight, he wouldn't even be able to block 10 moves. So it's Brother Cloud Leopard. I didn't know, please forgive me. Xiao Shifeng lowered his head, showing a very respectful appearance. The surrounding martial artists also felt their scalps go numb. This Cloud Leopard was really a terrifying expert. White Snake was also stunned. Why did someone from the myriad demon city want to see him? Moreover, it was with someone from the demon palace. Was there a conspiracy in this? For a moment, she thought of many things. But Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, You're not much either. Didn't you say that you wanted to spar? Why don't you dare to spar with others now? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Shifeng, his eyes full of disdain. You're courting death. Xiao Shifeng raised his head, his eyes overflowing with anger. However, he did not immediately attack. Instead, he gritted his teeth. Brat, I'll let you jump around for a while first. After this matter is over, I'll deal with you. Yu also glanced at Lin Xian, revealing a hint of surprise. Who was this person? He did not know him. Cloud Leopard at the side was completely ignored. A third firmament ant, he did not put him in his eyes at all. He stared at White Snake and said in a deep voice, White Fairy, come with me. My big brother wants to see you. Cloud Leopard's big brother. Heavens, how terrifying would that be? It seemed that this White Fairy was going to soar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Some female martial artists were very envious, wishing that they could immediately transform into White Snake and follow him. Xiao Shifeng's pupils also constricted. Damn it, the woman he liked was going to be snatched away by someone else. Moreover, it was an existence even stronger than him. He was unwilling to accept this. His eyes were red, but he lowered his head deeply, not daring to release killing intent in the slightest. Compared to these experts from the myriad demon city, he, Xiao Shifeng, was nothing. If he dared to release killing intent, the other party would mercilessly kill him. White Snake was also stunned. She had no interaction with the myriad demon city? Although this time, many holy cities descended, and various factions made friends with them. Their silver palace was the same. However, they did not seem to have made friends with the myriad demon city. So, why did the other party come to find him at this time? Moreover, Yi was standing at the side. One had to know that Fiend Palace and Silver Palace had always been at odds. Could you have set up some trap, waiting for her to jump in? Seeing White Snake in a daze, Cloud Leopard frowned. Yu at the side also said with a smile, Why is White Fairy in a daze? Could it be that you don't want to give us face? Damn it. White Snake's expression changed. She did not want to fall out with the Holy City's people. So she said, I came with a companion this time, so it's not too convenient. How about next time? I'll pay a visit to the Holy City's geniuses. White Snake's words were very beautiful, tactfully declining while also giving the other party face. Yu Yu was stunned. White Snake came with someone. With whom? He looked towards Lin Xian. Many people also looked towards Lin Xian. This was White Snake's companion? A third celestial layer? Since when did the White Snake get together with an ant like him? Cloud Leopard also looked towards Lin Xian. He is your companion. If he dies, you won't have anything to worry about. Speaking up to hear, as expected, he attacked. A gigantic claw blanketed the entire world as it swiped out at the void ahead, shattering the entire void. This attack was extremely sudden, to the extent that everyone was stunned. When they reacted, they saw the space in front of them completely shatter, turning into chaos. What are you doing? White Snake screamed. Everyone else was also stunned. Cloud Leopard retracted his hand, calmly saying, Your companion is already dead. Now, you don't have anything to worry about. Come with me. Heavens, this was too domineering, right? Everyone went crazy. Just because of a sentence from White Snake, this myriad demon city expert decisively attacked. Truly domineering. Chapter 3729. Yu Yu was also stunned, but soon he smiled. A third heaven ant was not worth his concern. It was better to think about how to establish a good relationship with Thousand Fiend City. Xiao West Wind was also shocked. Although Lin Xian died, he did not feel any joy. Instead, he was alarmed. Thousand Fiend City's strength and terror completely exceeded his expectations. One had to know that he was also a genius with a noble status, but he did not dare to make a move here. But the other party did not say anything, directly attacking as if he did not have any misgivings. Thinking of this, cold sweat flowed down his body. Fortunately, he did not release killing intent before, or the other party would definitely have attacked him mercilessly. Did you kill him? White Snake's mind was a bit blank. She simply did not dare believe it. This young Master Lin was personally handed to her by their hall master. He was an important guest of their White Jade Hall. Now that he was dead, how was she going to explain it when she returned? If an ant died, then so be it. There was nothing to make a fuss about. Fairy White, you should come with me. Cloud Leopard spoke again, carrying an unquestionable aura. It was as if it was not an invitation, but an order. Everyone was shocked, but they did not feel that there was anything wrong. This was the Holy City's genius, someone who could order them around. However, at this moment, an ice-cold voice sounded. Oh, is that so? I can ignore the death of an ant? Then, if you are an ant in my eyes, does that mean I can also kill you without any misgivings? When this voice sounded, everyone was in an uproar. They could feel a biting cold killing intent rushing towards Cloud Leopard. Someone wanted to kill Cloud Leopard? Who was it? Was it an expert from White Jade Hall? Or was it the person behind that kid? At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was an uproar. White Snake could not think of who wanted to make a move. Cloud Leopard snorted coldly. Who dares to make a move against me? Get out here, I'll send you to hell. His gaze looked around. In the next moment, he was stunned. The shattered void started to heal slowly. Not only that, but a figure also appeared in the shattered void. It's you didn't die. Cloud Leopard did not dare to believe it. The surrounding people even more so opened their eyes wide. That kid came back to life again. They saw a figure walk out of the void. It was Lin Xian. He didn't die? Heavens, he was not injured. What was going on? Such a violent strike. Xiao West Wind and the others felt their blood run cold. They didn't think that they could escape. How could a level 3 ant be unharmed? Young master. White Snake stuttered. She didn't know what was going on either. But Lin Xian didn't die. That was great. Impossible, how could he still be alive? Xiao West Wind's face was full of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Even the distant Yu Yu was stunned. His eyelids twitched slightly. After Lin Xian appeared, his expression was cold. He stared at the other party and asked, "Let me ask you, you are an ant in my eyes. Can I kill you as I please?" To be honest, he was indeed angry. He did not know this cloud leopard. It could be said that there was no relationship between them. However, the other party did not distinguish between right and wrong, and suddenly tried to kill him. If he was slightly weaker, he would have died just now. How could he not be angry? Ants were ants. The strong could kill them at will without any reason. Although I don't know how you managed to survive, this time, you can go and die for real. Cloud leopard took a step out, the aura on its body suddenly erupting. Its claws slapped over again, this time carrying incomparably sharp light. This was metal law, able to shatter everything. The strong didn't need any reason to kill ants. Very good, this is the reason why you died. Lin Xian also made his move. He raised his palm. Light flickered on it, turning into a golden sun, crushing forward. What? This brat wanted to make his move? When they saw Lin Xian make his move, the surrounding people were all stunned. Heavens, this brat was lucky to survive, but he didn't run, actually daring to make a move here. He really didn't know the difference between life and death. Just watch, he was undoubtedly going to die this time. Quite a few people shook their heads. They all knew how powerful Cloud Leopard was. How could a level 3 ant provoke it? It was like an egg striking a stone. Yu sneered. Xiao West Wind also snorted coldly. Reckless thing, even I don't dare provoke it, let alone you. Lin Xian made his move. Xiao West Wind was stunned, even driving him mad. One had to know that he didn't dare to make a move, but the other party dared to. What did the other party have? That was why right now, he really wanted to tear the other party into pieces. Only then could he hide his cowardice. Boom boom boom. The claws carrying metal law collided with the palm of terrifying light, causing heaven and earth to split. In the next moment, a miserable cry rang out, the sound of bones breaking. That golden palm was like a peerless sun, releasing light, directly shattering the other party's claws. With a roar, Cloud Leopard roared towards the sky, instantly enraged, eyes completely red, releasing terrifying light. You dare injure me? He was completely driven mad. Being bitten by an ant, this was simply a great humiliation. Cloud Leopard was injured. How was this possible? The surrounding people were so scared that their eyeballs fell to the ground. This was too inconceivable. Xiao West Wind's malevolent expression froze, so frightened that his hair stood on end. Even Yu and White Snake's expressions were sluggish. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Lin Xian sneered, attacking forcefully. The other party was a late-stage 4th Heaven Saint, yet he wanted to attack him. What kind of joke was this? He was disdainful before, but according to the other party's logic, if an ant died, then so be it, there was nothing to feel pity about. Then he would fulfill the other party's wish. Another palm struck out, the golden palm like a resplendent sun, the strands of golden light like sharp swords, piercing into Cloud Leopard's body. This caused Cloud Leopard to continuously retreat, blood flowing out. A miserable cry rang out, everyone was stunned. Cloud Leopard's entire body trembled. With a roar, he turned into a close to 100-meter-long demonic beast, charging over. He was a leopard to begin with. Moreover, he was a mutant of heaven and earth. Now that he was injured, he disregarded everything and used a peerless attack. Die for me. His body was like a mountain, charging over. Lin Xian clenched his hand into a fist, smashing it down. With a boom, the other party's head was smashed into mush. The other party's enormous body also smashed fiercely into the ground, the earth splitting apart, the entire manor trembling slightly. Quite a few people were sent flying by this wave of power, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The stronger ones also continuously retreated. Even though Cloud Leopard's head was smashed, it wasn't a fatal injury for him. However, in the next moment, he was alarmed. That golden palm directly grabbed his soul, pulling it out. Then, spheres of soul fire appeared, wrapping around his soul. Damn it, stop. This time he was truly alarmed. The other party could completely injure his soul. If his soul was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to live no matter how heaven-defying his methods were. Chapter 3730. However, no matter how he roared, that soul flame continued to burn. In an instant his soul was burned to ashes. The miserable cries disappeared, all types of light also disappeared. There was only a giant leopard corpse lying on the ground. Saint blood flowed out, piercing through the earth. Terrifying craters appeared one after another. This was the blood of a saint, and a single drop was enough to kill all things. Those people frantically retreated, not daring to touch it at all. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. Dead, the cloud leopard actually died. This was too inconceivable. That was a late-stage fourth heaven saint. How powerful was he? He was actually killed by a third heaven ant. This was simply a demon. Those who could come to this manor and participate in the gathering were all geniuses, incomparably dazzling existences. But right now, their bodies were ice-cold, trembling. How was this possible? Xiao West Wind had a face of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He was still looking down on the other party before, provoking him, wanting to exchange pointers with him. What a joke! He felt a wave of lingering fear. If the other party made a move, he would have long died. Thinking of this, his legs went soft, directly kneeling down, his face incomparably pale. White Snake's face was also full of shock. Originally, she was still worried for Lin Xian, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian actually killed a powerful expert. It really was too inconceivable. Her cherry mouth opened into an O shape. Yu Yu's expression changed greatly, turning around, wanting to escape. What a joke, would he be killed if he stayed here? However, Lin Xian instead said indifferently, "If you dare move, I'll destroy your body and soul." With a put-on sound, his body that had just flown up directly fell to the ground. He turned his head, revealing an expression even uglier than crying. "This young master, it really has nothing to do with me, I was just passing by." Yu was about to cry. However, Lin Xian didn't pay him any attention, instead staring at the 100-meter leopard corpse. Thousand Fiend City's people wanted to kill him, not knowing the difference between life and death, so he would properly deal with them. 1. Lin Xian took out a jade bottle, collecting all of the saint blood that flowed out, and then put it away. Then he took out a spear. The spear enlarged, becoming like a flood dragon, directly piercing through the cloud leopard's corpse, and then lifted it up. It was stuck in the ground. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, boundless flames danced, and he began to roast the meat. Originally, he wanted to come to this small gathering to eat and drink, but no one had entertained him for so long. Forget it, he would do it himself. The surrounding people went crazy. What did they see? Not only did this brat kill the cloud leopard, he even wanted to eat its corpse? Oh, Changtian. This was an earth-shattering event. This was the corpse of a saint. Moreover, it was a late fourth heavenly layer saint. Who would dare to eat it? But now, there was actually someone who didn't care at all. Yu Yu was the same, so scared that he knelt on the ground, shivering all over. This was simply a ruthless person. Originally, the Fiend Star had been known to be ruthless and fierce. But now, compared to the other side, they were like kind-hearted little sheep. The 9 Suns' divine flame pulsed. Although this was a late-stage fourth heaven saint with a strong killing intent, everything was completely refined by these divine flames. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Many people swallowed their saliva in loneliness. It smells so good. Is this the flesh of a saint? Why does it feel so delicious? They were all drooling. However, they didn't dare to really eat it. If they did, would Thousand Fiend City forgive them? White Fairy, let's eat together. Lin Xian called out. White Snake was stunned. Her mind was a bit blank right now, as if she was a puppet. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was given a fright and hurriedly shook her head. What a joke! She didn't dare to eat it. Forget it, I'll write the lyrics myself. Lin Xian directly tore off a piece of meat and took a bite. Pure energy surged out. Those natural laws all flew out, circling around like a meteor shower. It was exceptionally dazzling. But what pure energy! Lin Xian's eyes lit up. To be honest, this really was his first time eating this. In the past, he had also eaten some powerful fiend kings, and he had also eaten the flesh of fiend saints. However, those were those who had just become fiend saints. This was a late fourth heavenly layer fiend saint. It couldn't be compared at all. The energy contained in this meat was really terrifying. When he took a bite, he felt the blood in his body rumble as if it was about to boil. This guy really dared to eat it. The surrounding people all knelt down. He was simply an immortal. They kept worshipping him in their hearts. Lin Xian ate mouthful after mouthful. The aura on his body spread and he was shining brightly as if he was about to ascend. Seeing that everyone wanted to take a bite, they also wanted to take a few bites. In the depths of the mansion, those people were waiting inside the great hall. Gradually, Shui Yu frowned. Why wasn't she back yet? The others were also discussing. Could it be that there was a problem? It shouldn't be. Who would dare to be disrespectful to them here? Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. There was a terrifying aura in front of them. Many people were surprised that she had made a move. Someone laughed dryly. This white fairy was really hot-tempered. She must have made a move. It didn't matter. The people of Thousand Fiend City said that they wanted to teach little white snake a lesson and let her know that there was always someone better than her. They were very confident in Cloud Leopard. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the energy fluctuation to disappear. The people of Thousand Fiend City laughed loudly. It seemed that she had been subdued. That little white snake was definitely not as strong as Cloud Leopard. She must have been subdued. She would be back soon. They waited calmly. Shui Yu also had a leisurely expression. However, after waiting for a while, she didn't return. Instead, a fragrance drifted over. What was it that smelled so good? The eyes of many people from Thousand Fiend City lit up. They asked, "Did you have something good that you didn't give us?" The expressions of the human sages also changed. They hurriedly said, "How is that possible? We took out the best things to entertain you." Then what was with the fragrance? The people of Thousand Fiend City looked unfriendly. Shui Yu's expression also darkened. But did they dare to underestimate them? The human warriors' expressions turned ugly. A few of them stood up and said, "I'll go and see what's going on." As soon as he walked out, the people outside ran over and knelt on the ground. Their faces were pale. Oh no! Why are they panicking? The human sages' expressions were gloomy. They were full of anger and wanted to find out where the fragrance came from. Now, their subordinates were saying that something was wrong. Wasn't he purposely trying to anger them? "Tell us, what's going on?" they asked coldly. Those subordinates were scared out of their wits. But Cloud Leopard had been roasted. Chapter 37-31. What? Those human sages were stunned, and their minds went blank. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Then, they burst into an uproar. Could it be that the fragrance belonged to Cloud Leopard? Their faces were full of shock. Those people from the Demon City instantly exploded. Their auras erupted, and the entire main hall was almost overturned by them. Inside the main hall, the array formation filled the air, suppressing everything, but it seemed that it would not be able to suppress them. These people were like volcanoes, and their auras were too terrifying. Shueyue's eyes erupted with piercing killing intent. "What's going on? Boss, let's go and take a look." Some people walked out. They have a good relationship with Cloud Leopard. Alright, let's go and see who dares to be so bold. Bring him here. I want to make him suffer in front of the whole world. Shueyue's voice was extremely cold. The surrounding human warriors also hurriedly apologized. "Let's go together. Don't worry, young Master Shueyue. We will definitely handle this matter well." These people quickly ran outside, turning into streaks of light with monstrous killing intent. Soon, the entire mansion was alarmed. "Oh no, the people from the Demon City are here. Let's go." These people fled into the distance as if they had gone mad. Of course, these people did not flee. Instead, they fled into the distance and watched silently. They knew that there would be an earth-shattering battle next. I wonder how the people from the demon city are going to deal with this kid. In the distance, streaks of light rushed over. 2 human sages and 2 sages from the demon city. When they arrived, they were instantly stunned. The 2 human sages were dumbfounded. They could not believe that they had really been tested. As for the 2 demon sages from the demon city, their eyes instantly turned red, and terrifying killing intent swept out. Damn it! How dare you! They saw Lin Xian sitting there, holding a roasted demon beast leg. There was oil on his mouth, and he was burping at the moment. He was even drinking while saying, "Oh, it's so delicious. I have to fight a few more powerful mutants in the future." Die! A demon sage roared crazily, erupting with a terrifying aura. One of his palms seemed to have turned into heaven and earth, and it fiercely blasted forward. This was a rhinoceros that had become a 4th celestial layer demonic beast. Its strength was no weaker than the cloud leopard from before. Moreover, the cloud leopard excelled in speed, while the rhinoceros excelled in strength. Once this power was unleashed, it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. It was too violent. The surrounding sages felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. "Get lost." He thrust out his palm, and a golden palm flew out like a sun. As the 2 collided, an unparalleled aura erupted. At this time, Lin Xian's other hand grabbed the huge clouded leopard's corpse and put it away. At the same time, he said, "You can fight, but don't spoil my food. Otherwise, I'll get mad at you." I'm so angry. The rhinoceros saint was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. Beside him, another person also made a move. He was also a demon saint. The demon saint's true form was a demonic wolf that had cultivated into a demon. He pulled out a long green saber and descended from the sky. Heaven and earth were split into 2 halves in an instant. Clang! Lin Xian's fist smashed onto the treasured saber, emitting a sonorous sound that made everyone dizzy. Lin Xian retracted his palm. "Do you 2 want to become barbecued meat too? Damn it." The demon wolf saint was also so angry that his body was trembling. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Tanya, this kid's strength was really too terrifying. Was he really just an early-stage 3rd firmament saint? He was fighting against 2 4th firmament demon saints and was not at a disadvantage at all. Especially the other party's body, he could actually contend against the rhinoceros demon saint and catch the treasured saber with his bare hands. This was simply inhuman. This couldn't be a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, right? Many people muttered in a low voice. As for Yu Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others, they were completely scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated to the back. At this moment, they were still kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. White Snake was even more dumbfounded. Until now, her entire worldview had collapsed. Previously, she was very worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now, she actually began to worry. Would these demon saints of Thousand Demons City be barbecued meat again? He sneered. "Kitor, you actually dare to cause trouble here? You even dare to kill my Thousand Demon City's esteemed guests. Do you know that you have committed a heinous crime?" The 2 human saints could not watch any longer. They rushed out and shouted coldly. Their voices spread through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You're the bold one. You actually dare to sneak attack me. And your Thousand Demon City, you actually want to kill me without a word. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to attack me?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 2 sages were stunned. Heavens, they wanted to use their power to suppress others. Who would have thought that the other party would not fall for it at all and instead berate them? What was the meaning of this? Heavens, you were the one who barbecued Thousand Demon City, okay? At the same time, they were also shocked. Who exactly was this person? He was terrifyingly strong, and his identity was not ordinary either. The 2 of them asked, "Who are you? Which family are you from?" Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking unfathomable. "The 2 of you are not qualified to know." He glanced at Thousand Demon City again. You two little demons, quickly go back and call your boss out. Tell him to hurry up and apologize to me. You dare to let your subordinate sneak attack me? You better think about what to compensate me to calm my anger. Otherwise, you will all become meat skewers today. What? Everyone's scalps went numb. This guy actually wanted the genius of Thousand Demon City to apologize and compensate? Heavens! They felt that the sky was collapsing. You're courting death. The Rhinoceros Saint and the Demon Wolf Saint were instantly enraged. They could not tolerate it. The two of them emitted a biting cold killing intent in their eyes. At this moment, they did not hold back at all. The Rhinoceros Saint's body emitted light. His physique was really too strong. Every attack was earth-shattering. At this moment he rushed over, wanting to fight Lin Xian in close combat. On the other side, the Demon Wolf Saint waved his treasured saber, striking out one terrifying saber light after another, carrying with it the laws. Every saber was aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. Buzz! Countless sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body, colliding with the saber light. At the same time he also rushed up. How dare you fight him in close combat? You're courting death. He waved his fists and exchanged blows with the other party. Thunderclaps sounded between heaven and earth, and then the Rhinoceros Saint retreated. With every step he took, his body cracked a little. Finally, with a loud bang, his body was torn into pieces. The Demon Wolf Saint was not in a good state either. Those sword chi hit his treasured saber, causing his hand to go numb and his arm to split open. In the end, he was grazed by two sword chi, and two wounds appeared on his body. One of them almost split him in half. Damn, who is this person? He's too fierce. He fought against two great demon saints and was not at a disadvantage. Moreover, he injured them so easily. This guy is definitely an extremely terrifying genius. The surrounding people were extremely excited. Chapter 37-32. Lin Xian's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Yu, Xiao Shifeng, and the others almost fainted from fright. White Snake was incomparably excited, her delicate little face filled with shock. Too powerful. The current Lin Xian had already become her idol. This kind of strength was simply world-shocking, making ghosts and gods weep. Damn brat, just you wait, you dare to oppose our Thousand Fiend City, you'll undoubtedly die. Rhinoceros Saint and Demon Wolf Saint gnashed their teeth in anger. Their faces were also full of shock, even incomparably alarmed. The other party's strength exceeded their imagination. However, so what? How powerful was their Thousand Fiend City? It was a true holy city. Those who dared to oppose them all had to die. The two turned around, wanting to leave. They wanted to report to their big brother Watermoon that there was a terrifying powerhouse here, that they had to hurry and eliminate him. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. I already said, those who make a move against me have to pay the price. Cloud Leopard was the outcome. He opened his mouth, spitting out heaven overflowing flames, forming a sea of fire, completely enveloping those two. Oh, damn it. The two were furious, carrying out a counterattack. The laws on Rhinoceros Saint's body surged, the blade light on Demon Wolf Saint's body continuously flickered, wanting to split apart these flames. However, this was 9 Yang Divine Fire, and it even had the power of 5 elements laws. How could the other party possibly split it apart? In an instant, the two were burned until they screamed miserably. There was even the fragrance of barbecued meat wafting out. It can't be, right? 2 more people became barbecued meat? Really ruthless. Many people were incomparably excited. They felt that Lin Xian was too powerful. He was really too powerful. Of course, there were also some people who sneered. Reckless. Although the other party was strong, how could he possibly contend against Thousand Fiend City, this kind of colossus? His outcome would definitely be incomparably miserable. Boss, save me. In the sea of fire, miserable cries came. At the same time, in the depths of the manor, a hall directly exploded. Violent figures rushed into the sky, tearing through the void, instantly arriving nearby. These people's expressions were abnormally cold. Among them, the one in the lead was precisely a man wearing a water-blue robe. Water and fire collided, two types of power interweaving, two types of laws colliding. However, what surprised Watermoon was that he actually couldn't extinguish these flames. How was this possible? What kind of flame was this? His face sank as he waved his sleeves. Two blue rays of light entered the sea of fire and pulled two figures out. The rhinoceros saint and the demonic wolf saint were panting heavily. Their faces were extremely ugly, and their bodies were charred black. In fact, there were even some areas that had turned red, giving off a meaty aroma. Boss, kill him and avenge us. Yes, he roasted the cloud leopard and ate it. The two great sage people looked at the moon and were about to cry. You two heal yourselves first. Shuei will do it. The law of water's energy surged into their bodies to heal them. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at Lin Xian below, his eyes bursting with an ambiguous light. Around him, the people from the demon city held sabers and axes in their hands, and their demonic chi filled the sky. The entire world was completely enveloped, and the entire mansion was on the verge of collapse. If there was no way to defend, this place would have long become a bottomless abyss. The people below trembled when they felt the terrifying aura. Some of them were even forced to crawl on the ground. Even the saints had ugly expressions on their faces. Too strong. Was this the demon city? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was brave, but now, could Lin Xian really fight against the demon city? Hand over the cloud leopard's body, kneel down, and wait for our orders. Shuei Yu's voice rang out, carrying an unquestionable order. Everyone in the mansion was alarmed, and they all gathered around. There were even other disciples of the holy city who were watching, and their faces were also full of surprise. When Lin Xian heard the other party's words, he sneered and did not answer. Instead, he questioned, "You're their big brother? You came at the right time. How dare you condone your younger brother's assault on me? How should you be punished? Hurry up and kneel down from the sky, kowtow and apologize to me, and I can consider sparing your worthless lives. Otherwise, I'll turn all of you into barbecued skewers." Everyone was stunned. This was really an arrogant and ruthless person. Now, he still dared to be so arrogant? It seems that you don't know the strength of our holy city. Shuei Yu's face darkened. No one had ever dared to provoke them like this. The demon city powerhouses beside him were even more furious. Damn brat, who do you think you are? You dare to oppose us? Boss, let me go. I'll definitely tear him to pieces. The demonic aura on these great demons was too terrifying. The stars in the sky were swaying, as if they were going to fall. Yu and Xiao Shifeng revealed sinister expressions. This time, this brat should be dead, right? White Snake's face became incomparably pale. It was over, they had probably stirred up a big mess. From the looks of it, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, he couldn't stop them. Perhaps even their silver palace couldn't stop them. Young Master Lin, hurry up and leave the demon planet. There's still a chance. White Snake quickly transmitted her voice. She felt that Lin Xian's only choice now was to escape. Lin Xian turned around, giving her a look that said there was no need to panic. Then he looked at Shuei Yu. I said that you guys didn't know the difference between life and death. Are you really courting death? Are you very powerful? What is your status in the demon city? How are you compared to the 100 Eyes demon sage? Lin Xian asked indifferently. Where is the 100 Eyes demon sage? Tell him to get over here. Look at him, he doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. The 100 Eyes demon sage. When some of the experts heard this name, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a super expert. He was an extremely terrifying genius in the demon city. His eye technique was too strange. No one could block it. This brat knew the 100 Eyes demon sage? And judging from his tone, he didn't seem to care about the 100 Eyes demon sage at all. Heavens, who is this person? They felt that he was becoming more and more mysterious. The people of the demon city were also stunned. Then they were even more furious. Damn it, you dare to slander our senior brother 100 Eyes? You're courting death. How can you compare to our senior brother 100 Eyes? These people were really crazy. Even Shui Yu's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The blue sea appeared around him. Senior Brother 100 Eyes wasn't here. Otherwise, he could kill you 100 times with just one look. You want to compare with our 100 Eyes demon sage? You're really courting death. The crowd whispered. The 100 Eyes demon sage was undeniably powerful. At this moment, someone spoke again. What a stupid brat. You think you can be arrogant in front of us just because you have some strength. The power of the demon city is not something that an ant like you can imagine. Who's shouting? Lin Xian turned around and glanced at the person. The others were also confused. Who is it at this moment? In the next moment, their hearts beat wildly. It was someone from the Thunder God City. Heavens, it's another holy city. Chapter 37-33. From the looks of it, the people from Thunder God City were also protecting the glory of the holy city. The holy city was the most dazzling existence in the starry sky. No one dared to provoke it. Everyone now felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. With another holy city appearing, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he had wings. It's over. Despair appeared on White Snake's face. Xiao West Wind laughed sinisterly. This was great. He had to see this demon die. Yu Yu also revealed a cold smile. Many people from the demon palace had already gathered beside him. These people originally wanted to make a move, but now it seemed like there was no need for them. Two great sage cities could definitely make the other party die without a burial ground. Lin Xian looked at the people from Thunder God City and narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to look for you guys later, but he didn't expect you guys to take the initiative to jump out. Where's Lei Chong? Tell him to get over here and die. I want to ask him, how did he educate his little brothers? Pooh. The surrounding people almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this kid too fierce? He actually didn't put Lei Chong in his eyes? One had to know that Lei Chong was also a thunder god. He was an extremely terrifying genius, a fifth heaven sage. This kid first provoked the 100-eyed demon saint, and now he was provoking Lei Chong. Everyone didn't know how to describe it. They felt a headache coming. They had never seen such a fierce person before. When the people from Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that smoke came out of their bodies. You're courting death. A few Thunder God cultivators couldn't hold back and instantly attacked. Terrifying thunder rushed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, it flooded the space. However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He had already left. His black hair fluttered as he stood in the void. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. What? You dare to attack me? Even if Lei Chong was here, he probably wouldn't dare to attack me. You guys dare to attack me? Speaking up to here, he punched out. His fist turned into a huge cauldron that descended from the sky. There was a terrifying dragon circling around the cauldron. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. This was the dragon pattern cauldron that Lin Xian had transformed. The dragon pattern cauldron was the ultimate weapon of the wavering light holy land. When Lin Xian manifested it, it was truly terrifying. Sure enough, when the cauldron fell, the few Thunder God martial artists who attacked were instantly sent flying. His body split open, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the others were affected by the shockwaves and were forced to retreat non-stop. So strong? Everyone went crazy. Some of them were even scared silly. Lin Xian had sent several disciples of the holy city flying with just one move. What kind of divine being was this? The Thunder God's people quickly retreated. Lightning filled the air as they roared, "Damn it! Who are you? Who are you?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said loudly, "I am Lin Wudi." Lin Wudi's name was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers couldn't believe it. The people from the 1,000 Demon City and Thunder God City narrowed their eyes. It was him who deserved to die. How could they not know this name? It was simply like thunder in their ears. This was the person who had just become the eldest disciple of Peerless City's 3rd-generation seat. During the entrance ceremony, he had defeated Lei Chong and other challengers from Thunder God City. It could be said that he was unparalleled in the limelight. However, everyone had only heard of his name and had never seen him in person. Therefore, they didn't know Lin Xian's true appearance. But now, they didn't expect him to actually come here. How was this possible? The two great sage cities' people's minds went blank. Shouldn't he be cultivating in seclusion at this time? The surrounding onlookers were even more dumbfounded. The other party was really Lin Wuti. Previously, Lin Xian had said this, but they had all taken it as a joke. No one believed it. But now, they realized that what he said was actually the truth. Bang bang. Xiao Shifeng and Yu knelt again. The two of them were almost scared to death this time. Previously, they actually dared to provoke Lin Wuti. Weren't they purely courting death? Now, they wished that they had 8 legs on their feet so that they could quickly run away. But the fear in their hearts made them unable to even move their fingers. Heavens, he was actually Lin Wuti. White Snake felt that it was so unreal, as if she was dreaming. She had heard the name Lin Wuti countless times. He was a legendary figure. Yet, he had actually appeared before her. Moreover, she had actually spent many days with him. Thinking of this, White Snake felt that she was about to faint from happiness. Even some of the elders were shocked. Now, they finally knew why he dared to be so arrogant. Two great sage cities people. He had indeed defeated Lei Chong, so they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he dared to be arrogant about the 100-eyed demonic beast saint. Could it be that he had also fought with the 100-eyed demonic beast saint? And from the looks of it, he had won. Thinking of this possibility, the people from the Thousand Fiends city felt that they had gone crazy. Impossible. How terrifying was their senior brother Bai Yan? In terms of strength, he should be even stronger than Lei Chong. Could it be that he had also lost to this kid? That was absolutely impossible. So, you are Lin Wuti? Shui Wei said coldly. His expression was also very ugly. Although you are Lin Wuti, you can't be too arrogant. Why did you kill our people for no reason? Do you really think that the Thousand Fiends city is easy to bully? Kill your people for no reason? Lin Xian laughed. Who was the one who killed him for no reason? I stood here and didn't even move. Your cloud leopard directly attacked me. If I was weaker, I would have been dead long ago. Do you think that I could not fight back? Then you can't kill him. You can even roast him. The people from the Thousand Fiends city roared. I'm letting him off easy by killing him. According to his way of doing things, it wouldn't be enough even if he died 10,000 times. I think the people around should have heard him. When he attacked, he said that the strong did not need any reason to kill ants. I did it according to his logic. What's wrong with that? Besides, Cloud Leopard is nothing. I'm the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation. My status is noble. If he dares to attack me, he is provoking Wushuang City. Do you think I can let someone who provoked the holy city live? Lin Xian's words made everyone's eyelids twitch. Indeed, the other party was also a disciple of the holy city. Moreover, his status was even more special. He was the eldest disciple of the 3rd generation. This identity was too dazzling. He could really represent the holy city. Therefore, what the other party did was really not too much. The people from the Thousand Fiends city were so angry that they could not speak. They could no longer refute. Shui Wei also gritted his teeth. Lin Wuti, I will remember you. This matter is not over. One day, I will let you experience the power of our Thousand Fiends city. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left. Lin Xian sneered. Did I let you go? What do you want? Shui Wei turned around and screamed in anger. His handsome face was also incomparably red. The surrounding great demons were angry. Lin Wuti, don't go too far. I'm going too far? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that you still don't understand the meaning of the eldest disciple. I've said it before. You'd better think about how to compensate me to appease my anger. Otherwise, I will turn all of you into skewers. Chapter 37-34. How dare you? Shouted the people from the demon city coldly. To be honest, they were scared to death. After all, they were all beasts. If they were really roasted, it would be a big joke. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Fight him. Yes, we have more people. Let's fight together. I don't believe that he can overturn the sky no matter how powerful he is. These greater demons gritted their teeth. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess. Wherever they went, countless people would surround them like stars surrounding the moon. When had they ever been suppressed like this? You want to fight? Sure, one-on-one or a group attack. It's all up to you. But let me warn you, it's fine if you win. But if you lose, I will roast all of you. You have to think carefully. At this point, a golden flame rose from Lin Xian's body. It was like a divine fire with an extremely terrifying aura. The people from Demon City were stunned and even took a few steps back. If they lost, they would be roasted. They didn't dare to take the risk. Why don't you dare? A bunch of trash. You don't have the guts, yet you're so arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Shueyue's face was ugly. I'll fight you. He walked out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would really fight. The beasts from Demon City suddenly exclaimed, Brother, be careful. Yes, that Lin Wudi is too strange. Lin Xian could defeat Lei Chong, which meant that he was almost at the early stage of the fifth heaven. They really didn't have the confidence to fight with such a person. This kid can't be so strong. Shueyue said, We've analyzed it. He might have taken some kind of pill to increase his strength in advance. Or he has a secret technique on him. But that kind of thing can't be too much. He can use it once. I don't believe that he can use it again. Indeed, many forces and families had analyzed Lin Xian's strength. They really couldn't think of how someone could fight 2 realms higher. This was the Sage Realm. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. They could only use some special means. Perhaps, in the previous battle between Lin Xian and Lei Chong, Peerless City used some secret techniques and pills to establish the image of a genius. Otherwise, how could a 3rd heaven sage defeat a 5th heaven sage? Fellow Taoist Water Moon, we support you. Torture this brat to death. Yes, our Thunder God City stands firmly on your side. The people from the Lightning God Sacred City also voiced their support. Lin Xian cast a glance at Thunder God City. You still dare to jump around? After I'm done with the 10,000 Demon City, I'll make you guys pay the price. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Shueyu. What is your true form? Don't let it be seaweed or something. It would be boring to roast it like that. Despicable brat, die for me. Boom. The laws on Shueyue's body burst forth, turning into a monstrous sea that filled the void. The waves were incomparably heavy, suppressing the saints to the point that they couldn't breathe. Tens of thousands of waves surged over, drowning everything in front of them. Boom. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the sword light swallowed and spat out rays of light. With a single slash, the countless waves were split apart. A huge spatial crack appeared. The void trembled as he walked out of it and attacked Shueyue. Shueyue's pupils shrank. The other party's sword intent was so strong. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, a layer of battle armor appeared on his body. A blue long whip appeared in his hand. With a light swing, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he waved his arm, and the sword chi expanded. At the same time, more and more flames jumped on his body. It spread to the surroundings, forming a sea of fire. The monstrous sea water fought against the sea of fire. The two completely opposite forces collided. What kind of flame was this? It couldn't be extinguished. Everyone was shocked. They found that Shueyu's sea water was evaporating, and countless white mist appeared, filling the sky. This Shueyu was also a late-stage 4th heaven expert. In addition to the mystic arts in his hands, he was comparable to an early-stage 5th heaven expert. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party. The sea of fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the area of the sea water was getting smaller and smaller. It was even threatening Shueyu. Shueyu snorted coldly, and a phantom appeared behind him. That was a dark green phantom. It was like a precious jade, but also like a colored ribbon, fluttering behind it. With the mysterious rhythm. As soon as the dark green ribbon came out, a monstrous law rushed out. The power of law on Shueiyu's body became terrifying again. He formed a seal with both hands, forming a treasure bottle, which was blue all over. Inside, a terrifying aura rushed out one after another, like a peerless immortal light. The blue light, like a peerless sword chi, rushed forward and engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and like a dragon, the golden light was even more terrifying. His sword chi was also very terrifying. One palm after another, it slapped on those blue light pillars. Heaven and earth trembled. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his arm, and the law of 5 forms formed a huge cauldron. Not good, it's that kind of mystic art again. Everyone screamed, and the people of Thunder God City looked extremely ugly. Last time, it was this phantom that directly sent many of their experts flying. Now, the other party was using it again. What kind of phantom was this? Some of the older generation people's eyes bloomed with terrifying light. They wanted to see through the secret of this mystic art. Damn it, they couldn't find it. It was just a fusion of law and energy. How could they know that this was an imitation of an extreme weapon, and the mystic art formed was of course terrifying. Shueiyu's face also changed drastically. He naturally knew the power of this cauldron. So he shouted angrily, "Infinite C/." The blue treasure bottle in his hand rose into the air, turned into a blue blade light, and slashed out. This power was several times stronger than before. Obviously, it was a one-hit kill. Boom! The phantom of the dragon pattern cauldron filled the sky, directly shocking the blue light blade. A terrifying wave of air swept in all directions. Immediately, Shueiyue was sent flying by the slap and vomited blood. His blue robe was dyed red with blood, which was abnormally eye-catching. Lin Xian was like a god of war, not affected at all. "You lost." Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn it. Shueiyu's face was ugly, and his face was full of unwillingness. He actually lost, damn it. His realm was obviously higher than his opponent by 2 realms, but he still lost. The spectators were mesmerized by the battle. This battle was simply too exciting. Especially the last shocking strike, which shocked them to the core. How could it be? The people of Thunder God City had ugly faces, their hope was shattered. Lin Xian's next sentence made their eyelids twitch wildly, and even made everyone's face change drastically. Lin Xian stared at him and said indifferently, "I've said it before. If you fight with me, it's fine if you win, but if you lose, then you'll be roasted into meat skewers. Tell me, what is your true form?" Endless flames appeared on Lin Xian's body, enveloping Shueiyu. The monstrous sea of fire burned everything. Damn it. Shueiyu vomited blood. This time he was really angry. Was the other party really going to roast him? He was about to go crazy with anger. The great demons of Thousand Demon City also roared. "How dare you quickly release our boss? Damn kid, I'll fight it out with you. Let's go together." Chapter 37-35. Alright, then come at me together. I'll braise the bear paw and steam the rhinoceros later. I'll turn all of you into delicacies. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent, making everyone's hair stand on end. I'm afraid he's not joking around. After all, he really tested Cloud Leopard before. And now, he wants to roast Shueiyue. The people of Demon City were so scared that they stopped. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Shueiyue was about to go crazy. Damn it, am I really going to become his food today? At this moment, a sigh was heard. Everyone stop. An old man walked out of the void and extinguished the sea of fire. A minor saint. Many people exclaimed. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not make another move. An elder. The people from the Demon City cried out in surprise. They were all incomparably excited. Shueiyue was the same. He turned his head, and a glimmer of hope was restored in his eyes. "Nephew Lin, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Even if my Demon City did something wrong, you've already punished them. This matter will be over just like that. What do you think?" Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that even a minor saint of Demon City would appear in the end. It seemed like the matter was really going to be resolved. The people of Demon City stood there, looking at Lin Xian with provocative eyes. The people of Thunder God City also revealed a sneer. Even if Lin Wudi is strong, so what? In the end, he still couldn't do anything to them. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He said, then I'll return this light blade to you. He withdrew the phantom of the dragon pattern cauldron and secretly used the stellar transposition. The light blade flew back at an extremely fast speed. Shueiyue snorted coldly and wanted to withdraw the light blade. However, the moment he made a move, the light blade inconceivably changed its angle slightly. With a puff, blood spurted out. One of Shueiyue's arms was cut off. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Shueiyue clutched his arm, his face full of malevolence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Is he going to make a move? Damn brat, how dare you! The people of Myriad Demon City were roaring madly. Even the little saint was stunned by the scene before him. Then, his expression darkened. Lin Xian said, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You couldn't even withstand my own light blade. It seems that I have overestimated you. Everyone's mouths twitched. The people from the Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. Shueiyue almost fainted from anger. He couldn't catch it? Damn it, it was clearly the light blade that changed its angle at the last moment. Otherwise, how could he not be able to catch it? He was too careless. The elder from the Demon City also had a dark expression on his face. Lin Xian said, Senior, I really didn't mean it. Don't worry, Nephew Lin. The green hills will not change and the clear waters will flow forever. We will meet again. Old Zhang turned around. Let's go. He quickly left with Shueiyue and the others. Shueiyue's body stiffened and she almost fell to the ground. Because Lin Xian muttered in a low voice behind them, this arm is deformed? Wow, it's kelp. It's really seaweed. After hearing this, Shueiyue finally couldn't bear it anymore. He roared and ran away crazily. The others also looked at each other in dismay. The people of Thunder God City also had ugly faces. They also wanted to leave quietly, but Lin Xian's gaze was already on them. I said that after the Demon City is dealt with, it will be your Thunder God City. Weren't you jumping around happily before? Damn brat, what do you want? The people of Thunder God City turned their heads and glared at him. At the same time, they quickly sent a voice transmission to ask for help. They wanted their little saint elder to come as well. Otherwise, they would not be a match for him. The rift was torn apart as another figure walked out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a very powerful aura. It was another little saint. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the little saint of Thunder God City had also come. Sure enough, the people of Thunder God City smiled. With their elder here, they would be safe. After the middle-aged man walked out, thunder surrounded his body and his eyes looked around. Just as he was about to speak, a white light appeared in the sky, and a little monkey appeared in front of him. With a bang, it slapped his face. Suddenly, he was dizzy and couldn't say anything. Lin Xian kicked him out and shouted at the same time, "Who dares to sneak attack a fellow Taoist from Thunder God City?" This kick landed directly on the middle-aged man. Boom! The little saint was directly kicked out, creating dozens of black holes in the void. He was directly kicked out of the mansion. Everyone was speechless. They were all stunned. What's going on? Not only did Lin Xian make a move on a little saint, he even succeeded. No way, could it be that this Lin Wudi already has the strength to fight a little saint? This is too terrifying. I'm afraid that not many people in the younger generation are his match. Damn it, this is impossible. The people of Thunder God City screamed crazily. They were about to collapse. In the distance, a ray of light streaked across the sky, bringing with it monstrous thunderbolts. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The little saint flew back. His body was full of killing intent. The kick just now didn't break his defense at all. It couldn't hurt him. However, this was a slap to his face. He was a little saint, but he was kicked away by a third heaven saint. If this news spread out, his old face would be gone. Therefore, he was full of killing intent and couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian. "For you, how dare you release your killing intent to me?" Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "I'm the third-generation disciple of Wushuang City. Do you want to die? Insolent kid, you don't know what's good for you. This is the elder of our Thunder God City." Those geniuses of Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Xian showed a look of surprise. "What? Your elder? So he's a senior from Thunder God City." Sorry. Lin Xian's smile made everyone dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? Didn't they just kick him? However, at the next moment, the corners of their mouths twitched. Lin Xian said, "Senior, why don't you tell me your identity first? I thought you were some mysterious expert who wanted to sneak attack the Thunder God City's fellow Taoists. That's why I took action. Elder, you won't blame me, right? Sneak attack your sister." The people of Thunder God City couldn't help but curse. Even the elder's face turned ugly. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse, so angry that he couldn't speak. Lin Xian said again, "Elder, that kick didn't hurt you, right? If you were injured, then I would have sinned. Go away." The elder of Thunder God City was about to vomit blood. This guy was simply touching his sore spot. "Senior, don't be angry. I have a few healing pills here. Why don't I give them to you?" Ugh. The elder of Thunder God City finally couldn't bear it anymore. He tore open the void and escaped in an instant. "Senior, don't go. I'll give you these pills for free." Lin Xian was still shouting there. The people of Thunder God City were also scalps. "Fuck, he's a lunatic. Hurry up and leave." Chapter 37-36. Two people from the Great Sage City had escaped one after the other. It was really inconceivable. The surrounding people didn't dare to believe it. This kid was too awesome. That's right, he didn't even put the two Great Sage City in his eyes. He was actually Lin Wudi. Heavens, he was the legendary person. Humph, the two people from the Great Sage City definitely wouldn't let this go. Even if he was the chief disciple, he would still be unlucky. All kinds of discussions could be heard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, left with the white snake. This matter quickly spread out. Not only did the people who participated in the martial arts tournament know about it, but the entire city also knew about it. Then it quickly spread to many cities. More than half of the demon planet knew about it. Lin Wudi came and scared them away. Thousand Demon City and Thunder God City. White Jade Hall. When Hall Master Kuan heard the news, he was also dumbfounded. The person who came to see him was Lin Wudi. He sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, he didn't expect it before. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary disciple of Wushuang City. He didn't expect Lin Xian's identity to be so extraordinary. When he saw Lin Xian, his tone changed. In the past, he called Lin Xian Nephew Lin. But now, he directly called him Young Master Lin. There was no other way. With Lin Xian's identity, he didn't dare to provoke him. After all, when the chief disciple grew up, he wouldn't be weaker than Fu Hongya. Hall Master Kuan, how's the investigation? Did you find any clues about my two friends? Hall Master Kuan said that he found some information. Young Master Lin, do you want to hear it now? Lin Xian nodded. I said last time that when the fog ship just arrived, there was a storm. Some people left and some were even captured. Your two friends seem to have been taken away at that time. Who were they? People from the Demon Palace. The one who took action last time was the Demon Child. The ones who captured them were also people from the Demon Palace. However, the information stopped here. I couldn't find anything else. I wonder what happened to your two friends after they were taken away by the Demon Palace? People from the Demon Palace? Lin Xian frowned, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. If anything happened to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the Northern Devil, he would definitely not let the Demon Palace off. However, he was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. After all, Ruffian Long and Chu Feng both possessed top-notch talent. Even if they were captured, they should still be taken seriously. Indeed, according to what you said, this is also a very strange place. The Lord of the Kuntong Pond also frowned. Lin Xian said, I can't do anything about it. I'll go directly to the Demon Palace and ask them for the person in person. Hall Head Kuan persuaded. Young Master Lin, although you are from Wushuang City, this is the evil demon planet. Most of the people here were arrogant and unruly. They were the devil kings and ruthless people. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. This was especially true for the demon child. He believed that he was an existence that wasn't weaker than any of the geniuses of the holy city. So, if you directly went up there, you might end up with the opposite result. Then what do you suggest? Let me probe a little more. Moreover, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance to deal with the Demon Palace. The Fiend Banquet you want to attend is hosted by the Fiend Palace. At that time, we can probe each other during the Fiend Banquet. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Hall Head Kuan. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The evil demon planet wasn't ordinary. The forces on it were very strong. Moreover, the people here might really be lunatics. They might not necessarily give face to the holy city. Demon child. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It would be best if Crimson Deity and Ruffian Long were fine. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a demon child or an angel child, I'll send you to hell. While Lin Xian was discussing with Hall Head Kuan, the news outside spread even more widely. After everyone learned about Lin Xian's matter, they were greatly shocked. Among them, the people from the Rain Clan and Spirit Sealing Star were dumbfounded. This was impossible. The Rain Clan's people were so angry that they went crazy. They had destroyed a great palace. They gritted their teeth and roared. How was this possible? That brat, had he become so strong? Di Ling and the others also had gloomy expressions. Damn it, two great Sage Cities people couldn't even capture the other party? Impossible. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said coldly. However, that brat was the chief disciple. Two great Sage Cities people had to give him face. Otherwise, do you think that brat could still be alive? Old Zhang, do you want us to send someone to kill him? Di Ling asked. The elder of Spirit Sealing Star said that there was no hurry. If they killed him, it would cause a big commotion. It wouldn't be good if it affected the evil demon banquet. It was better to participate in the evil demon banquet first. We'll wait until we get what we want at the banquet before killing that brat. Alright. Di Ling's eyes burst out with cold killing intent. While they were discussing, the people from Thunder God City and Demon City were also gnashing their teeth. The people from Thunder God City were about to vomit blood. Especially that minor saint, his face turned black. Damn it, he was kicked by the brat for no reason. What a disgrace. Damn it, I must not let this brat off. That minor saint's face turned black. With his temperature, the thunder cloud should be almost ready, right? It's time to use it. Elder, do you want to use that thing? The people from Thunder God City were also shocked. Then, they revealed a sinister smile. Hee hee, let's see how this brat will die this time. On the other side, the people from Demon City were also about to vomit blood. They were even angrier than those from Thunder God City. After all, one of the geniuses on their side had been forcefully taken away by someone else and eaten like a delicacy. Damn it. Many great demons were gnashing their teeth. Shui Yu's face was even uglier. In the end, one of his arms was chopped off by the brat, which was a great humiliation to him. Old Zhang, that brat is too arrogant. We can't just let him go like this. Yes, he's provoking our demon city. So what if he's the chief disciple? He's just the third disciple, not the first generation. The Wushuang city only has 3 generations of disciples. How could they be compared to our Thousand Beast city with such a weak foundation? Indeed, Wushuang City could be considered as a rising city among the saint cities. Some of the old saint cities were nothing in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian's action had undoubtedly angered them. I know. The old man also said, I will contact the Dark Knight Void Beast and ask him to kill him. After all, killing him in public would definitely cause a disturbance. But if he dies quietly, then it has nothing to do with us. Even if we suspect, we can't find any evidence. At that time, Wushuang City can't do anything to us. Should we use the Dark Knight Void Beast? Then that brat will definitely die this time. Lin Xian was in White Jade Hall, waiting for the evil demon's feast to begin. There were only 3 days left. There were more people in the city. It was so crowded that it couldn't hold them anymore. In the void outside the city, there were all kinds of chariots parked. These were all people who came to participate in the evil demon's feast. Lin Xian stayed in the mansion and waited patiently. However, on this day, someone sent him a message. Young Master Lin, someone sent you a letter saying that it's an old friend who wants to meet you. Old friend? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and took the letter from the servant. Soon he was surprised. Chapter 37:37. It sounded like a letter asking for help. The tone was urgent, as if someone was chasing after them. Could it be the Dark Red Dragon or the North Demon? However, the Lord of Kantong had not found out anything about those two people. Forget it, forget it. As long as there's a chance, Lin Xian won't let it go. Storm Pavilion. It was a very remote place in the Demon City. Fortunately, they did not leave the city, so Lin Xian's suspicions were lessened. If someone wanted to attack him, they would have lured him out of the Demon City. Lin Xian arrived at the Storm Pavilion and found that there were very few people there. After all, it was too remote and desolate. Moreover, it was rumored that a battle that killed a sage had happened here. Very few people were willing to come to such a dangerous place. Lin Xian is here. When he arrived, he frowned. There's no one here? His eyes shone with a golden light. In the next moment, he saw the fluctuations of an array formation around him. Is there someone in the array formation? He said, I'm here. Hurry up and come out. Buzz. The array formation fluctuated, and 2 figures walked out. Ruffian Dragon. North Demon. Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he realized that the 2 people who walked out were the Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon. It's really you guys. Lin Xian was overjoyed. That's great. Initially, he thought that it would take a lot of effort to find those 2 people. He did not expect to find them so quickly. After the 2 figures came out, they also smiled. It's really you, kid. That's great. You're really here. The man and the dragon rushed over and gathered together with Lin Xian. However, at that moment, the void behind them suddenly attacked. A piercing light pierced toward Lin Xian's back. It was too sudden and too fast. When Lin Xian reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He activated his vitality, and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. He was prepared to take the attack head-on. The attack landed on his body and sent him flying. A bloody wound appeared on his back, from which golden blood flowed out. Bang! The void shattered, and Lin Xian was injured. Damn it, it's a trap. His expression was unsightly. A golden blade of light shot out from his eyes and slashed at the man and the dragon. With a poochie sound, the 2 figures were hacked apart. What fell were 2 leaves, 2 rainbow-colored leaves. As expected, they were illusions. Who was plotting against him? How did they know that he was looking for the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon? In an instant, he thought of Hall Master Kuan because he had only told Hall Master Kuan about this matter. However, he quickly rejected the idea. That shouldn't be the case. Hall Master Kuan had no reason to frame him. Who else? In the past, he and Yushirchia had been on the same fog ship. Yushirchia had seen the North Dire Monster and the Dark Red Dragon. Soon, the bleeding stopped. Lin Xian swept his gaze in all directions. He frowned. No one came out. Pretending to be mysterious. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically again. This time, he felt a killing intent coming at his head. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He used the Kuan-Peng movement technique to the extreme. At the same time, he quickly activated the void escape and merged into the void. However, in the next moment, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. His head had nearly been split open. Damn it. Lin Xian was completely furious. At this moment, the black Qilin tattoo covered his entire body like a black armor. The golden light in his eyes illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It wasn't someone from the Rain Clan. It was an extremely terrifying expert. The other party must have spatial abilities. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to break through his void escape. Who was it? Who had the Rain clan joined forces with? Where did such a powerful spatial expert come from? Buzz. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the heavenly Luo umbrella. It floated above his head and thousands of auras fell. Soon he was under attack. Countless laws were flying toward him from all directions. They hit the light screen, causing his blood to boil. But he couldn't find the person at all. How could it be? Even the heavenly secret divine I couldn't find the other party? Wasn't this spatial mystique a little too strong? He knew that very few people could comprehend spatial abilities. Moreover, it was very difficult to do so. He had only seen people from the Gu clan. Because the Gu clan cultivated the void scripture, their spatial abilities were very strong. Gu Santong was the one who had taught him how to use the void escape. Who was it now? Was it someone from the Gu clan? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and used the blue tide technique. The light waves of his eye technique spread in all directions. Behind him, there was a slight fluctuation in the void not far away. Soon it disappeared. However, Lin Xian caught it in an instant. He pulled out the spear of great destruction and waved it fiercely. The void there was broken in an instant, but Lin Xian missed. However, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and caught a black shadow. It instantly turned into the void and disappeared. Indeed, there was someone, and it was a super expert with spatial abilities, who was so eager to take his life. Moreover, to be able to mobilize such a terrifying expert, it was definitely not an ordinary force. Hey Shan. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to awaken Black Mountain. He Shan had been in a deep sleep and cultivating. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't wake up. Now that he was summoned by Lin Xian, He Shan stretched. Kid, what's going on? Hey, are you hurt? Someone can hurt you? Who is it? He Shan was very surprised. Even he was shocked by Lin Xian's strength and talent. Now that he could hurt him, he was definitely not ordinary. There's a super expert with spatial abilities who wants to assassinate me. Think of a way to find him. Lin Xian whispered. At this moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. He couldn't catch the other party, and the other party couldn't break his defense. A super expert with spatial abilities. He Shan was interested. Let me see. He began to use his soul to investigate. Suddenly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It was truly unexpected that he would encounter such an opponent here. That was interesting. Interesting my ass. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he was hit. An even more terrifying law blasted on his body. This time, the light curtain of the heavenly Luo umbrella was torn apart. Obviously, the other party also used a sacred artifact. If this continued, the situation would be very dangerous. Can you find out? Lin Xian asked. As if He Shan nodded. However, his spatial abilities were very strong. Even if you found out, you might not be able to hurt him. Is he that strong? Lin Xian was surprised. Who is he? Do you know? Ghost God said that he didn't look like a human, but more like a beast. Beast? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be someone from the Thousand Demon City? What kind of beast is so powerful? Chapter 37-38. Kid, have you ever heard of the Void Beast? It's a unique species of heaven and earth. It's a space-type demonic beast. This kind of space-type divine ability is their bloodline talent. Bloodline talent? No wonder. Lin Xian understood. No wonder the other party's space-type divine ability is so powerful. It's the talent of their race. In the darkness, the Void Beast was also scratching his head anxiously. Damn it. He had been ordered to kill a level 3 cultivator. He thought it would be easy to do so. Even if the other party was a genius who could fight above his level, so what? Once he used his space-type divine ability, he would be the king of the world. Who could be his opponent? Anyone below the minor saint realm would be killed by him mercilessly. However, when he made a move against Lin Xian, he was stunned. The other party was like a hedgehog. There was no way to attack him. Except for the first attack, which hurt the other party and made him bleed. The other attacks couldn't injure the other party. They only made the other party's blood and qi boil. This was truly too inconceivable. This was the first time the Void Beast encountered something like this in his life. The other party's physique was so strong that it was beyond his imagination. What was even more frightening was that the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although it was impossible to capture it, the other party had a pair of strange eyes. Although he couldn't catch it, it was a great threat to him. Moreover, the other party's attack was strong. If he was a little slower, he would be chased by the other party. So now, he could only find an opportunity bit by bit. However, this kind of situation was simply frustrating for him. He was a space-type divine beast. He was born to be an assassin. He had never been so aggrieved like today. While thinking, the Dark Knight Void Beast used his bloodline talent and shuttled through space. Because the other party attacked. The place where he was originally standing was smashed into pieces. No, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to kill the other party. The Dark Knight Void Beast was anxious. He decided to change his strategy. He would teleport the other party out of the evil demon city. In this way, his companions would make a move. Thinking of this, he was ready to attack. At this time, Black Mountain said, "Kid, he seems to be coming toward you. This time, it seems that he wants to travel through space together." Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. He didn't move in the dark. He didn't seem to notice, but he was ready to attack. In his body, the great dragon sword's soul trembled violently. Soon, he felt the power of space instantly wrapped around him. The space where he was, the void shattered. The other party wanted to drag him through space together. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a roar. The great dragon sword's soul rushed out of his body and slashed out in all directions. The space where he was directly shattered. In the next moment, he felt as if he had slashed something. Then a roar was heard. Then, blood flowed from the darkness. The void shattered the void once again. "Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I will definitely kill you and tear you to shreds." A vicious voice could be heard from the mist. Lin Xian was Lin Xian Hesoul's. "I'll be waiting. If you dare to come again, I'll skin you alive and make you into a void overcoat." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had used the great dragon sword soul just now, so he must have injured his opponent. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill the other party. "Hey Shunset, you should be content. There are very few people who can injure the Void Beast. You should know that the law of space is the king of the world. It's too difficult to hurt the Void Beast. Unless you're stronger than the Void Beast. If you can hurt it, it will definitely shock the two-star realm." Really? Is it that powerful? Lin Xian God's eyes lit up. If he really caught the other party, skinned him, or absorbed his bloodline, the benefits would be huge. Lin Xian God had always wanted to cultivate space, but the space law was really too rare. Only the Gu family, which had produced a great emperor, could cultivate it. Then, there was the bloodline ability, which could only be encountered by chance. In another space of the evil demon city, a black monster walked out. He went straight into a magnificent palace. How was it? Inside the palace, the people of the demon city were waiting. They felt that the Dark Knight Void Beast should have brought the other party's corpse back. "Damn it, that kid dared to hurt me. I'll definitely tear him into pieces." However, they heard such an exasperated voice. The people of the demon city were stunned. What's going on? Did he not succeed? In the next moment, they exclaimed, "You're injured." There was a sword wound on the Dark Knight Void Beast's body, which had not healed yet. The sword chi on it was too cold, causing the Dark Knight Void Beast to tremble. "Damn it, who can tell me why that kid is so strange? Didn't you say that he's easy to deal with?" The geniuses of the demon city were stunned. Even the elder's mouth twitched. "That's impossible." Shueiyue screamed, "That kid can actually escape from your pursuit? What's going on?" The elder of the demon city also asked. The Dark Knight Void Beast was very sullen and told them what had happened. Then, Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, that brat was already so evil. Forget it, let's not do anything first. After the evil demon banquet, we'll work together to kill him. We can't let him grow. The people of the demon city were facing a great enemy. The other party was already so powerful when he was at the third heaven. If he broke through, who would be able to deal with him in the future? The competition between the holy cities was very fierce. They would definitely not allow such a monster to appear in Wushuang City. Although Lin Xian was assassinated, he was not sad at all. Instead, he was very excited, because he was planning how to capture the Dark Knight Void Beast. He wanted to study the spatial laws. He couldn't wait. He even swaggered and appeared in every corner of the demon city, hoping to attract the Dark Knight Void Beast to attack again. However, it seemed that the other party was vigilant and did not make a move, which disappointed Lin Xian. Forget it, if it were the demon city, they would probably make a move again. Lin Xian was about to go back, but at this moment, thunder sounded in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. A few bolts of thunder struck down. Damn it, Lin Xian was directly hit. All the hair on his body stood up. What's going on? Is he going to transcend the tribulation? It shouldn't be, I haven't broken through. Lin Xian was very clear about his own cultivation. Usually, he would only attract lightning tribulation when he broke through. Now that he hadn't broken through, he attracted lightning tribulation? Who is attacking me? He looked up and his heavenly secret divine eyes pierced through the void. He found that there was only a cluster of dark clouds and no other people. It shouldn't be an attack. Forget it, it's too strange. I better go back. Lin Xian was about to return to his mansion. However, he realized that the dark clouds in the sky were following him. Wherever he went, they would strike. So much so that the people of the demon city knew. Chapter 37-39. Look, that kid was struck by lightning. Fuck, what kind of sin did he commit to be struck by lightning? He probably didn't do anything good. Seeing that this kid didn't look like a good person, all kinds of discussions could be heard. Everyone was watching from afar, pointing their fingers. Lin Xian's little face turned black. What are you talking about? Why don't I look like a good person? I'm very handsome, okay? However, the lightning in the sky didn't give him any face and kept falling. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough. Other than being struck at the beginning, he wasn't hit at all. This kid looks familiar. Someone screamed. Not good, I'm going to be recognized. Lin Xian covered his face. If that was really the case, he would lose a lot of face. He hoped that these people couldn't recognize him. Unfortunately, there were people screaming in the surroundings. It was him, it was Lin Wudi. He was Lin Wudi, the one who defeated two great geniuses. It's actually him? Everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wudi's name could be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Especially recently, the things that happened just now were called a legend. Now, such a legend was being struck by lightning. What's going on? It's over, he was really recognized. Lin Xian couldn't wait to use the dragon sword spirit to shatter the ground and then escape. How could this guy be struck by lightning? That's right, this was a top genius. How powerful was he? It was said that one of Shueyue's arms was chopped off by him. Was it true? He defeated Lei Chong, and his cultivation was only at the third celestial level. All kinds of envious voices could be heard. However, more people's mouth twitched. The scene in front of them was too strange. Could it be that because he was too powerful, the heavens didn't allow such a monstrous person to exist? Suddenly, a cute girl blinked her eyes and said. When these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. There were a few figures in the crowd with a sneer. They were the people from Thunder God City. The dark clouds in the sky were released by them. This was a secret treasure of their Thunder God City. At this moment, they were here to see the effect. They wanted to let the other party be struck by lightning in public. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, they could still make the other party lose face. After all, at this point, face was sometimes more important than life. Look at this kid, how is he going to conduct himself in the future? He probably wouldn't dare to come out for the rest of his life. A martial artist from the Thunder God City coldly snorted. Humph, what Lin Wudi? From the looks of it, the heavens simply didn't allow him to exist. There was no hope for him in the future. That's right, a fallen genius was nothing. Only a genius who survived could be considered a true expert. More and more such voices could be heard. It was very clear that the people from Thunder God City were leading the way. The crowd was in an uproar. Could it be that this Lin Wudi had really been abandoned by the heavens? Abandon your grandpa. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "You guys are really ignorant. I once read in an ancient book that when the ancient emperors were young, they were struck by lightning every day. This is a characteristic of the heavens chosen. You bunch of ignorant people, you actually said that I was despised by the heavens. It was scary to be ignorant." Lin Xian shook his head repeatedly. Everyone was shocked. What? Was there really such a thing? The primeval emperors were struck by lightning every day. It was also possible. The lightning tribulation represented the punishment of the heavens and earth. It must be because his talent and strength had exceeded the limit that he was struck by lightning. Could it be that this kid really had the charm of a young ancient emperor? Thinking of this, everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was also surprised. It couldn't be, right? He just casually said it to dissolve the awkward atmosphere. These people took it seriously? Forget it, if they took it seriously, then so be it. He continued to nod. Yes, that's right. The ancient emperors were like this. Everyone was shocked. One must know that these geniuses walked the path of the earth. Now, there was actually someone who displayed the attitude of a young ancient emperor. This was simply too inconceivable. Nonsense. What ancient emperors being struck by lightning? There was no such thing. The people from Thunder God City were anxious and quickly shouted. They originally wanted to see the other party make a fool of themselves. Who would have thought that the other party would actually drag the ancient emperors into this? There wasn't a single book that wrote such a thing. However, it was useless. No matter how they explained, the surrounding people believed that this was a special event that would only happen to a young ancient emperor. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with envy. There were even some people who were prepared to befriend Lin Xian. At the very least, they had to hug this golden thigh. If they could befriend a young ancient emperor, there was no need to talk about the benefits in the future. The few people from Thunder God City were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, how could it be like this? They didn't expect to overreach themselves. Not only did they not discuss the other party, they were the ones who were discussed. Quick, remove the lightning clouds. What should I do with this kid? The people from Thunder God City secretly took action and kept the lightning clouds. In the sky, the dark clouds disappeared, revealing the sunlight that shone on the earth. Did the lightning tribulation disappear? Everyone was discussing. The people from Thunder God City sneered and looked at this kid. How could he continue to act? They wanted to expose him in front of everyone and embarrass him. This was to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Lin Xian had a pious look on his face. And my daily cultivation is over. I have a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws, making him look like a Buddha. The surrounding people were even more convinced. As expected of a young ancient emperor. Young Master Lin, I have a treasure for you. Young Master Lin, I have a beautiful younger sister. These people all surrounded Lin Xian, wanting to befriend him. Pooh. The few people from Thunder God City who wanted to see a joke fainted from anger and fell to the ground. Soon, the crowd stepped on them and went to befriend Lin Xian. This was something that Thunder God City had never thought of in his life. Very soon news of this spread. Strange phenomena descended from the heavens. Lin Wudi cultivated every day, accompanied by divine lightning. This was a privilege that only the young ancient emperor had. When these words were spoken, the world was in an uproar. Lin Wudi had already displayed such elegance? The young ancient emperor. Heavens, his future achievements were limitless. He had to befriend such a prodigy. Countless people swarmed into Lin Xian's residence. Lin Xian's residence was about to be crushed. On the other side, the people from Demon City and Spirit Sealing Star were dumbfounded. What was going on? What was this kid doing now? Damn it, the other party had been in the limelight for the past few days, suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. Among them, people like Di Ling were about to despair. Previously, he was looking down on the other party. But after a short while, he felt that he was completely left behind by the other party. Now, he could only look up to the other party. This difference in status was unbearable for him. The people from Demon City were just right. They had sent out spatial experts like void beasts, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. They didn't expect that the other party would be admired by tens of thousands of people. Damn it, where did the thunderclouds come from? Why would they help him at this time? If Thunder God City heard this, they would vomit blood. Help your sister, it was obviously a slap to the other party's face. However, they had shot themselves in the foot. Chapter 3740. In such a lively atmosphere, 3 days had passed. Today, everyone was excited again as the Evil Devil Feast was about to begin. This was much more spectacular than the previous small gatherings. Previously, it was just a gathering of some young geniuses. But this time, the experts of the older generation flocked over. Each of them was a minor saint with a powerful law of heaven and earth. They walked into the Evil Devil Castle to participate in the Evil Devil Feast. Thunder and lightning interweaved in the sky as the wind and clouds changed. Look, the people of Thunder God City are here. Lei Chong is here too. Everyone exclaimed. The people of Thunder God City attracted everyone's attention. Although Thunder God City had suffered a loss previously, it was still a saint city after all. Their strength was not something they could compare to. Lei Chong also came. His face was ugly because he heard that there was someone who didn't put him in their eyes. Damn you, Lin Wudi, I will tear you to pieces. Lei Chong's bold words caused an uproar among the crowd. It seemed like he was going to take action against Lin Wudi. The people of Thunder God Qing supported him. Who does Lin Wudi think he is? He is not our senior brother's opponent. That's right, if he dares to come, we will take him down. There were also some people who sneered. Stop boasting. Lin Wudi has already defeated Lei Chong in the 9th heaven. That's right. What do you mean by taking him down? I think you will be taken down by someone else. During this period of time, many people had become Lin Xian's followers. These people naturally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out. Damn it, do you want to die? Humph, what's so great about you? You want to use your power to suppress others? If you have the ability, use your strength to speak. If you have the ability, let Lei Chong and Lin Wudi fight face to face. Let's see if Lei Chong will be beaten to a pulp. Thunder God Qing was about to go crazy. Damn it, why are there so many people speaking up for Lin Xian? This shouldn't be. They didn't know that it was because of their previous lightning strike that so many followers had appeared. On the other side, the people of Demon City had also arrived. Great demons with horns on their heads appeared. Their bodies were filled with law as if they were demon gods. One of them was even more terrifying. He was tall and had over 100 eyes on his body. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a terrifying soul fluctuation. Many people felt their scalps go numb. It was as if his soul would be extinguished at any moment. Heavens! It was the 100-eyed demon saint. He actually came as well? Everyone was shocked. The 100-eyed demon saint was not weaker than Lei Chong. In fact, he was even stronger than Lei Chong. His appearance caused countless people to scream. The 100-eyed demon saint had become even stronger. That's right. His ocular arts were extremely terrifying. There was absolutely no one in the same realm who was a match for him. Not only that, but with his eye technique, fighting someone of a higher cultivation level than him was as easy as eating and drinking. He was simply a top-notch genius. Praises could be heard one after another. At the same time, some people sneered. Didn't Lin Wudi provoke the 100-eyed sacred beast? He really didn't know what death was. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was no match for the 100-eyed demon saint. That's right, the 100-eyed demon saint could destroy that kid's soul with a single glance. The people of the demon city sneered and looked down at him condescendingly. This time, their top-notch genius was here. Let's see how arrogant Lin Wudi can be. The hundred-eyed demon saint's expression was even colder. He didn't take Lin Wudi seriously at all. What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't he just a few extra eyes? That's right. How dare he compete with Lin Wudi? Is he qualified to do so? The hundred-eyed demon saint's true form was a giant centipede. Lin Wudi probably wouldn't be interested in him at all. That's right. He doesn't have any meat on his body. How many carnivores can you send? It would be easier for Lin Wudi to hunt down. These followers spoke again, not giving the hundred-eyed demon saint any face at all. Some of the people of the demon city were furious. Damn it, what do a bunch of ants know? The hundred-eyed demon saint was also angry. His face darkened and he said coldly, "Who cares about Lin Wudi? If he dares to appear, I will kill him with a single glance." As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge commotion. He was really too domineering. More and more people gathered around. This time, the demon banquet was held in the center of the demon city. Other than the two great sage cities, the powerhouses of the other families and sects also came one after another. "Look, the people of the Silver Palace are here." Countless people exclaimed. Powerful figures could be seen walking toward them. This time, not only White Jade Hall came, but all the higher-ups and powerhouses of the Silver Palace came. "Look, White Fairy is there." Everyone saw White Snake. She was wearing a long dress and was extremely beautiful. The person standing in front of her must be Hall Master Kuan. It was rumored that he was very powerful and unfathomable. That's nothing. Look at the person at the front. It's the young master of the Silver Palace. He's also here. The young master of the Silver Palace. The young master of the Silver Palace had a frighteningly high status. Moreover, he was also a top genius. As soon as he appeared, countless people screamed. Even the people of the two great sage cities turned their heads with a hint of seriousness in their eyes. Although they were in the sacred city, this was the demon planet after all. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its native place. As the young master of the top forces on the demon planet, the Silver Palace was worthy of their attention. The young master of the Silver Palace wore a silver-white robe and held a folding fan in his hand. After he arrived, he looked at the Thunder God City and the Demon City and nodded at them. White Snake followed behind and looked around. "Is young Master Lin here?" This time, she came with the young master of the Silver Palace. Lin Xian didn't follow. But thinking about it, he wouldn't miss this event. Not far away, Xiao West Wind also looked around. That killing god shouldn't be here. He desperately didn't want to see Lin Xian because he was traumatized. After the Silver Palace, there were some big families and sections. Some were from the Demon Planet. There were also prodigies from other regions. Even the Demon City and Thunder God Cheng were shocked by some of them. It could be said that the gathering of powerhouses and countless prodigies was a grand event in the second astral realm. The demon banquet this time was arranged in a ladder. The stronger one the better one would be able to occupy the best spot. The best spots were taken by the 6 forces. Thunder God City, Demon City, and the Silver Palace each occupied a spot. There were also 3 other major forces. One of them was the Golden Crow race. The Golden Crow was a strange beast of heaven and earth. It was said that it lived on the sun and could be called a divine beast. Not many people from the Golden Crow race came. There were only 6 or 7 of them. But no one dared to look down on them. Even those from the Demon City and Thunder God City had serious expressions. The Golden Crow race was so powerful that they were incomparably shocked. This was a race that wasn't weaker than the Holy City. The other force was very mysterious. No one knew where they came from. But judging from the powerhouses they brought and the aura they emitted, they should be a very terrifying force. The leader was a woman. She wore an emerald green dress and had a graceful figure. Her face was covered by a veil. But one could imagine that she was definitely a beautiful woman. The last force was naturally the Demon Palace. They were personally led by the Demon Palace's son. Chapter 3741. The Devil's Son was a handsome young man. His entire body carried an evil aura. He was very arrogant. After arriving, his gaze swept in all directions without restraint. Even when facing the holy city, he didn't have the slightest fear. Regarding this, the two people from the great sage city didn't say anything because they had long known that the Devil's Son was arrogant and unruly. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. He didn't even put the holy city in his eyes. Therefore, at this moment, seeing the other party's actions, they weren't surprised. Moreover, the Devil's Son's father, the Devil Overlord, was a very terrifying existence. The other party was a Saint Venerable, and rumor had it that he was recently in seclusion to break through to the Saint King realm. Once the breakthrough was successful, he would be a new Saint King. Then, the Fiend Palace would also become a holy city-level force. Therefore, this Devil's Son did indeed have the capital to be arrogant. The 6 major forces were divided into the front lines, and the rest were distributed according to strength. Everyone was incomparably excited. It seemed that it should start soon. Why didn't they see Lin Wudi? Yeah, wasn't he with the people from the Silver Palace? Why didn't he appear? Many people were puzzled. The people from Thunder God City sneered. That kid must be timid. He's afraid of our senior brother Lei Chong and doesn't dare to come out. The people from Demon City were also disdainful. What Lin Wudi, he didn't even dare to come. If he dares to come, my senior brother Bai Yen will kill him with a glance. Such arrogant words made Lin Xian's followers very angry. They retaliated one after another, but they weren't confident in their hearts. Why didn't Lin Xian come? At this moment, a low voice sounded in the distance like muffled thunder. It aroused everyone's curiosity and they all turned around to look. The next moment, they exclaimed, "Oh God, who is it? Thunder is descending. Someone is transcending the tribulation. Damn, that thunder tribulation is spreading towards this side. Run quickly." Some of the more cowardly and weak ones wanted to escape. However, some older generation powerhouses shouted coldly, "What is this place? Even if there is thunder, there is nothing to be afraid of." Hearing this, everyone was relieved. They wanted to see who was transcending the tribulation. But many people cried out in surprise. Wow, there really was someone in the Thunder City. This scene, a bit like Lin Wudi? Yes, he was bathing in thunder a few days ago. This was the attitude of a young ancient emperor. Everyone was talking about it. When the people from Thunder God City heard this, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Last time, they tried to be clever but ended up making a fool of themselves, which made them go crazy. Now, there was actually someone else using the same method. Who was it? Was he mocking them on purpose? Why did that person look like Lin Wudi? It can't be, right? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked ahead. The next moment, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone cried out in surprise. Lin Wudi, it really was him. The others were even more excited. Only Lin Wudi could be surrounded by thunder every day. This was a privilege that only a young great emperor had. Only Lin Wudi had it. That was great. Lin Wudi is here. The followers exclaimed, and the others were in an uproar. However, the people from Thunder God City were extremely gloomy. Damn the privilege of a great emperor. They wanted to slap themselves in the face. The people from Demon City were also gloomy. The Silver Palace, Fiend Palace, and Golden Crow tribe all looked over. Among them, Lei Chong was gnashing his teeth. Damn it. He had lost to Lin Xian before, and it was the greatest humiliation of his life. This time, he must find a chance to take revenge. The 100-eyed demonic overlord was also shocked. It's him. Cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. The hundreds of eyes on his body emitted a terrifying light that pierced through the void. Because he also knew the other party. Previously in the East Spirit Realm, he had fought with the other party and did not gain any advantage. Especially in the last battle, he was shocked by the other party's eye technique. He did not expect the other party to be Lin Wudi. The Golden Crow tribe and the mysterious woman's forces also stared at the legendary person with flickering eyes. On the Silver Palace's side, Bai Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Young Master Lin is here. Xiao Shifeng was extremely frightened. His body trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground. Young Master Bai Yun looked over with a strange silver light in his eyes. Is the other party Lin Wudi? He looked at Hall Leader Kuan. I heard that this Lin Wudi knows you. Yes, I was saved by Fu Hongye from Wushuang City. He's Fu Hongye's junior brother. This time, he came to me to find his two friends. Young Master Bai Yun nodded. It seems to be related to the Demon Palace. Just help them. If you don't have enough people, you can ask the other halls. Although he did not know Lin Wudi, the Silver Palace would definitely do the right thing if it was related to the Demon Palace. On the Demon Palace's side, everyone looked over. The evil demon's son glanced down and sneered. What Lin Wudi? What privilege of being a young great emperor? In his opinion, it was nothing more than that. In this world, only he was the most talented. The others should crawl under his feet. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning. He looked calm as he strode over. Wherever he passed, the crowd would open up a path for him. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he walked to the front. This made everyone exclaim. Heavens, does this kid want to reach the peak? He wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 6 major forces. Everyone was shocked. One must know that the 6 major forces had a lot of people and countless geniuses. Even the Golden Crow clan, which had the smallest number of people, only had 7 people. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Now, Lin Wudi wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them with his strength alone? What kind of courage was this? Lin Xian strode over. It seemed like his goal was to stand at the front. The eyes of the 6 major forces flickered. Among them, the faces of the people from Myriad Demon City and Thunder God City sank. What a joke! They would never let him come. Of course, they did not take action personally. As the experts of the Saint City, they would definitely have countless followers. Therefore, they exchanged glances with each other. The clans and sects in the 2nd tier began to prepare to take action. Stop right there. A burly man walked out. His face was full of beard. His eyes were like copper bells, emitting a fierce light. He waved a wolf-toothed club in his hand and blocked the path. The front is not a place where you can go. Go back now. His voice was loud and clear like the sound of heaven. Is someone going to intercept him? Everyone was shocked. However, the 6 major forces at the top looked at him coldly. There were many people around waiting to see a joke. Those followers were angry. Why did they block Lin Wudi's path? That's right. Lin Wudi had the bearing of a young great emperor. Why couldn't he go to the front? Moreover, Lin Wudi was from Wushuang City, which was the Saint City. Why couldn't he go? These people felt injustice for Lin Xian. Chapter 3742. What potential of a young great emperor? What nonsense! The bearded man snorted coldly. He laughed again. So what if it's Wushuang City? He's just a new disciple of the 3rd generation. He can't represent Wushuang City. If it's the elders of Wushuang City, he can naturally enter. But he alone wants to represent Wushuang City and stand at the peak? That's impossible. If you want to pass, you'll have to defeat me first. The man took a step forward, exuding a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. He's actually a late 4th heaven saint. Looking at his physique, it's comparable to a 5th heaven saint. It can be said that he's like an iron bastion. Lin Xian raised his head, glanced at the man and said coldly, I'll give you a chance to live. Get lost. Those who block my way will be killed without mercy. His voice was cold and clear, spreading to everyone's ears. Some people sneered. Lin Wudi is too arrogant. Does he really want to fight against so many people with his strength alone? The bearded man obviously has the support of Sacred City. So, he laughed sinisterly. You want to pass? You'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, get lost. Ha! He looked up and laughed. Some of the people from the Holy City laughed. The people of Thunder God City looked ferocious. The people of Demon City also had cold eyes. A late 4th heaven saint can't even withstand a single blow. Didn't you ask about what happened before you came out? Indeed, Shuiwei is a late fourth heaven saint. Didn't he still lose an arm? If there's no minor saint, Shuiwei would have gone to hell. Now, a late fourth heaven saint still dares to be arrogant in front of him? Little kid, you're too young. Although I'm a late fourth heaven saint, my physique is not weaker than a fifth heaven saint. Do you think you can break through my defense? The burly man let out a roar, and his body suddenly grew larger. Black smoke swirled around him, making him look like a small black mountain towering in front of them. The heavy aura coming from his body made many people swallow their saliva. This is an extremely terrifying physique refining technique. Indeed, a fourth heaven saint's scalp went numb. With the other party's physique, if one wasn't at the fifth celestial layer, it would be impossible to open it. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold as he spoke in a clear voice. I'm the third-generation chief disciple of Peerless City. I'm currently representing Peerless City to participate in the Fiend Banquet. Those who stop me will be killed without mercy. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a long sword appeared, emitting a piercingly cold light. Unparalleled sword. Many people cried out in surprise. They knew that Lin Wudi could indeed represent Wushuang City, but so what? They also knew that Lin Wudi had offended the Thunder God City and the Demon City. With these two great sage cities, it was absolutely impossible for them to let him pass smoothly. Moreover, Lin Wudi came alone this time. His forces were weak. Unparalleled sword, huh? Then let me see if you have the ability to call yourself unparalleled. The burly man roared and swung his mace down. The mace was also enlarged, and it was also the size of a small mountain. It had an extremely terrifying aura, and there were black laws revolving around it. Those were the laws of mountains. So Lin Xian did not waste any time and made a strong move. The unparalleled sword had a dragon's soul revolving around it. With a slash of the sword, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The Langya mace was split in half. Not only that, the burly man's mountain-like body was also split in half from the middle. Blood dyed the ground red. A terrifying murderous aura filled the sky. With a single slash, the burly man's soul was destroyed. Even his soul did not have time to escape. Everyone went crazy. They could not believe it. That was a physique comparable to a fifth heaven sage. He was killed with a single slash, and even his soul was slashed. What kind of aura and means was this? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in horror. Wasn't he a little too strong? The unparalleled sword was a sacred weapon. This brat was definitely relying on the power of the sacred weapon to be so powerful. Some people gritted their teeth and roared. They did not believe that Lin Xian's strength would be so strong. Yes, that's right. It must be the power of the unparalleled sword. Damn brat, he actually has such a good sacred weapon. If I had the strength, I would definitely be stronger than him. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions, causing those who were unconvinced to shut their mouths instantly. Their scalps were numb. There was no other way. The other party's gaze was too terrifying. Lin Xian said coldly, "Those who block me die." As he said that, he stepped on the corpse and walked forward. His feet were stained with the blood of the saints. Every time he stepped on the corpse, blood would splatter. For a moment, the surrounding people did not dare to move. Even if these people were in the second echelon, second only to Thunder God City and other forces, they were still stunned by Lin Wudi at this moment. Damn it. A bunch of trash. The people of Thunder God City gritted their teeth. They did not expect these people to be so weak. How could he be frightened so easily? It seemed that those below the holy city were ants. They had to do it themselves. The people of Thousand Demon City were the same. They had to take action. Otherwise, the other party would have already come up. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked out. It was a man with a slender figure. Flames surrounded his feet. He took a step forward and the sky was filled with flames. There were countless rattan armor on his body, forming a battle armor. The flames were raging and the law was dense. This person's aura was very strong. It was even stronger than the bearded man from before. This was a true early-stage fifth heaven sage. Teng Fei was actually him. The crowd exclaimed. This was a peerless genius of the fifth heaven. His strength was unparalleled. You want to stop me? Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword and asked coldly. Teng Fei said that you are not qualified to stand with us. Lin Xian did not say anything and decisively took action. He had already said that those who blocked the road would be killed without mercy. Since the other party dared to come out, then he should be prepared to be killed. In the sky, endless flames bloomed and tore the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle again. They realized that the power of this sword was stronger than before. In other words, the previous Lin Wudi did not use his full strength. Damn it, where exactly was his limit? Some of the older generation figures were in despair. Because this young man was too strong. He was so strong that they could only look up to him. Moreover, looking at the other party, he was very young. How could he have such strength? I'm not comparable to that trash just now. Teng Fei shouted coldly. On his body, vines appeared one after another. They were like divine whips, dancing in the sky. The laws on it were unparalleled. Teng Fei's body was a vine. It was a variant of heaven and earth. It contained the great Tao of fire. At this moment, it was really strong to the extreme. Chapter 3743. The fiery vines that filled the sky emitted terrifying laws and swept forward. They wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Everything in their path was shattered. The surrounding experts also retreated frantically, not daring to touch them at all. Lin Xian yelled as he swung his sword again. This time, the sword seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, dancing in the air. The sword chi collided with the fiery vines, making a sonorous sound. The laws of heaven and earth danced, and the sword chi swept across. However, what was terrifying was that all the fiery vines were cut off by the sword. How was that possible? Teng Fei was shocked. His vines were so powerful that people of the same level as him couldn't hurt him. He was confident that he could even withstand a few attacks from a sacred weapon. However, under the sword chi of his opponent, they were all cut off. The pain was heart-wrenching. However, he was more frightened. Retreat quickly. He couldn't resist this person. At this moment, he knew that he had been careless. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectation. His figure flickered, wanting to leave. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? He had already made up his mind to kill him. As soon as the dragon shadow appeared, it directly enveloped his opponent. Teng Fei screamed in horror. Damn it, how dare you! The people of the demon city also shouted angrily, ready to help. The others' faces changed. Even Teng Fei was no match for him. It was even possible that he would be killed. With a loud bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A minor saint had made his move. The blow hit the dragon-shaped sword chi, making a sonorous sound. The dragon-shaped sword chi was repelled, but the divine dragon swung its tail and directly cut Teng Fei in half. The two halves of his body fell in the void, letting out a miserable scream. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and sneered. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone around was stunned. The scene was terrifyingly quiet for a moment. Teng Fei was such a terrifying expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Teng Fei's face was extremely ugly. He was almost killed just now. Even so, he was still cut in half by his opponent and was seriously injured. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Lin Wudi, don't go too far. A minor saint from Demon City walked out and shouted coldly. He emitted a powerful aura, trying to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword chi rumbled as he did not fear his opponent's aura at all. Am I going overboard? I've already said that I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. You're the ones who didn't listen, yet you're blaming me? Lin Xian was fearless even in the face of a little saint. The atmosphere became very stiff for a while. If this continued, no one would be able to stop Lin Wudi. Unless, of course, someone even more powerful made a move. It was just that those powerful people were the top geniuses and represented the face of the holy city, So they couldn't act rashly. Either that or he was an elder. If they attacked a young man, they would be laughed at by others. Young Master Lin is so strong that he is qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. At this moment, the silver young master spoke calmly. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Is the silver young master going to support Lin Xian? I also think that this young master has the strength to come up. The mysterious lady in the emerald green dress also spoke. Her voice was like an aureole, very pleasant to the ears. Another force acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. It was really shocking. The other 6 forces did not say anything. Among them, the demon child's eyes were filled with cold arrogance. As for the people of the Golden Crow clan, their eyes were filled with radiance. That human was indeed very strong, which surprised them. The ones who gnashed their teeth the most were the Thunder God City and the Demon City. They also wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Xian, but it seemed like they couldn't do it now. Should they let Lei Chong fight? But even Lei Chong did not have the confidence to win. After all, Lei Chong had already lost once. On the other side, the Hundred-Eyes Demon Saint also looked solemn. To be honest, he wouldn't join the fight easily. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian laughed and walked up to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Although the 2 great sage cities were mad with anger, there was nothing they could do. In the end, Lin Xian became the 7th force to reach the summit. 1 man and 1 sword, he intimidated the world. Everyone was shocked. They seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young great emperor. The demon child frowned slightly. He felt that his glory had been snatched away by Lin Xian. This made him feel very unhappy. His face sank. The demon palace's elder walked out from the side and said in a clear voice, "All right, everyone be quiet. Now, the demon banquet begins." Sure enough, when these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted from Lin Xian to the demon palace. The demon child's lips curled up into a cold smile. He was the most dazzling existence in the world. No one could take away his glory. Seeing that everyone's gaze had returned, the demon palace's elder retreated behind the demon child. The demon child walked out. His gaze looked around, as if he was the ruler of the world. He spoke in a clear voice. "My demon palace obtained some good treasures in the void ocean. Now, I invite everyone to appraise them together, and bring them out." The elder at the back coldly shouted. Immediately, the array flickered. One after another, black shadows appeared. There were about a dozen of these black shadows. They were of different sizes. The small ones were the size of fists. The big ones were the size of coffins. It was unknown what was sealed within them. The aura on the coffins was extraordinary. The Golden Crow race's experts said coldly. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light. "I can feel a trace of ancient aura." The Thunder God City's experts were also surprised. There were Tao runes engraved on the coffins. They had been there for countless years without being erased. It was clear that the treasures sealed inside were extraordinary. The people of the Myriad Demon City were also shocked. They knew that exceptional divine crystals could seal treasures. They didn't expect that the stone coffins could also seal treasures. The silver young master also spoke. The eyes of the mysterious woman in emerald green clothes flickered. This wasn't an ordinary stone. It should be a top-grade stone with the same value as the exceptional divine crystals. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal so many treasures. After hearing this, everyone cried out in alarm. Heavens, it seemed that the treasures sealed in these stone coffins were indeed heavenly treasures. There was actually such an origin. They should have been dug out from the void ocean. The universe was truly too mysterious. The surrounding experts and geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recalled the scene of stone gambling in the true spirit world. At that time, there were many stones that contained treasures. Some of them had nothing, while others contained exceptional immortal treasures. Now, it seemed that the situation was similar. It was just that those stones had been made into boxes. However, the essence was the same. This was stone gambling. Interesting. Black Mountain was also delighted. It had been a long time since he had played with something like this. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.